Chapter 541 Special Affairs Advisor. Walking out of the ghost realm from the club door, several exorcists looked at the yin qi that gradually collapsed and dissipated. Their brows furrowed, completely confused as to what David had done. It was possible to destroy such a powerful ghost realm so easily. In their understanding, even if a few people join forces, if they want to completely destroy this ghost realm and completely remove the evil spirit in it, it will take a lot of effort, elaborate formations, and 10 more hours of hard work. It takes a day and a half to destroy the ghost realm. As for the remaining evil spirits, it will take many years and months to completely eliminate them. They had never thought of this situation now.
The matter is settled. I'm ready to go back.
The exorcism work was successfully completed, and David felt there was no need to stay here, waiting for Director Jean to come over to check the work results. This is not ordinary police work. Uncle Biao can't see anything when he comes. Director who will definitely be responsible for the specific reporting work. At most, we can meet and chat when the remuneration is settled to maintain a good relationship, so that we can continue to cooperate next time. The others looked at each other, and there was really no need to stay. I originally thought I would stay here for a few days and make some arrangements. But now there is no need to do these things. From this point of view, they took advantage of David. Several people left the police station together. Director Hu and others, who had been guarding not far from the door, immediately beamed with joy when they saw the people coming out. Now that it's safe, does that mean the matter has been resolved satisfactorily? I rushed to a few people and asked, and sure enough I got the answer I wanted. Director Hu was overjoyed, and several others also breathed a sigh of relief. Director Hu was even more happy when he heard that the Ghost King had been completely wiped out. Not a single one of the evil ghosts were left, and that all the yin qi had been completely purified by David.
Thanks to these masters. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to do my job as director.
No one in the room was happier than him. As the chief of this police station, he certainly didn't want a Ghost King and countless evil ghosts living under his territory. Hearing that all the evil spirits were dead, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. He was really worried that the masters could not kill the evil spirits and could only seal them. In that case, he would have to consider activities and find connections to transfer himself to other police stations. Even if the area you are responsible for is slightly worse, it is still better than living in a ghost inn. Now that there is no need to find a way to transfer them away. Director Hu is naturally happy. He praises the few people to the sky and says that the masters have been working hard for so long and haven't even eaten dinner. Why don't they go to dinner together? He's treating them.
You don't have to be so polite. I've been busy for a long time today, and I'm quite tired. I'm going to go back and rest early.
Zhong Fabai doesn't like to socialize with others, except when he comes out for exorcism work meetings. He just spends time guarding his grocery store. My own little life. Although Zhang Lihua is more comfortable with this kind of social work, she is not in the mood to eat today. After seeing David's exorcism method, she seriously thought about how she could improve and upgrade her equipment. Ma Xiaoling is not interested in these social activities. For her, as long as the money is in place, everything else can be ignored. Everyone expressed their intention to leave, so Director Hu naturally couldn't persuade them to stay. He said a few polite words, left each other business cards or communication methods, and then asked Wu Ying and Yan Liqing to help move the magic tools for subduing demons and demons back to the car.
Is it possible to let the masters who just fought against the Ghost King take care of themselves? They have no eyesight at all.
Wu Ying rarely complained about this job. He took Yan Liqing, a newbie, and went to pack things happily. After all, he also works in this police station, and he also doesn't want to stay in a ghost inn all day. More importantly, I also got the business cards of several masters. I think I won't be afraid of encountering similar situations in the future. Zhong Fabai and Zhang Lihua had to pack their things, but David and Ma Xiaoling had nothing extra to pack. The rifles and rocket launchers that David had thrown away also disappeared with the collapse of the ghost realm. David didn't feel it was a pity. They were just ordinary rifles and rocket launchers, which the Count had prepared for them some time ago. I didn't use it much when I rescued Alan, but David used it to exorcise demons.
I'll take my leave now. See you next time.
David and Ma Xiaoling were about to leave directly, and Zhong Fabai and Zhang Lihua said goodbye to them. Several people are in the exorcist circle, and there will be many opportunities to meet in the future. Maybe there will be a chance to cooperate next time. Even if we don't meet him, there may be times when we need help from someone in the future. Of course, no one will forget David with such a thick leg.
If Miss Ma and Mr. Glamorgan are in a hurry to leave, why don't I ask Inspector Yi to drive you back?
Director Hu is a person who can be the superintendent after all. I remembered that these two people were working with Zhong Fabai and Zhang Lihua today. They both came in the same car. Now that the two of them were leaving alone, they probably had to take a taxi. So they quickly arranged for Inspector He to send the two masters back. If he hadn't called to report the situation, he would have wanted to see these two off in person. Similar to Wu Ying's idea. Director Hu believes that it is definitely a good thing to have good relations with the two masters. In the future, he will no longer have to be afraid of ghosts and monsters. Even if he encounters some difficult unsolved cases in the future, he can ask the masters to help. Since he can catch, of course, ghosts can find ghosts. If you encounter certain cases, call the person involved to ask questions. Even if you can't catch the murderer, you will have a direction for the investigation. Superintendent Hu, who has a wishful thinking in his heart, feels that his future is bright. Maybe he can make further progress before retiring. Even the chief superintendent can look forward to it. No one paid attention to Director Hu was dreaming. Ma Xiaoling and David got into Inspector He's car and gave their addresses respectively. David was talking about Tianxiaohui apartment, and Ma Xiaoling was talking about an office building.
Are you going back to the company so late? Put your things down and make some notes. It sounds like a regular company.
Inspector He lamented that it was difficult to tell that Ma Xiaoling was actually an exorcist just by looking at her clothes and what she said. As for the other one, it's even less clear. The two young strong women were chatting very enthusiastically, and they were about to be upgraded from strangers to friends. David was sitting in the back seat and couldn't get in a word. Fortunately, there was no traffic jam along the way, and the drive went smoothly, and we quickly arrived at the entrance of Tianxiaohui. He said goodbye to the two of them, and gave Inspector He a business card. If you need help, you can come to him. And then David left.
Ah! What's wrong? Nothing.
Ma Xiaoling looked at David's back as he walked into the building. And then she remembered that she was still wearing the pink coat. I kept it on, and forgot to take it off and put it back. It doesn't matter if it's ordinary clothes. This is obviously a very powerful defensive weapon, and must be a very important asset for an exorcist.
Did this guy forget to ask for it, or is he too embarrassed to ask for it?
Ma Xiaoling lowered her head and looked at the clothes on her body. After thinking about it, it was not a big deal. Anyway, this guy lived in Wang Jinjin's Tianxiaohui building. Even if she didn't have time to return it in person, she could still call Jinjin. No, she couldn't give it to this guy and Jinjin. If you have a chance to get along with Jane, you should find a time to send him back. Send it directly to that guy's company, which is a public place, and will definitely not cause any misunderstanding. In fact, David did forget the coat. For him, although the cloak that turned into a coat was made of some special materials, it was no longer a particularly rare thing in Winter City today. Don't just give it away. Even if it is broken or rotten, you won't care too much. The long night, David did not sleep, and destroyed the Ghost King and the entire Ghost Realm, making the negative energy in his body more powerful. With it as the core, the three forces of death, shadow, and evil energy also became more powerful in his body, coupled with the already huge holy light and the arcane magic that occupies a small area, and only the natural power representing life. David has 6 basic elements in his body. David, who vaguely felt that once this layout was completed, his realm would be improved again, began to think about whether to connect with Brenda immediately and find a druid to learn the power of nature, come back and continue to slay demons. At dawn, open your eyes. David got up to wash up, looked at Sophia who was still sleeping soundly next to him, and decided to go downstairs to buy breakfast. As a result, when he came out after washing, Sophia also got up.
Don't sleep anymore? You're already up. Why are you still sleeping? Why did you get up so early?
While Sophia was washing and changing clothes, David expressed his thoughts. Sophia did not object after hearing this. Anyway, it did not affect her to continue learning to cook here.
By the way, the match between Manhin Tower and Chaofan Group is the day after tomorrow. Are you going to watch the match? So fast?
David was busy on his own, but he didn't expect that in a blink of an eye. The plot in the Manhin Tower had reached the last moment. He had missed all the previous ones. It would be a pity to miss the final battle again.
Of course I have to go see it. Who do you want to take with you? I know Lure will definitely go. Let me ask you today.
After washing up, we went out to a breakfast together, and happened to bump into Hu Huishan, who was going to work. Sophia asked Hu Huishan, by the way, if she wanted to watch the showdown between Manhin Tower and Chaofan Group the day after tomorrow.
I may not have time. But Wang was training is at its last minute. That's such a pity.
Sophia really felt it was a pity. But she asked about the date of Bawangwa's graduation. That day should be the day when Bawangwa was officially established. And she was going to join in the fun.
Just next week.
We went downstairs to have breakfast together. While eating, Hu Huishan mentioned another thing to David. The police have been discussing whether they should set up a team or department specifically for special incidents. After yesterday's incident, the current situation, it is inclined to formally form such a team.
So, Director Zhang gave me the opportunity to ask you if you are interested in working part-time as a consultant? In name or in real life? It will be all right. I only accept names.
Chapter 542 Comfort. There is no need to work or clock in when you are registered. Although there is no fixed salary or other benefits, there are not that many responsibilities. David didn't want to work for the police in a daze, but it was acceptable to just name him. Even if he was in trouble, he could calculate the remuneration individually based on the situation like in the previous transactions. After getting the idea from David, Hu Huishan will convey these words to the top police officers, and they will know what to do.
By the way, if we were to form a new department, wouldn't we put you in charge? No. I will continue to be in charge of Overlord Flower.
David originally thought that Superintendent Hu Huishan, who was well informed and had sufficient seniority, would be sent to take charge of the new department. Unexpectedly, this was not the case. It seemed that this meant that someone else would be promoted to head the department.
If nothing unexpected happens, he should be an acquaintance of yours. Acquaintance?
What Hu Huishan said before leaving left David confused. What acquaintances could he have in the police? The one I am most familiar with is Hu Huishan. Just as he was thinking about it, a fat man walked in. It was Inspector Chen Xiaosheng, who he had met a few days ago.
Huh? It's so early. When you wake up, get up straight away. You can go back to sleep when you wake up. If I'm not at work, I will definitely have a good sleep.
Chen Xiaosheng looked around and directly shared the table with David.
Do you mind sharing the table together? Of course I don't mind.
David held a sandwich in his hand and looked at Inspector Chen in front of him. Could this be the acquaintance Hu Huishan mentioned? After thinking about it for a while, I realized it was impossible. As a department head, you had to be at least a police superintendent. Chen Xiaosheng was just an inspector, and was not senior enough to be a department head. At his level, he could only serve as captain in the operations department. Considering that Chen Xiaosheng had an injury on his leg, it was impossible for him to be transferred to the new department.
What? Is there something on my face? Nothing.
When Chen Xiaosheng saw David looking at him, he thought he had something on his face. So he borrowed a mirror and looked at it for a long time. After making sure that nothing happened, he chatted with David while eating breakfast.
By the way, I heard last time that you were going to open a company. It's already open for business.
David told the company address and gave Chen Xiaosheng a business card. The first time I left Chen Xiaosheng his personal phone number. This time I gave him the company's phone number.
It's now open for business. Congratulations. Your business is booming and your financial resources are booming. I'd like to lend you some good words.
Speaking of which, David's company has indeed made a lot of money since it opened. It has already made a lot of money in just a few days. In the past 2 days, the police will transfer the latest payment, which is another 1,000,000 yuan. After breakfast and leaving Xingji, David first accompanied Sophia to the Manhan building. She and several people in the Manhan building were going to make final preparations for the next competition, preparing the materials for the competition. And some of the raw materials needed to be prepared in advance. Process and adjust one's own status. After David looked around for a few times, he strolled to the company without disturbing the busy people. Because the distance was not far, he didn't drive. If he needed to use the car temporarily, he could teleport to the car without delaying anything.
Good morning, Mr. Glamorgan.
After opening the door and entering the company, standing behind the originally empty assistant desk was Ruan Mei, who officially went to work today. Ruan Mei, wearing a uniform skirt and long black straight hair, looked much more beautiful than the day of the interview.
No need to go to such trouble. Just call me David. How is that possible? You are the boss.
Ruan Mei spoke in a weak voice, as if she did not dare to speak loudly. Most people would think that this was due to Ruan Mei's personality. But David knew that there were also physical reasons.
Here's this for you. Wear it to calm your nerves.
Remembering that Ruan Mei Yuan died of illness in the end, David took out a cross and handed it to her. Of course, the cross was made by hand. As for why you chose the cross? Who gave Ruan Mei the nickname Little Jew? David immediately thought of the cross instead of the jade Buddha or Guanyin. Wan Mei took the pendant and didn't know whether to put it away.
Put it away and treat it as a company benefit. You should know what our company does. Right.
David thought that after saying this, Wan Mei would not refuse. But he found that Wan Mei in front of him looked confused. Didn't seem to know what their small company did.
You don't know what our company does? I only know that the company seems to accept any job. But it depends on you, Mr. Glamorgan, to decide whether to accept it or not.
This is actually true. The positioning of Wanchuwu is indeed like this. It's just that the jobs David has recently taken on are all related to exorcism. People who don't know better may think of Master House as a specialized exorcism company.
Recently, all the business we have been dealing with is exorcism and spirit removal. So we often deal with these things here. You can wear an amulet for self-defense.
Huh? Wan Mei was dumbfounded. She didn't expect that the job she was looking for with a high salary would be in such a company. Exorcism? As a person with heart disease, I'm afraid it's not suitable to work in this kind of company.
Right?
Resign? Don't be kidding. Where can she find a job with a similar salary after leaving here? For the sake of money? It doesn't matter so much. Hanging the amulet around her neck. She didn't know if it was an illusion. As soon as the pendant was put on, she felt that her breathing became much more comfortable. When David saw Wan Mei put on the pendant, he smiled and nodded and entered his office. Although it was just a very inconspicuous job, David still felt comfortable all over. In the past, when watching movies and TV shows, he would see some unpleasant content and there was nothing he could do to change it. But now it is no longer a problem for him. With the protection of the amulet, Wan Mei will not die suddenly of heart disease at a young age.
Comfortable.
This kind of spiritual satisfaction made David feel more comfortable than taking a bath or killing a horse and killing a chicken. He could do more similar things in the future. For example, Qin Xiaoxing's love life is so painful.
It's obviously a happy ending. But the sequel ended up looking like that.
Just when David was seriously thinking about what other unpleasant things he could change, Chung Lear also came to work. The sound of high heels gradually approached, followed by the sounds of Chung Lear and Wan Mei greeting each other.
Good morning, Miss Chung. Good morning, Mei. How do you feel on your first day at work? Is there anything you don't feel comfortable with? No. How could I not adapt to such an easy job?
After coming to work in the morning, Wan Mei also cleaned the entire company. And then she just sat at her desk in a daze, with nothing to do. Her job is mainly to answer the phone, or to say hello when someone comes to visit the company, and to say hello when the boss is away or talking to other people. Other than that, there are trivial tasks such as serving tea and water and running errands for the two bosses. At present, the two bosses did not give any instructions. Wan Mei could only go back and continue sitting after pouring water for them. Chung Lear took the water glass and chatted with David about other things. She doesn't bother to pay attention to the company's affairs. And she doesn't particularly care about the police's commission or the company's additional income of millions. Chung Lear just wanted to capture David as soon as possible.
David, you don't have any plans for a while. Right. Not yet.
David looked at Chung Lear, wondering what she was going to do.
Do you have any plans? A charity cruise ship will arrive in Xiangjiang in a while. I asked my friend to get some tickets. How about we go on it for a few days? Charity cruise? Yeah. It should be fun to go out to sea for a few days. Sounds good.
It sounds like something is going to happen on a cruise ship or something. I don't know what the specific situation is. Then David also told Chung Lear about the showdown between Manhan Tower and the Chaofan group. Chung Lear heard that David was going to see it. And sure enough, he also expressed that he wanted to see it there. Just as he was about to ask Chung Lear to ask Chung Xiuzi if he wanted to watch the game together, David's cell phone rang suddenly.
Hello? Who is this? Emergency? Help! Who are you? I am Zhou Xingxing. What happened? My partner was captured by the crows of the Eastern Star. You said you had rescued hostages from Europe. Are you bragging? Wait. Please explain the situation clearly first. It's too late. I'm downstairs in your company now. We'll discuss the details on the way.
David hung up the phone and did not express dissatisfaction with Zhou Xingxing's sudden call for help. Instead, he was happy that he had run into another plot. But Eastern Star Crow? It seems to have become more interesting.
I'm here for a temporary job. I'll go check on the situation. Is something going to happen?
Chung Lear vaguely heard some of the content. Regardless of other things, the name Dongqing made her a little worried.
It'll be fine. These big businesses don't dare to do anything too extreme. Besides, I can still call Ashen.
After comforting Chun Lear, David quickly went downstairs. As soon as he walked out of the front door, he saw Zhou Xingxing in a jacket, leaning against a truck and smoking a cigarette with a sad face. Seeing David appear, Zhou Xingxing immediately threw the cigarette butt on the ground.
You said last time that you went to Europe to rescue the kidnapped hostages. Is that true? Let me tell you, human life is at stake now. So don't what a joke. Don't worry. I'm definitely not bragging. Okay. I now officially entrust you to help me rescue my partner.
Zhou Xingxing motioned to David to get in the car. He told David the specific situation on the way. Get in the car and start the car. And quickly explain the cause and effect of the incident to David. By the way, Zhou Xingxing also arranged an action plan. He relied on this truck of arms to negotiate with Crow's gang and attract their attention. David took the opportunity to rescue his partner Chao Dahua.
It turns out that Officer Zhou is from the Flying Tigers. There is no use for any team. This time we can only rely on the two of us.
This time, he accidentally ran into an arms smuggling case during a secret operation. He was still undercover, so he couldn't call for support.
Just because you can't call, doesn't mean I can't call. You? Who can you call for help? Overlord Flower.
Chapter 543 Gathering of Heroes. Zhou Xingxing hesitated for a moment, and did not let David directly call Buenghua for help. This time he went undercover and pretended to be a student at Edinburgh Middle School, mainly to find his boss's gun. It is not a trivial matter for a police officer to lose his gun. Not to mention that the person who lost his gun was the chief superintendent. So the entire investigation was conducted in secret. It was best not to make any publicity if possible.
In that case, let's do what you said. You go and negotiate with the people from Dongxing to attract their attention. It would be best if you can directly exchange for your partner.
David himself hid in the dark and acted according to the situation. If there was a chance to save people, he would immediately save them. If the situation with Zhou Xingxing was not good, he could choose to leave and ask for help, or create some chaos to create an opportunity for Zhou Xingxing to escape.
So be it.
After making a plan in a few words, David got out of the car before arriving at the negotiation location and quietly moved to the negotiation location. When he found the place, Zhou Xingxing was confronting a group of people. Crow is easy to recognize, and David easily found this one of the East Star 5 Tigers in the crowd. At this time, Brother Wu held a pistol and held Zhou Xingxing's partner Chao Dahua hostage, and was negotiating with Zhou Xingxing, who was more than 10 meters away. From the looks of them, the conversation didn't go well. David hid in the grass and watched the excitement, and saw Zhou Xingxing open the cargo box of the truck and show the arms contained in it.
I have brought the things. Let the people go. Boy, if you say let me go, let me go. Who do you think you are?
Crow showed no intention of letting go, and the muzzle of the gun was kept pressed against Chao Dahua's head.
You dare to steal my things. You will eat them.
A bear's heart and a leopard's courage. What do you want? How is it?
Crow sneered, as if the other party asked a very stupid question.
Do you even need to ask? You robbed my things and knew so many things you shouldn't know. So I had to give them away. You father and son are on the road together.
As he spoke, Crow turned his gun and pointed it at Zhou Xingxing not far away, preparing to kill this kid first. At this moment, a gunshot suddenly rang out nearby, and a bullet accurately hit the Crow's head. A mixture of red and white things were scattered on the floor, and it happened so suddenly that no one at the scene realized what was going on. It wasn't until the Crow fell to the ground for several seconds that everyone realized what happened. Zhou Xingxing reacted quickly, and he realized that David had taken action. Although he didn't expect David to have a gun on him, he didn't care about this trivial matter at the moment and immediately rushed over and grabbed his partner Chao Dahua, preparing to escape.
Brother Crow is dead. Don't let these two bastards escape.
Boom! There was another gunshot, and the brother who shouted the loudest followed his eldest brother. Two people were shot dead in a row, and the group of people in Dongxing immediately fell into a state of chaos. Everyone was looking for cover, hiding behind the car and looking around carefully, as if they wanted to find the person who fired the cold shot.
Maid, what's the point of hiding and firing cold shots in secret?
Boom! Another one fell down, and this time, there were no people even scolding each other. A group of young and dangerous boys shivered and huddled together, completely losing their usual arrogance and domineering. More like quails joining a group to keep warm.
Wow, that's so accurate.
Ah Xing. Did you call the Flying Tigers for support? I'm undercover now. I call you Flying Tigers. I've found a friend to help me. Is this friend of yours the sharpshooter of the Flying Tigers? Why don't you run away now when there are so many problems? No. I don't think we need to run anymore. Zhou Xingxing glanced in the direction pointed by Chao Dahua. The group of Dongxing people did not dare to show their heads at all. And then a few grenades were thrown in the next second. Boom! A series of explosions sounded, which were not only shocking in sound, but also extraordinary in power. Most of the quails huddled together for warmth were killed. And the few who were not killed on the spot were also seriously injured. Under normal circumstances, you can come up and clean the battlefield at this time. As a result, in the desperate eyes of these young and dangerous boys, several more grenades flew in front of them. Boom! The world was completely quiet, and only Chao Dahua and Zhou Xingxing were left standing. The members of Dongxing and several arms buyers, who came specifically to Xiangjiang, were all killed. David walked out with a gun at this time, came to Zhou Xingxing and directly thrust the AK into his hand. Chief Zhou has cracked a major arms smuggling case. He will definitely be promoted this time. Zhou Xingxing was still a little confused, and it took him a few seconds to realize that David was blaming all the good things he had done on himself. What is this? Shit the blame? Although it is a great achievement to solve a major arms case, but killing so many people and leaving traces of grenade explosions, will this seem too cruel? The internal review alone was enough for him. However, in general, the benefits are still great. When Zhou Xingxing thinks that his undercover work has been successfully completed, and he has solved such a large arms smuggling case, he can also use the name of investigating arms smuggling to cover up the incident of his boss throwing a gun thing. I think the boss would give me a little care, and the review would be just a formality, so I won't get the credit for it. What about me? Am I any good? Don't worry. For such a big contribution, your share will definitely be indispensable. After Zhou Xingxing figured out the key, he patted his partner on the shoulder. You don't need to continue to be an undercover agent. After being silly and happy for a while, Zhou Xingxing thanked David again. Thank you very much. I don't know how to repay you for being so generous. Don't be so polite. Just remember to pay the bill. David didn't intentionally blackmail Zhou Xingxing. Just treat the rifle and bullets as extra gifts. Just give me tens of thousands of yuan for tea and running track expenses. When Zhou Xingxing heard the price, his head suddenly got big. Is it possible to pay in installments? Of course. I wonder if Zhou Xingxing will be able to learn the quick tricks of being a scammer to make millions in the future. If he can't learn it, he seems to have never been particularly wealthy. I'm going back first, and I'll contact you if anything happens. The next series of follow-up finishing work has nothing to do with him, but the plot has developed to this point. Does it mean that Zhou Xingxing and he men have become a couple? After walking a certain distance, if you decide to take a taxi back to the office, you will have to walk a long way at least. After David made sure there was no one around, he immediately entered the stealth state, and then flew back into the sky. He found a corner near the office building where no one was paying attention to his appearance, and strolled back to the company. Only a little over 2 hours had passed since he left. In addition, David used a cleaning trick before going upstairs, and the smell of dirt and gunpowder smoke on his body disappeared. As long as Zhou Xingxing and Chao Dahua gave good testimony, no one would know that he had just gone to a gunfight. He destroyed a large group of people in Dongxing, and also killed Chen Tianxiong, one of the 5 tigers. Don't know what impact this will have. Are you taking this opportunity to attack the association? Or just take it as a warning and let it go? He just thought about it casually. But Zhou Xingxing came over in the afternoon and told David a series of subsequent events. Sure enough, all the credit goes to Zhou Xingxing. Originally, he was an undercover agent to help his boss find a gun. But somehow, the top police officers sent elite flying tigers to undercover Edinburgh Middle School and followed the clues to investigate the arms smuggling case. A large amount of arms and funds were confiscated by the police. As for the group of young and dangerous boys from the East Star Club who died at the scene, the police decided to launch a round of anti-gang operations against various clubs. However, these matters have nothing to do with Zhou Xingxing and David. Zhou Xingxing will undergo a series of reviews next. Although it is a formality, it will also take some time. When the review is over, his level will definitely be raised. This time it's not the superintendent, but the chief inspector. The last time I saw Zhou Xingxing, he was still pretending to be a student. Chung Lear didn't pay much attention to this person. Only then did we learn that Zhou Xingxing was originally an undercover police agent.
He had just solved a major case, and was about to be promoted. After pouring water for David and Zhou Xingxing, Cheng Lear also said congratulations to Zhou Xingxing. Zhou Xingxing, who has been smiling all the time, feels like he has lived in Hedong for 30 years, and is proud of himself. Back then, he was sitting in the corner like a lackey, and no one cared about him. Now, even the daughter of the Cheng family wants to congratulate him. This feeling is so cool.
In that case, are you leaving the Flying Tigers?
As Zhou Xingxing's level increased, the Flying Tigers no longer had a suitable position for him. If he was to be promoted to superintendent, he would have to be at least a division or department head.
I don't care. I'm sitting in an office anyway. It doesn't matter where I sit.
Zhou Xingxing felt that he had finally made it through. From now on, he no longer had to fight with people to death and fight with guns. From now on, he only needs to sit in the office, drink tea, read the newspaper, and scold his subordinates. Just like David is in this state now. But the person sitting on his lap was Yimin. I feel like my life is about to reach its peak. If it weren't for the inappropriate venue and concern for his personal image, Zhou Xingxing would have laughed wildly at this time.
What's wrong with him?
Cheng Lear looked at Zhou Xingxing opposite and suddenly giggled non-stop. I wonder what kind of disease this man is suffering from.
Maybe I dreamed that my wife gave birth to a baby.
After talking about business and paying the first payment, Zhou Xingxing remembered that he came to David specifically for another matter.
You want to ask about the rent in Tangxiaohui? Are you planning to move? Yeah. I want to live closer to Amin.
Zhou Xingxing felt that only by living closer to Yimin could he ensure that there would be no problems in the relationship, especially when there was a guy like David living next to him. But after hearing the rent in Tangxiaohui, sweat suddenly broke out on Zhou Xingxing's forehead.
Do you think it's okay for me to rent a room alone? Then you might as well move directly to Yimin's apartment. I do think so.
However, Yimin disagreed. After much thought, Zhou Xingxing decided to throw in his wife's money and asked Ada to share a room with him and share part of the rent. Chapter 544 Fugui Pill. David felt that the name of Wang Zhenzhen's building was really appropriate. It is indeed a world gathering. Does this mean that all the important characters are brought together? Zhou Xingxing acted quickly. After asking about the price, he immediately went to talk to Wang Zhenzhen about moving in. At the same time, he found Chao Dahua and agreed to share an apartment together. Chao Dahua actually didn't want to agree. He felt that the rent in Tangxiaohui was too high. He was an old man alone and couldn't live anywhere. It's nice to live in a cheap apartment. However, Zhou Xingxing had just rescued him not long ago, and he was too embarrassed to refuse. So he agreed to rent with Zhou Xingxing half-forced. Both of them have been under review recently and have nothing to do. So they are focusing on moving. They estimate that they will be able to move in a few days. In the past few days, David mainly went to Manhan Tower to watch the excitement. The gourmet showdown between Manhanlu and Chaofan Group was quite exciting. Plenty of dishes that could only be seen in pictures before were now placed in front of him. Especially the 3 hard dishes that are included in the competition: bear paws, elephant plucking, and monkey brains. To be honest, David is most curious about Master Liao Jia's one palm heaven recipe. He wonders if Sophia has learned this dish. He noticed that as most of the staff at Manhan Tower were bribed by the Chaofan Group and ran away, Jiaofeng became more sincere towards Sophia, who stayed to support him. Originally, I just wanted to fool around and get rid of the problem. But now I started to have the idea of teaching sincerely. After all, times of crisis reveal people's hearts. A group of old friends, who had been with him for many years, betrayed him at the first sign of betrayal, and watched helplessly as he almost died of a heart attack. On the contrary, 2 outsiders, Sophia and Zhao Gangsheng, called the ambulance and helped. Taking care of yourself makes Xiaofeng quite emotional. Now in this competition that determines the final ownership of Manhan Tower, Sophia and Zhao Gangsheng are participating as members of Manhan Tower. During the preparation, Xiaofeng also gave them various guidance and taught them as direct disciples. Now, Xiaofeng would basically answer anything Sophia asked. Even if Xiaofeng complained that Sophia was too ambitious and thought about random things, he would still explain all the key points and precautions clearly after the complaint. Afraid that Sophia wouldn't remember it, he would ask it several times to make sure that Sophia remembered everything. Then he happily walked away with hot tea. Because Sophia secretly took action, he recovered better and did not need to use a wheelchair. Sophia told David all these things, and David said,
"Your bowl of apprenticeship tea is worth it."
After looking at the delicious food for 3 days, even Cheng Lear, who usually pays attention to diet and eats very little, became greedy.
It looks delicious.
Originally, she had no interest in things like bear paws, elephant paws, and monkey brains. But after learning that the raw rolled monkey brains at the end of Manhanlo were actually made of tofu, I suddenly wanted to try it myself.
There's a chance.
In the end, this Manhunt showdown ended with Manhunt House winning. Huang Rong from the Chaofan group not only lost the game, but also lost his reputation. At the last moment, he tried to rely on reporting Manhunt House for harming and eating protected animals. Come and kill the other party. The result was predicted in advance by Manhanlo and used tofu instead of real monkey brains. Not only did it not violate any laws, but it also won unanimous praise from several judges. Huang Rong, on the other hand, lost money and people. After this battle, his reputation was completely ruined in the Xinjiang food industry, not to mention losing tens of millions in cash. I don't know how long it will take to climb out of this pit, but no one sympathized with him. He was the one who started the incident. Not to mention all the dirty tricks during the period, deliberately injuring Long Kunbeo's hand before the game, secretly destroying the kitchen utensils of Manhan Tower in the second duel, etc. When a guy like this loses, everyone is happy. It's impossible to win. With David here, Huang Rong can't win. David can secretly add something extra to his dish, ensuring that when the judges eat it, they will think that what they are eating is actually battery water mixed with monkey urine. David didn't think there was anything wrong with what he did. He had always had this attitude. If everyone played by the rules, he would play by the rules too. But if someone is not prepared to abide by the rules, David will definitely be more ruthless than the other person. You, Huang Rong, can only hurt people at best. But David will wipe the entire Chaofan group from this world. Huang Rong should be glad that he did not win. Otherwise what awaits him will definitely not be the pinnacle of life, but the endless abyss. Following Sophia to celebrate the victory of Manhanlo, Sophia rushed over to hug David and chewed him. She even hugged Chung Lear and kissed her twice on the face, which shocked Chung Lear. Then he saw Sophia hugging Chung Xiuxi and kissing her a few times. He just thought that Sophia was too happy and didn't think too much about it. At most, I complained in my heart,
isn't this girl not wary of me at all?
If David knew what Chung Lear was thinking, he would definitely tell her.
Not only are there no precautions, but they are even very welcoming.
But Chung Lear wouldn't think about it at all, and it was impossible for her to ask David such a question, so she could only figure it out on her own. After watching the gourmet showdown between Manhan Tower and Chaofan Group, the next step is to attend Bawanghua's graduation ceremony. After a long period of devilish training, Bawanghu students have been trained to become excellent urban special operations forces. Like the Flying Tigers, they are capable of various tasks such as urban counterterrorism, hostage rescue, and VIP protection. Next, the Overlord Flower will become one of the ace units of the Hong Kong police. Just like the Flying Tigers, who Huishan gave a speech as the chief instructor of Bawanghu, and she will be the supervisor of Bawanghu in the future. After a series of procedures were completed and all Bawanghu members took photos collectively, it was time for free activities. David was quietly watching the excitement, but unexpectedly, as soon as the free time began, people like Moon and Karen, who had met at the Elite Center, suddenly gathered around him. They noticed David coming when they were on the stage. They thought David was here for Instructor Hu, but they didn't expect that there was a woman following him. Where did this woman come from? Unfortunately, most of the Overlord Flowers and David were not familiar with each other. Only Moon, Karen and David were slightly familiar with each other, and David even visited Moon's house. Therefore, the task of testing the enemy's intelligence was given to Moon.
Congratulations. Thank you.
Moon showed his signature sweet smile, and after greeting David, he suddenly mentioned that he might not stay in Overlord Flower for too long.
Oh, why? The police department is going to set up a department that specializes in special matters. I want to transfer there and join this new department,
Moon explained in a low voice. In fact, it was the police department who sent someone to contact her first and issued a message to her. Invited?
That's right. Karen might come with me too.
However, they were not in a hurry to explain the situation to Bawanghua's other friends. It would take some time before the new department was established, and her transfer was further delayed. Even whether the new department can be formally established is still uncertain. It will not be too late to wait until everything is confirmed. After a brief chat, Moon turned the topic to David and Chung Lear. They, Bawanghu, had many celebrations to come, and asked David if he had time to participate.
I may have to go to sea these days. Going to sea? Well, there is a cruise ship that will come to Xiangjiang soon. I will go with a few friends to spend a few days on the cruise ship.
Only then did David remember that he had never asked the name of the cruise ship.
What is the name of that cruise ship?
Fukimaru. Oh, Fukimaru. I've seen it in the newspaper.
Moon looked stunned. Although he didn't ask, he knew that this person named Chung Lur was most likely a rich man. The Fukumara is a luxury charity cruise ship that only entertains specific people. Ordinary people don't have the opportunity to board it. After chatting for a while, Moon took the collected information and went back to report to his friends. David found Hu Huishan, who was talking to Director Zhang, and said hello to Uncle Biao. Speaking of which, Uncle Biao suggested the establishment of the new department. Could it be that he is also responsible for managing it?
When the new department is established, Mr. Glamorgan, as a consultant, must be there. If nothing happens, I will definitely be there.
David simply asked about the situation of the new department, and then learned that Director Hu, Superintendent Hu, whom he had met not long ago, would be appointed as the head of the new department. His subordinates, Inspector He, Wu Ying and Yang Liqing, will be transferred to the new department to help him, and elites will be recruited from various departments to form a force dedicated to handling special affairs. That is, supernatural events caused by various monsters and monsters. However, it is said that the transfer was not very smooth. For example, Wu Ying directly stated that he would rather go undercover in the gang than join this newly formed special force.
By the way, I just heard you chatting with that little girl. You said you would go to Fukumaru and go to sea in a few days?
David raised his gaze slightly. He always felt that there should be a huge golden exclamation mark on Director Zhang's head. If he guessed correctly, are you going to issue a new mission to him?
Is there something wrong with the Fuki pill? Oh, I just received some intelligence. But there is no evidence now. So it is difficult for our police to take action directly.
According to Director Zhang, they can only arrange for someone to go up and check to make sure whether the intelligence is true. In addition to the special situation of Fukimaru, the police could not arrange too many people, and in the end only one person was sent on board.
What Director Zhang means is, when necessary, I hope you can lend a helping hand to our people.
David looked at Hu Huishan and wondered if the police had sent Hu Huishan out again. As a result, Hu Huishan shook her head and said that she would be on standby in the rear this time. Once the authenticity of the information is confirmed, she will bring all the Overlord flowers for support. As for the police officer in charge of this investigation, his name is Chung Xiaodong. Chapter 545, Meeting the Flying Eagle Again. Chung Xiaodong, Senior Inspector of the Crime Unit, is a notoriously tricky detective in the police force. Not only is his ability to solve crimes outstanding, but his combat effectiveness is also notoriously strong. In this situation where it is difficult to determine whether the information is true, sending her is the best way. As for the fact that Chung Xiaodong's sister and Chung Lur were good friends, it was completely an unexpected gain. And we couldn't expect that such a relationship that had gone through many twists and turns would play any key role. While Director Zhang and David were chatting, someone quickly brought Chung Xiaodong's information.
This is Senior Inspector Chung Xiaodong.
The information is very simple. The main purpose is to let David look at the photos and identify the person, so that he will not know that he is one of his own if he meets him on the ship. After a few glances, David closed the document and handed it back.
Logically speaking, knowing that something was going to happen to this cruise ship, I should have given up on this travel plan. In that case, wouldn't want you to earn less business?
Director Zhang is so old and has seen all kinds of people. Young people like David are either looking for money or excitement. Judging from his situation, he doesn't seem to be the type of person who is short of money, so he just wants to pursue excitement. This is also in line with the situation of the company David runs. To put it simply, wherever there is a situation, he likes to run there. Therefore, Director Zhang feels that David will be a perfect partner, and there is a high probability that he will not refuse the police's commission. Although the charges are a bit expensive, the police department is not short of money, and David does things neatly and without leaving any trouble. The top police officials, including himself, speak highly of David's know-how. Director Zhang even wanted to invite several masters, including David, to discuss how to train this new team for supernatural events. In fact, the new department has not yet made a final decision, but it is stuck at this link. Forming a new department is not a problem. The question is, can the newly formed department perfectly complete the planned tasks? Is it that easy to train an exorcist? It is estimated that these questions will need to be discussed for quite some time before we can find an answer. After attending Bwangwa's graduation ceremony, Chung Lear began to enthusiastically urge David to pack his things and prepare to board the ship. This time, the Fukimaru departed from Xiangjiang, arrived in Japan, and then returned to Xiangjiang. The whole trip lasted 12 days and 11 nights, nearly half a month's flight. Chung Lear felt that she had a great chance and she was ready to go all out. In order to ensure that the plan goes smoothly, Chung Lear specially invited his good friend Chung Xiaozi to come to help out, hoping that his friend could distract Sophia when necessary and buy him enough time. Chung Xiaozi got along well with Sophia during this period and became good friends. Now she had to trick this new friend for the sake of another good friend. She always felt uncomfortable. She wanted to throw all her dissatisfaction on David.
It's all because of this guy. He already has a girlfriend, but he's still having an affair with another woman. Men are really not good things.
As a bystander, Chung Xiaozi had already seen that David was by no means an innocent person. He felt that he had dug the hole long ago and was just waiting for the fool Lear to jump into it.
But what can she do? Now Chung Lear couldn't listen to a word of good advice, and all he could think about was taking down David. After packing their things, the two good sisters went to meet David and Sophia. Then the four of them came to the dock together, found the Fukimaru, and prepared to board the ship. 4 people, 5 large suitcases. David and Sophia seemed to be traveling lightly. Sophia also brought a suitcase, while David had no place to carry anything up and down. In comparison, Chung Lear and Chung Xiaozi each carried 2 large suitcases.
You just came here empty-handed? Yes,
David simply explained.
I carry all the important things with me.
Then he reached out and took Chung Lear's 2 suitcases. As for Chung Xiaozi's 2 boxes, she could only drag them away by herself.
Is this Fukimaru? It doesn't look very big.
Sophia dragged her suitcase and stood on the dock looking at the cruise ship docked next to it. This ship looked worse than the cruise ship in Winter City. To Sophia, the Fukimaru even looked a bit old.
It's not small anymore. And this ship only accommodates certain guests. So there won't be many guests. If we get a particularly large cruise ship, it will look very empty.
Chung Xiaozi and Sophia chatted for a while, and suddenly a familiar figure appeared not far away.
Huh? Aren't those the eldest sister and the second sister? Your sister? It's strange. Didn't the eldest sister say she was on a business trip? Why are you here?
When Chung Xiaozi saw each other, her eldest sister Chung Xiaodong also saw her third sister.
Xiaozi, why are you here? I still want to ask you. Aren't you talking about a business trip?
Chung Xiaodong pointed helplessly at the Fugue pill next to him, and the meaning was already obvious.
The business trip you mentioned turned out to be taking the Fukimaru to sea? Why don't you call me for such a good thing? You said you wanted to go out with Lur and didn't have time to accompany me. So I called Xiaonan here.
While Chung Xiaodong was bickering with his sister, he still found time to say hello to Sophia, Chung Lur and David. While the 2 sisters were bickering, David also figured out the situation. Chung Xiaodong received the mission and boarded Fukumaru to find out whether the information was true. In order to protect his identity, an extra quota was prepared. Chung Xiaodong originally wanted to call his third sister Chung Xiaozi, who was a doctor. If something goes wrong like this, having a doctor on the scene might be able to help. As a result, Chung Xiaozi said that she had an appointment with a good friend and was going out. So Chung Xiaodong pulled his second sister, Chung Xiaonan, over. Although this trip is work, there is still some danger. However, the accuracy of the information is questionable, and there is a high probability that it will turn into pure welfare. In addition, Chung Xiaodong's life circle is relatively narrow, and he can't think of anyone to call him other than his own family. But I didn't expect that my third sister, who was supposed to be going out with friends, turned out to be taking the Fukimaru to the sea. At this time, Chung Xiaodong noticed the relationship between the people in front of him, which seemed a bit abnormal. After giving his sister Xiaozi a questioning look and receiving the reply,
I'll tell you more later,
Chung Xiaodong put the matter aside for the time being and prepared to board the ship and place the luggage before chatting slowly.
Feel sorry.
While everyone was talking, a thin man wearing a white suit and a top hat walked past several people, because it was inevitable to bump into each other when walking through the crowd. The other person took the initiative to apologize, so everyone didn't pay too much attention. Only Chung Xiaodong paid a little attention, because the other person was wearing men's clothes, but his voice was obviously that of a girl. She came to investigate the case. so she naturally paid attention to all kinds of abnormal situations, and secretly listed this weirdo as one of the targets of the investigation. As a result, she turned around and found that the young man named David was having a passionate affair with a man with a big nose. Say H. Low.
Huh? Jack, didn't you go back to Europe? David? I didn't expect to meet you here. This is really great.
Jack gave David a big hug enthusiastically and pulled David's clothes away, as if he was looking for something.
Is there anything to eat? Bring me something to eat.
I'm starving.
After grabbing the clothes back and pushing Jack back half a step to distance himself, David took a piece of chocolate and handed it over.
Thank you for meeting me. If it had been anyone else, they would have called the police. Why did you call the police? I'm suing you for harassment.
Jack's eyes glowed green when he saw the chocolate. He stuffed a whole chocolate into his mouth as quickly as possible. After he swallowed it, and finally felt less uncomfortable in his stomach, his IQ gradually returned to normal.
By the way, are you going to get on this ship?
Yes.
Can you do me a favor? Take me with you?
At this time, the guests had begun to board the ship. If it had not been for meeting Jack, David would have already boarded the cruise ship and headed to his room under the guidance of the waiter.
Yes. Yes.
Jack understood immediately.
Write it down first and complete it later.
David agreed. Jack had a good credit record with him, so just keeping an account was nothing. Seeing that the two people had finished chatting, several women next to them began to board the boat, while David took Jack on board. He asked Jack why he ran back to Xiongjiang again. After asking, I found out that Jack left Xiongjiang and wanted to continue his daily adventure, but he received a call from his former client. The other party asked him to do a small favor and go to Xiongjiang to find his daughter, who had run away from home. Considering that the other party was a big customer, and it was indeed a small favor, Jack agreed. Unexpectedly, this girl named Imamura Kyoko was much more troublesome than expected. She was not willing to follow him back to Japan honestly, and used various means to get rid of his tracking.
I even ran onto this cruise ship, so I had to find a way to get on the ship.
After explaining the matter, Jack once again lamented his good luck.
Fortunately, I met you, David. Speaking of which, since I met you, my luck everything has gotten much better.
By the way, Jack helped a few ladies carry their suitcases. After knowing the location and number of the room David and the others lived in, Jack put down his suitcases and prepared to leave. He still wanted to find that Imamura Kyoko, and he felt that it was super unnecessary for him to stay.
Let's talk later when we have a chance.
After leaving the door, Jack recalled that there were so many women around David, and felt that it would be difficult for David to get off the boat alive.
I'm so envious.
Jack shook his head vigorously, forcing himself to cheer up and finish the work quickly. Or, go to a restaurant to eat first.
I should have asked David for a few more chocolates just now.
Asian Flying Eagle went to do his own business. Chung Xiaodong and Chung Xiaonan also went back to their rooms to pack their luggage after getting to know the room number where David and the others lived. In a moment, only David, Sophia, Chung Lear and Chung Xiuxi were left in the room. Chung Xiuxi, who put down his suitcase, looked this way and then that, and found that he had suddenly become the most embarrassing presence in the room. Chapter 546. This is the legendary 25 million.
What should we do first? How about going to the deck to bask in the sun and enjoy the sea breeze? Sounds good. What do you think, David?
Sophia and Chung Lear were both standing next to David. Chung Lear was originally talking to David, but Sophia took over the conversation very naturally. Regarding the suggestion of sunbathing, Chung Lear seriously considered whether to change into a swimsuit, then bring sunscreen. Are you too impatient? Maybe wait a couple of days before using this trick.
Lear, did you bring sunscreen?
Sophia dug out her swimsuit from her luggage. It was obvious that she was going to wear her swimsuit and go to the deck to bask in the sun.
Bring it with me.
Seeing this, Chung Lear also turned out his swimsuit. In addition, he also had sunglasses, sunscreen, and other things. Chung Xiuxi looked at the invisible sparks between the two and decided to hide in a safe place first.
I'm going to say H. Low to the sisters, and I'll find you on the deck later.
After saying that, he disappeared in a flash. David silently watched Chung Lear being led by Sophia. She didn't wake up until a few people came to the deck. All of this was part of Sophia's calculations. Of course, it's possible that she realizes it and just refuses to admit defeat.
For example, Sophia wants to wear a swimsuit, and she also wants to wear a swimsuit. Sophia asked David to help put on sunscreen, and she asked David to help put on sunscreen. Sophia ordered a sandwich by the way. Chung Lear, didn't learn from this. Her appetite was much smaller than Sophia's. However, looking at Sophia wearing a swimsuit and showing off her perfect figure, Chung Lear not only cursed Sophia in her heart to become fat sooner or later, but also had a little doubt about her choice. She always felt that she was fair-skinned, beautiful and had long legs. But compared with the cheating Sophia, she was still a few pounds lighter. After putting on the swimsuit, she basically exposed her shortcomings.
What a treacherous woman. She must have done it on purpose.
Originally thinking of Sophia as a silly girl, Chung Lear suddenly realized that Sophia had such a sinister and cunning side. Definitely no sunbathing with Sophia or going to the pool for the next few days. Fortunately, there are a lot of things to do on this cruise ship. In addition to various performances at night, there is also a casino on the cruise ship for tourists to spend their leisure time. Even in the name of a charity cruise, the casino will not officially open until it leaves Hong Kong waters. He raised his head and looked around. Fukumaru had already driven some distance away. The casino should be open, right? Chung Lear was not in a hurry to drag David to the casino. That would make her seem too eager. As if she was eager to avoid Sophia. Grab David and sit there chatting until the time is almost up before going back. This chat lasted nearly an hour. What made Chung Lear happy was that Sophia seemed to be asleep. She lay there without saying anything during the whole process. It was not until David gently patted Sophia's shoulder to wake up the girl, who was sleeping very sweetly, that the few people returned. In the suite, prepared to change clothes and go to the theater and casino. When I came back, I found that Chung Xiaoxi and her second sister Chung Xiaonan were chatting here, and the eldest sister Chung Xiaodong was not there. David guessed that the senior inspector of the homicide unit was wandering around the ship, screening all suspicious people.
We are going to the casino. Do you two want to go together? A casino?
Chung Xiaonan is a social worker with a kind heart and a friendly personality. She usually advises people to stay away from these things. But now she feels weird when she is asked to go to the casino.
Second sister, let's go see it. We're not playing anyway.
That's no problem.
Change clothes first.
Chung Xiaoxi pulled her second sister, Chung Xiaonan, into her bedroom. When closing the door, she warned David,
"No peeking."
David spread his hands. If he wanted to see, would he still need to peek? It's just a door, and it can't stop his various exploration methods. But that's not necessary. Using magic to change himself into a relatively formal suit, David poured himself a drink and waited quietly for a few women to come out. Sophia and Chung Lear need to take a shower first and change into formal clothes. Plus, the sisters Chung Xiaonan and Chung Xiaoxi probably won't be able to get out for a while. David, who had a premonition that he would have to wait for a long time, was considering whether to check the entire cruise ship in advance and mark all the terrorists, so as to prevent the door from being knocked when an accident occurs. Opening the door, Chung Xiaodong came.
"Is my sister here with you?" The two of them are changing clothes.
Inviting Chung Xiaodong in, David pointed to the wine cabinet.
"Want something to drink? Pure water is fine."
Unlike his younger sister, Chung Xiaodong has her hair tied back and wears a suit and trousers. There is nothing feminine about her appearance. With her unique temperament, many people will believe her if they say she is a handsome and beautiful man. But when David looked at Chung Xiaodong, it had nothing to do with the above reasons. He stared at Chung Xiaodong for a long time, all because of the popularity of this person. In any work related to Xiangjiang, this person will definitely appear, and there is a high probability that she will become the heroine. One of the last.
"You're staring at me like this. Do you have any plans for me?" "No. I just think you have a special temperament. Let's say these words for the two girls who are changing clothes."
Chung Xiaodong emphasized after saying,
"I'm not talking about my two sisters."
As an elite police detective, Chung Xiaodong, who had met many people, could see through David's true nature at a glance. Although he was handsome, this guy was definitely a super playboy. When she was talking to her sister Chung Xiaoxi just now, she had already warned her third sister not to get too close to this man named David, or she would be eaten clean with all the bones included. Chung Xiaoxi denied it outright, and used Chung Lear and Sophia as shields. Chung Xiaodong knew that David was busy dealing with the two girls, and had not extended his evil claws to his sister for the time being. So he did not get angry. Otherwise, with her temper, how could she talk so much to David? Just rush up to the opponent, and give him a punch and kick as a warning. From Chung Xiaodong's reaction, David determined that the other party did not know who she was. It seemed that Director Zhang or Chung Xiaodong's immediate superior did not tell her that she could ask for help when she encountered trouble. In other words, if something really happened, it was entirely up to David to decide whether to take action or not. Although if something really happens, he will definitely help. But the feeling of deciding to take action is different from being forced to take action in front of others. Director Zhang is indeed a mature man. It's a very inconspicuous arrangement, but it satisfies all parties. How else could he be the director? Just when David was considering whether to say hello to Chung Xiaodong first and explain his cooperative relationship with the police, Sophia and Chung Lear opened the door and walked out almost at the same time. Both of them put on formal dresses, earrings, necklaces and other jewelry, as well as exquisite makeup, as if they were deliberately trying to compete. When Chung Xiaodong saw this scene, he felt that there would be a big drama next. He didn't even know when his two sisters had changed their clothes and came out. The result was that Sophia and Chung Lear were surrounded by David in front, and the three Chung family sisters were following behind. This could also be understood as David being surrounded by 5 beauties. The whole process was so charming that it attracted a lot of attention. When David walked into the casino, he also attracted the attention of everyone in the room.
Who is this kid? He looks so stinky. Wow. Aren't you afraid of dying on the ship? If I were so lucky, I would be happy to die on the ship.
Chung Xiaodong suddenly realized that following David was a huge mistake. So after entering the casino, she took her 2 younger sisters and separated from David and the others. Anyway, the sisters just looked around and didn't really want to play. So it didn't matter if they were separated. David was different. As soon as he entered the casino, he noticed someone walking straight to the table where the man was sitting and sitting down. David looked around and found that there were quite a few familiar people here. In addition to the king sitting next to him, Jack and another king were also there.
Change it into chips for me.
After taking out a stack of cash and asking the dealer to exchange it for chips, David smiled and greeted the person next to him.
What do you call me? Michael. David.
After saying hello to the man next to him, who called himself Michael, David glanced at the 2 cold faces next to him and confirmed that the man in front of him was the gambler who won 25 million with 20 yuan.
Are you betting on the banker or the player? Idle.
After David heard this, he casually took out a pile of chips and placed them on his bank. Then, he and Michael watched the excitement and made a fortune. In the next few games, David steadily followed the bright light Michael to place bets. He noticed that Michael always won by betting on the person on the other side of the table. At this time, the Chung family sisters, who had been walking around in the casino, also wandered here. Chung Xiaodong originally saw David sitting here and wanted to take his sister to lead directly. But as soon as he turned around, he took a photo with someone behind Michael. Noodle. After the two looked at each other in surprise, they felt something bad almost at the same time.
Sister, who is that?
Chung Xiaozi noticed the strangeness of the eldest sister and asked her identity in a low voice.
Senior Inspector Longjio of the Political Department.
When they heard that it was the political department, the 2 sisters immediately understood why the eldest sister reacted like this. Does that mean that the young man sitting next to David is a very important person? At the same time, Senior Inspector Longjio of the Political Department introduced the identity of the person opposite him in a low voice with another cold face.
Senior Inspector Chung Xiaodong of the Crime Unit. I don't know why he is here.
Long Wu carefully looked at Chung Xiaodong and the few people with her, and realized that the partners around Chung Xiaodong were ordinary people, and did not look like trained police officers.
Maybe it's just a coincidence.
Chapter 547. Whether you get drunk or not depends on who is around you. David was sitting near the 2 cold faces. Although the 2 men had lowered their voices as much as possible, and there were various noises around them, the conversation between the brother and sister still reached David's ears.
Coincidence? It is indeed a coincidence that I came here. But you will meet Chung Xiaodong. So I'm afraid it can't be said to be a coincidence.
David did not place bets in these games, but let Sophia and Chung Lear take turns playing for a while. The 2 girls lost more than they won, and the chips David had just won immediately became much smaller. David noticed that after the chips in front of him became smaller, the dealer became much more polite to him, and even the waiter even took the initiative to bring drinks.
Oh, this is not interesting. Let's play somewhere else.
Leaving a large chip to give to the dealer as a tip, David got up and took Chung Lear and Sophia to other tables. Sometimes he will win. Sometimes he will lose. Because David did not cheat. And several people were just playing randomly. They lost more and won less. After a round of spinning, All the chips David had won previously were returned to the casino. And even the principal was reduced. Many.
Hey, why do you always lose?
Chung Lear's luck was very bad today. And he almost never won no matter what he played. Normally, she wouldn't think too much about it, and would just spend money to be happy. But she felt very unhappy losing like this in front of Sophia. And it seemed like she was a bad luck star. After going around in a circle, David met the king who had helped him win a lot of money again at the blackjack table.
Seeing you, I have a feeling I can win money.
The other person smiled and nodded, basically saying hello to David, and had no intention of introducing himself. It seemed that he just wanted to be a quiet, handsome man who kept winning money, and had no interest in making friends with anyone. David didn't take it seriously. After playing a few games of blackjack and winning back the part of the money he had lost, he was ready to leave. It wasn't too late, so they could go to the theater to watch a show, have a drink, and then go back to their room to rest. It doesn't matter if they don't go. The theater's performance program has been scheduled. Many programs will overlap in the next few days. They can choose the time they are interested in according to the program schedule. When Chung Lear found out that Sophia wanted to go to the show, she realized that this was a God-given opportunity. She suddenly said that she might have drunk too much wine and felt a little dizzy. She wanted David to send her back to her room to rest before going to the theater to watch the show with Sophia.
That's it, David. Take care of Lear and go back to rest. I'll go find Xiaoxi and the others.
When Chung Lear wasn't paying attention, he gave David a few winks, seized the opportunity. But after David and Chung Lear disappeared, Sophia was about to go find Chung Xiaoxi when she suddenly rolled her eyes and turned towards the room. With brisk steps and humming a tune, he grabbed a glass of champagne and was stopped by Chung Xiaoxi, who suddenly jumped out.
Sophia, where are you going? Huh? Where are David and Lure?
Chung Xiaoxi's smile was a little stiff, and his acting was quite unnatural. His movements of looking around were too big and looked very artificial.
Lear seems to have drunk too much. David sent her back to rest.
Sophia took a sip of champagne and found that she had found another pleasure.
I originally wanted to go to the theater to watch the show. But after thinking about it, it doesn't matter if I watch the show alone. I mean, I might as well go back and rest.
As for the show, you can watch it in 2 days. It's not as fun as watching Chung Lear and Chung Xiaoxi's excitement.
How about this? I'll accompany you to the show.
Chung Xiaoxi had been watching from a short distance away. When he saw David helping Chung Lear leave alone, he knew that his best friend was about to take action. Feeling sick after drinking too much? This kind of words can only deceive people who are not familiar with it.
Are you coming with me?
Sophia originally considered whether to go to the show with Chung Xiaoxi on the steps. After the show, she should be able to go back and tease Chung Lear, who was likely to become dehydrated and paralyzed. But she thought of a more interesting option.
How about we go see a movie together? Okay.
There are theaters and movie theaters on cruise ships, compared to live performances and casinos where you can feel the money coming and going. The movie theater is much deserted. But Chung Xiaoxi didn't care. As long as he could hold Sophia back from going back to her room, the mission would be completed. As he walked, Chung Xiaoxi quickly discovered something was wrong. This road didn't seem to go to the cinema. Right? Why does it feel like this is the way back to the suite?
Is this going to the cinema? It's just a movie. You don't have to go to the cinema. You can just go back to your room and watch it.
Sophia immediately took a few steps faster, making Chung Xiaoxi's attempt to hold her in vain.
No.
Chung Xiaoxi saw Sophia running away from him quickly, thinking that she had guessed something. So he quickened his pace and chased after her a few steps, trying to make a final effort. Even though she successfully caught Sophia, she was unable to slow down Sophia's move forward.
Why are you so strong?
Returning to the door of the suite, there seemed to be some vague sound coming out. When Sophia opened the door, the sound became clearer. Chung Xiaoxi suddenly felt very embarrassed.
Maybe David is watching a movie in the room?
I thought Sophia would be furious, kick open the door, and scold the couple. But the actual reaction was completely different from what Chung Xiaoxi thought. Sophia first closed the door gently, then walked to the bedroom door with a fuss, and listened for a while with a very inelegant posture, then turned around and greeted Chung Xiaoxi.
How long do you think they will be busy?
Chung Xiaoxi was speechless. How could she know such a thing? Sophia, you should know better. Right?
Aren't you a doctor?
Chung Xiaoxi wanted to complain. But even a doctor didn't necessarily have to understand these things. And Sophia's reaction was so weird. Why was she so calm? Isn't that your boyfriend inside? She suddenly felt that she had guessed the truth. Perhaps they had all been misled by their initial impressions. When they saw a man and a woman sharing an apartment, they thought they were a couple. Maybe the two of them don't have that kind of relationship and are just good friends. Or a relative? So Sophia has always had a spectatorial attitude towards the various women who appear around David.
So that's it. You and David are not a couple at all. We are a couple. And my parents have agreed.
Chung Xiaoxi felt that there were cracks in her outlook on life. Her mind was in a mess. And the sounds coming from time to time made her feel on pins and needles. At the same time, David and Chung Lear were busy transmitting data. Considering the huge gap between the hardware devices on both sides, David could only reduce the power and slow down the transmission speed. Due to poor adaptability, just installing a new driver would have took a lot of time. The transmission speed was also very slow at first. And even then, the fan kept making noise. Seeing this situation, David estimated that transmitting 1.3 billion pieces of data would be the limit. Seeing that Chung Lear was so tired that he couldn't open his eyes, David realized that he was a little too excited and accidentally used too much force. While gently caressing Lear's back, he released holy light to help her recover. Under David's comfort, Chung Lear fell asleep with a sweet smile and snored slightly. Looking at the sleeping Chung Lear, David gently got up and got off the ground. After casting a cleaning spell, he put on his pajamas and walked out of the bedroom. In the living room, Sophia and Chung Xiaoxi were watching TV, or a movie video to be precise.
Are you done? It took longer than I expected. Is Lure okay? She's already asleep.
The feelings of Lao Gang were vividly reflected. He had never made such a mistake in the past. Taking a bottle of frozen Coke, David paused to add some calories to himself.
You and Xiaoxi take your time. I have to go out to do something. Oh? Aren't you staying with Lure?
Sophia was eating a bag of potato chips and showed a surprised expression when she heard this. David has always been very gentle, and will always stay with him until dawn, and will never let him wake up alone in an empty bed, even if he doesn't need to sleep at all. What happened this time?
There are some rats on the boat. I don't want them to disturb Lure.
Oh, Sophia understood. It was the wrong place. In the past, David always established relationships with people in his own Winter City. Winter City was peaceful and stable, so naturally no accidents would happen. Chung Lear chose the Fukue Maru charity cruise. In a place like this, any accident is possible. David seemed to have targeted some people, and planned to deal with them in advance to prevent them from ruining his and Chung Lear's happy time.
Then go and get busy. Take care of Xiaoxi, and don't let her act alone tonight. No problem. I will keep an eye on this banana.
Chung Xiaoxi was about to say something when she suddenly saw David wave his right hand, and his pajamas turned into a set of casual clothes that were easy to move around. This magical sight blocked what she was about to say. It wasn't until David went out that Chung Xiaoxi pointed in the direction of the door in surprise.
Did David suddenly change his clothes just now? Wasn't it just me who was dazzled?
No.
It's just a little trick. Very simple.
Sophia made a magic trick. And then the yukata on her body turned into a gorgeous long dress. With a turn of her hand, the brilliance flowed from her body and turned back into a yukata.
Is this magic? It can only be a trick.
Sophia began to teach Chung Xiaoxi what magic and tricks were. David followed the signs he had made before and went to say H, low one by one, and soon came to the leader of the group, Major MacDonald.
Good evening. Major, who are you?
MacDonald was sorting out his action plan and only waited until the cruise ship was farther away before taking action. Unexpectedly, someone suddenly came to the door and revealed his identity.
A man who doesn't want to be disturbed from his wonderful travel schedule.
Chapter 548 Charity Poker Contest. Major MacDonald reached into his arms and prepared to draw his gun to fight back. Before he even raised his hand, the black muzzle of the gun was already revealed on the opposite side.
I don't quite understand what you said. Sir, did you recognize the wrong person?
MacDonald raised his hands, indicating that he was just an ordinary tourist and boarded the charity cruise ship for fun.
If you need help with anything, wherever I can, I will do my best to help.
David looked at MacDonald's polite and honest look. If he hadn't known the plot, he might have been frightened by him. Now it was impossible for him to be fooled by the other party's words. Not to mention that he had killed many of MacDonald's men before he came over. The guns, bombs, and other items found on those people, and in their luggage also proved that David had not committed any crimes. Wrong target.
I'm pretty sure I didn't make any mistakes.
David pulled the trigger.
You can only blame you for choosing this ship. Major McDonald.
Bang, bang, bang. 2 shots to the chest and 1 to the head. David didn't give McDonald any chance. So far, he has almost eliminated all the terrorists who boarded the Fukimaru cruise ship. There are only a few shrimps left that have not been eliminated because they are running around on the ship, and it is difficult to take action at the moment. David is prepared to wait here for the right opportunity, and then completely clean up the remaining defeated soldiers. Before that, McDonald's body must be cleaned up. Just when David raised his hand to throw the body into the gap between the shadow space and the real world, the door behind him suddenly opened, and then a vigorous figure jumped in.
Do not move!
It was Chung Xiaodong, Chung Xiuxi's eldest sister, holding a silver revolver in his hand, aiming at David, who was holding the weapon and looked like he had been caught as a murderer.
I am Senior Inspector Chung Xiaodong of the Hong Kong Royal Police,
and I now order you to put down your weapons.
David glanced at the pistol in his hand. There were so many weapons taken from other rooms. David put it directly into his storage space, and the bodies disappeared on the spot. As for the sudden absence of many tourists on the ship, what impact it will have on the captain of the cruise ship and the operating company behind it, that is none of David's business. He just hoped that these terrorists would not disturb his and Chung Lear's trip. He hoped that he could leave a relatively good memory for Chung Lear instead of having to interrupt his trip to sea because of fighting with the terrorists. In the same way, he didn't want his trip to end prematurely because he became a murderer for no apparent reason.
Weapons. What weapons?
David opened his hands. Chung Xiaodong was about to say that the pistol was in your hand, but he found that David's hands were empty, and he was holding nothing. How can it be? Just as he was about to check whether David had thrown him to the ground, he was surprised to find that even the body that had just been lying on the ground was gone. If it weren't for the blood stains, Chung Xiaodong would even suspect that he was dazzled just now.
Where did you hide the weapons and bodies? You guess.
Chung Xiaodong wanted to scold the other party angrily and stop playing tricks. But the current situation was very unfavorable to her, and she had no reason to arrest the other party. There were no bodies, no weapons, and there was no way to arrest anyone with just some blood.
When you are in trouble, you might as well ask the person who came with you to come out first.
Who? Come out. Chung Xiaodong immediately turned around and glanced at the door. Before the person appeared, the voice came in first.
I am Senior Inspector Long Jiu of the Political Department. Don't shoot.
Long Jiu walked in slowly, and at the same time showed his free hands to show that he had no ill intentions. He glanced at David and motioned to Chung Xiaodong to put the gun away.
David Glamorgan has close contact with the police. According to me, as far as we know, Mr. Glamorgan met with Deputy Director Zhang Biao before boarding the Fukimaru, and he also checked your file during this period.
Under normal circumstances, Chung Xiaodong seriously doubts the authenticity of this sentence, but if it comes from a senior inspector of the political department, no matter how outrageous it is, there is a high probability that it is true that the political department directly takes orders from MI5.
So, this one should be one of our own.
Chung Xiaodong put down his pistol. Although he didn't put it away directly, he seemed to have believed Long Jiu's words.
So, you were actually sent to support me? I am just someone who is asked to help you appropriately when you are in trouble. Then you were thinking that these people were terrorists who wanted to attack the cruise ship?
Chung Xiaodong immediately guessed the truth. Since the other party came to support him, he must also know that information. Now that he has taken action, it proves that the intelligence is true.
How many are there in total? There are 6 people left, moving around on the ship. I haven't found a chance to make a move yet.
Chung Xiaodong noticed the keyword.
Where are the other people? There is no one else.
He had cleaned up the rest. If Chung Xiaodong and Long Jiu hadn't appeared one after another, he would have dealt with the last 6 as if they had not appeared in this world. Pass. When Chung Xiaodong heard this, she thought of David's magical method. Although she didn't know how David did it, what she cared about was why David didn't notify her. She had to admit that if she hadn't been worried about the safety of her third sister, kept a certain amount of attention on David, and followed him when she noticed David running around on the ship, she might not have discovered this at all. Even when Fukimaru returns to Hong Kong, she will most likely regard that piece of information as a piece of wrong information or a rumor, and regard this operation as a pure welfare. Although paddling is enjoyable, it is your job. David, what's this? Steal my business?
Wait a moment. I'm going to report the situation to my superiors.
Just as Chung Xiaodong was about to turn around and go back to her room, she took out her satellite phone to notify her superiors. David, who was some distance away from her,
suddenly appeared at the door and closed the door, blocking her way.
"Look, this is why I didn't inform you,"
David emphasized.
"I don't want anyone to disturb me when I go to sea this time. Do you understand what I mean? But there are terrorists on board. There will be no more soon."
David just wanted to leave the remaining 6 miscellaneous fish to the 2 people in front of him to deal with them. But now it seems that it is safer to take action himself. If the Flying Tigers, Bawanghua, etc. were notified to come for support, this trip would definitely not be able to continue.
"Okay, let's work separately to deal with the remaining terrorists. And the subsequent processing will not affect the normal navigation of the Fukimaru as much as possible."
As a senior inspector of the political department, although Longjo has an iceberg face, her ability to observe people's emotions is not bad. She can see that David's original intention is not to ruin the trip. So he chooses to deal with these terrorists without everyone knowing. I have to say that she admires David's strength. Most people think this way, and cannot do such outrageous things. She seriously doubts that David Glamorgan's true identity is a field officer from MI6. Whose number is Egg? The one that starts with an egg. Long Jiuhui took the initiative to take over this matter, which was related to her current mission. After the gambler came to Xiangjiang in a low-key manner, she was tasked with receiving and protecting the gambler Chen Xiaodao, and helping the real gambler investigate some things. She and her brother Long Wu accompanied Chen Xiaodao on the fortune pill No. Just for this purpose. After discovering the presence of a senior inspector of the serious crime team on the ship, he immediately reported the situation to his superiors. The higher-ups conducted an investigation and told Long Jiu something that Cheng Xiaodong didn't know yet, and didn't know whether David knew or not, that the group of terrorists would choose the Fugue Maru, possibly for the gambler Chen Xiaodao himself. After Long Jiu received the news, he immediately discussed with his brother Long Wu. Since the other party was powerful, and there were too few people on his side, he immediately decided to contact Cheng Xiaodong and even David. They met to discuss how to deal with it. This gang of thugs? Unexpectedly, when she went out, she saw Cheng Xiaodong carefully following David. So she followed Cheng Xiaodong quietly, wanting to see what the 2 people were doing. Unexpectedly, things would develop in such a magical way. Most of the maritime crisis that originally worried the brothers and sisters was quietly solved by David alone. This is naturally a good thing for Long Jiu. Not only is the crisis resolved, but her mission can also continue.
"As long as we ensure that the Fukimaru continues its normal voyage, the rest will be left to you."
Seeing that the 2 of them didn't object, David assumed they had agreed and prepared to go back to his room to rest.
"Mr. Glamorgan."
David just turned around, and before he could open the door, Long Jiu suddenly called him.
"Is something wrong? I just want to ask Mr. Glamorgan, will you participate in the charity poker tournament that will be held in a few days? Charity poker competition."
David didn't care about any competition at first, but when he heard the name of this competition and the person in front of him, he realized that the fun on this boat didn't seem to be over yet.
"It sounds interesting. I think we'll join in the fun."
Long Jiu nodded, as if it was just a casual question. David looked at Long Jiu, then at Cheng Xiaodong, who looked unhappy.
"Cheer it up early, and go to bed early. Staying up late is not good for your skin. Good night, you two."
After watching David's figure disappear, Cheng Xiaodong asked Long Jiu,
"What action will the political department take this time?"
Long Jiu looked at Cheng Xiaodong, and in his heart, he admired and appreciated this famous strong woman in the police world. Coupled with the current situation, Long Jiu quickly made a decision. He told Cheng Xiaodong the situation and hoped that Cheng Xiaodong would continue can help.
"Is there someone pretending to be a gambler?" "Yes."
Long Jiu nodded.
"At least 2 impersonation incidents have occurred, and we suspect that a third one will occur on this cruise ship."
Chapter 549. There must be something fishy about this matter. Long Jiu and Cheng Xiaodong were discussing when someone pretended to be a gambler, used the name of charity gambling to collect money everywhere, and cooperated to eliminate the remaining terrorists. David had already wandered back to his suite, looked at the bedroom where Chung Lear was still sleeping, then returned to the living room, sat down directly next to Sophia, and watched a movie together.
"I'm a little sleepy. I'm going to sleep."
Chung Xiuxi glanced at David with a blushing face, lowered her head, and hurried back to the bedroom, slamming the door shut. And she could still hear the sound of her locking the door. Seeing Chung Xiuxi running away in panic, Sophia was so happy that she almost fell to the ground. She tried her best to control herself from laughing.
"Naughty."
David looked at Sophia like this, and of course he knew why she was like this, although he was busy at that time. He could still notice that Sophia and Chung Xiaoxi were back. The two of them had been listening to what happened in the corner of the living room for a long time. Of course he knew it. However, he didn't pay special attention or eavesdrop on the conversation between Sophia and Chung Xiaoxi. He didn't know what Sophia said. He felt that Sophia must have said a lot. So he did not hesitate to use magic tricks to change clothes just now. As a result, when he asked, he realized that Sophia didn't say much at all. She just knew that David and Sophia had some magical abilities that not ordinary people could understand.
I thought you would just tell her everything about us. What? Are you also interested in Banana?
Sophia leaned sideways on the sofa and put her legs on David's lap.
That's right. Lure alone can't handle you.
David slapped him gently, leaving a faint fingerprint.
Do you want to miss work? Yes.
Sophia jumped up from the sofa and ran into the bedroom where Lear was resting faster than Chung Xiaoxi.
I'm taking a rest. You can watch the movie by yourself.
The door was also closed, followed by the sound of locking. David looked at the closed doors on both sides, shrugged his shoulders, and didn't pay too much attention. He didn't need to rest anyway, so he could just find something to do to pass the time, without watching the movie. You can watch from a distance how Long Jio and Chung Xiaodong eliminate the remaining terrorists. Released his spirit, David quickly found the two senior inspectors.
Huh? Everything has been solved. It's very efficient.
I didn't pay much attention to it before, but now I took a closer look and saw clearly. Although the terrorists were still distributed in different places on the ship, they were all under control. The two senior inspectors did not kill him. In the case of a sneak attack, they chose to capture him alive as much as possible. I guess it's to make it easier to ask for information later. However, now that the matter has been resolved, David doesn't pay too much attention. Weapons and explosives, as well as how to deal with these criminals, are all problems of Long Jio and Chung Xiaodong, and have nothing to do with him. Withdrawing his senses, David picked up the catalog of videotapes and started picking them, ready to find a movie to pass the time. In this comprehensive world, there were many movies that David had never seen or even heard of, as well as some movies from the past. A very familiar movie, but played by another group of people. No matter which one you look at, it is a very novel experience for him.
Huh? I discovered new fun.
So, David, who lived in a suite with 3 young and beautiful girls, happily watched movies all night. The sun shone on his face, and Chung Lear, who had slept well, gradually woke up from his sweet dream. Although she hadn't opened her eyes yet, the feeling of the sun shining on her body and face made her have to react. She groaned a few times. Her head hit the pillow a few times, and finally she reluctantly opened her eyes. In fact, she was not that reluctant. After her consciousness returned to her brain, she remembered what happened yesterday. The feeling that her whole body was floating in the clouds and couldn't get down, and her body bones seemed to fall apart. Even just thinking about it made her feel sore in the waist and weak in the legs.
Huh?
Chung Lear found that except for feeling a little weak, she didn't feel any discomfort. I thought I was so crazy last night, and would probably have to rest in my room for a day today. Is my body in such good shape? He opened his eyes to see the situation. But the first person who appeared in front of him was not David, but Sophia. Coming? Should I express my attitude and stand? Or explain that this is actually just a misunderstanding? Although he had made up his mind long ago. When it came time to face Sophia, Chung Lear still felt a little guilty. As a result, Sophia was confused by her first words.
How are you? Do you feel any discomfort? Don't be sorry. I understand your current situation very well.
Sophia looked like someone who has been through it before, reaching out and patting Chung Lear on the shoulder.
If you feel uncomfortable, just say it and I can help. No, I think it's okay.
Chung Lear felt that the current situation was too weird. She suspected that she hadn't woken up at all and was now dreaming. This also explained why she didn't feel any discomfort in her body. She felt that yesterday he's about to burst apart. She pinched herself secretly, but the pain told her that this was not a dream.
If nothing is wrong, get up and eat. Breakfast has been delivered.
Oh. Chung Lear didn't know what expression to make when facing the enthusiastic Sophia. She put on the pajamas that Sophia had fetched for her in a daze, washed herself briefly, and walked out of the bedroom. David sat at the dining table, where a steaming breakfast had been set. Chung Lear was led by Sophia to the dining table, a little suspicious of whether there was some trap, especially Sophia's attitude towards her. Why is it more enthusiastic than David's? What kind of trick is this? Feeling a little panicked, she heard Sophia ask David with a smile.
Should we tell Lure about our situation?
What's the situation? What does this mean? Chung Lear felt that her heartbeat was much faster. Even last night, she was not as nervous as she was now. Just when she was worried that David would say something that would make her sad. David said lightly.
I said it, but Lure didn't believe it.
Chung Lear had a question mark. What did David tell him that he didn't believe? Nervousness and fear were instantly replaced by questions. Just as he was about to open his mouth to ask clearly, the sound of opening the door suddenly sounded next to him. Turning around, he saw Chung Xiaoxi coming out with a yawn. He looked at the people at the table, said good morning, and then sat down with a sleepy look on his face. Chung Lear looked at his friend's sleepy and tired look, and compared it with his current state of not feeling any discomfort. He seriously suspected that it was Chung Xiaoxi who almost cracked yesterday, and not herself. Being disturbed by this, I forgot what I wanted to ask just now. A few people were eating breakfast and chatting about today's plans. Chung Lear found that David was more enthusiastic about her than before, and even interacted with him naturally and intimately, such as feeding himself breakfast. I originally thought it would be too arrogant to do this in front of Sophia. As a result, she found that Sophia didn't care at all. What made her even more surprised was that Chung Xiaoxi also looked indifferent. What happened after she fell asleep yesterday? Did David also attack Banana? He glanced at Chung Xiaoxi suspiciously, but she actually avoided his gaze. Very suspicious. Chung Lear, who wanted to ask clearly, felt that the steaming breakfast in front of him no longer tasted good. After eating a few more bites, he asked Chung Xiaoxi to go back to the bedroom to look for something. According to the original allocation, there were 2 bedrooms in the suite, one for Chung Lear and Chung Xiaoxi, and one for David and Sophia. The luggage had all been moved into their assigned rooms before, so it was a very appropriate reason for Chung Lear to ask Chung Xiaoxi to help her find things and help choose the clothes to wear today. The 2 people entered the room and closed the door tightly again. Sophia took a look while chewing shrimp dumplings and asked David opposite.
What do you think they were going to say when they ran back to the room? I do not guess you guess? I guess you can hear it. Normally I wouldn't do this. And even if I heard it, I wouldn't tell you.
David's strength continues to grow stronger, and he can do more and more things. But he tries not to use these abilities indiscriminately, even if he could hear the private conversations of these close people around him with a little attention. He had never done so. The reason is simple. He doesn't like the feeling of being listened to even if he whispers to his friends all the time. He doesn't like it himself. So naturally he can't force others to like it. Sophia was chewing the fried egg with a smile. Although David refused her request, she felt inexplicably happier. But the 2 people in the room were not so happy at this time. After Chung Lear took Chung Xiaoxi back to the room, he hesitated for a while before asking the question. In the end, I realized that I was wrong. Chung Xiaoxi was just a little confused by Sophia's strange operation yesterday. She was in such a state because she didn't have a good rest last night. It was not because of David's murder. Things were not very bad. Chung Lear secretly breathed a sigh of relief. But she realized that Chung Xiaoxi and Sophia had been listening to the live broadcast yesterday, which made her feel very embarrassed. Noticing that her good friend's cheeks were so red, she could boil water. Chung Xiaoxi took the initiative to ease the awkward atmosphere.
I always feel that Sophia and David are weird. Well, I think so too. Why isn't Sophia angry at all? Not only is she not angry, I think she is also very happy.
Chung Lear had an idea and thought of a possibility.
Do you think David and Sophia are not in the relationship we always thought they were?
Chung Xiaoxi said in her heart. They are indeed good sisters. And then denied Chung Lear's guess.
She told me personally yesterday that they have already established a relationship and have even met their parents.
Chung Lear's smile that had just risen disappeared, and she now began to think about another possibility. Was David just having fun? And Sophia also knows this. So that's why she reacted like this? Chapter 550. Join this family. With all kinds of doubts, Chung Lear didn't feel happy for most of the day today. There were so many questions she wanted to ask, and she felt that asking such questions was in vain. Normal people wouldn't tell her their true thoughts simply and neatly. Right? Following this trend, it seems that it would be easy to film a 100-episode romantic drama. David noticed something was wrong with Chung Lear's state. So after lunch, he took Chung Lear for a walk on the deck. While looking at the vast sea, enjoying the sunshine and sea breeze, we chatted.
If you have anything you want to ask, just ask it directly. Don't you feel uncomfortable holding it in your heart?
Chung Lear looked at David. then at the sea, and finally took a few deep breaths before she mustered up the courage to look at David and ask the question that she had been struggling with for a long time.
Are you and I serious or just want to play?
David looked at Chung Lear, who was staring at him with wide eyes. There was a bit of expectation and a bit of worry in his round eyes. His expression made it look as if he was about to cry in the next second.
What do you mean by playing? I will suddenly disappear. What other situations are you talking about? You know?
Chung Lear stared at David. Now that she had asked the question, she wanted a clear answer.
Actually, you are the one who really makes the decision. Not me. What's the meaning? If you would stay with me, of course I would be happy.
Chung Lear was overjoyed when he heard this. Does David's words mean that he hopes to be with her for a long time? Or even get married and live together? Then something didn't feel right. It sounded like it had another meaning.
You don't want me to be your lover, do you? You can do it too, princess. If you want. Aw?
Chung Lear was still thinking. Should he just slap him and leave? It is better to continue to maintain this relationship and try to move your position and get a chance to become a permanent member. In her opinion, David is letting himself be the small one. As for who is the big one, of course it's Sophia. Before she could make a decision, she suddenly heard something about the princess. At this time, she finally remembered the conversation between David and Sophia during breakfast. Chung Lear was not an idiot to begin with. Now that his IQ was on the line, he finally understood the true meaning of David's words. Seeing her confusion at first, and then a look of surprise on her face, David immediately revealed his identity and said,
Yes, I am actually a king. The real deal.
Although he had already guessed the answer, Chung Lear still felt that it sounded too outrageous.
Aren't you British? That's just the identity I use when I'm out and about.
David first briefly introduced his and Sophia's identities, and then introduced Winter City and Winter Kingdom. As for the Bronia continent, he has not introduced it in detail yet. He will wait for Chung Lear to digest the information and ask for more details before telling her slowly. Chung Lear did not interrupt David's introduction, and waited until he finished speaking before asking David.
Is the Winter Kingdom you mentioned in Europe? In Brinia? Where is that? On a planet called Bronia.
Chung Lear laughed out loud when he heard this.
You don't want to tell me that you are actually an alien, do you? In a sense, it is.
The two people turned around and happened to come to a corner on the second deck. After David made sure that there was no one around, he slowly floated up while Chung Lear watched with a smile. Using powers such as holy light, one will be regarded as a monk or exorcist with some mysterious power. They can float directly into the air without the help of any external objects. It doesn't look like something that humans can do. Chung Lear originally thought that 8 out of 10 of David's previous words were made up to make her happy. Even the Winter Kingdom was made up by him. But after seeing David flying like Superman, she began to recall the content seriously. The credibility of these seemingly outrageous words suddenly increased by dozens of percentage points. Watching David fall back to the ground in stunned silence, Chung Lear was so shocked that he didn't know how to react for a moment. He wanted to ask too many questions and didn't know where to start. She could only hold David's hand in a daze and continue to wander on the deck. After walking around the Fuki Maru for a full circle, she recovered a little. After asking random questions about everything that came to mind, I finally had a clearer understanding of David's situation. David and Sophia are from Bronia. David is the king of the Kingdom of Winter, and Sophia is the princess of the former Kingdom of Tilan. The two were originally engaged. The king and the princess looked so well matched. Chung Lear became Chung Bull again. Although she understood that David did not want to play with her casually, and was willing to stay with her forever. It was very different from what she had originally imagined. She was not David's only one, but one of the concubines of His Majesty the King.
So, Sophia didn't mind me chasing you from the beginning? Yes.
Not only does she not mind, she also wants to personally help you make suggestions.
Sophia likes you very much.
Chung Lear was not happy at all to be liked by someone who had always been regarded as a love rival. But the actual situation was even worse.
Is the Winter Kingdom polygamous? The Kingdom of Winter does not have any regulations in this regard. In a sense, it is complete freedom of marriage.
The Kingdom of Winter has only been developing for a few years, and it did not care about these minor details before. Whether relevant legal provisions will be added in the future, His Majesty the King has made such a start. It is estimated that the matter will only be dealt with in a relatively vague manner in the future. At this time, Chung Lear had basically accepted the fact that David and Sophia were aliens, and asked David seriously,
If I want to be with you, should I live with you in Winter City? It all depends on your personal thoughts. What do you mean? You don't want me to come with you?
Seeing Chung Lear's eyes widening, David had to explain a little extra. The Kingdom of Winter has very advanced technology. It is more convenient to fly to Xiangjiang from Brunia than from Europe. When she wants to go to Winter City in the future, you can go there at any time. And you can go back at any time if you want to go back to Xiangjiang.
Is it so convenient? Can you take me to Winter City later? Of course. You can choose a room you like in Winter Castle.
Chung Lear pouted.
I didn't say I agreed to be your concubine. My whole body was eaten into my stomach. Do you think you can still run away?
When the two said this, they happened to return to their room. And both Chung Xiaoxi and Sophia heard this. In the ears of passerby Chung Xiaoxi, these words sounded vulgar and disgusting. But the person involved felt very happy. It doesn't matter whether it is Seoul or not. The key depends on who said it. Chung Lear greeted Sophia and Chung Xiaoxi with a smile, and was no longer as hostile to Sophia as before. The situation was not clear before. But now that everything was explained clearly, Chung Lear's hostility towards Sophia was naturally dissipated. She also offered to have a chat with Sophia alone. Of course, she didn't prepare various new teas for Sophia to review, but asked Sophia why she didn't care about David and her affairs. In addition, Chung Lear wants to know how many people like herself are there in Winter Castle. She thought that as a princess and engaged to David, Sophia would naturally be the eldest, the Queen of Winter. But after asking, she found out that was not the case. Even Sophia ranks very low in the family. She was the last to join that family. So naturally, she would not exclude more newcomers. Chung Lear suddenly understood why Sophia was happy to see her success, and put on a welcoming look. Did she feel that she had a younger sister than herself?
I almost forgot about business. How many women does David have? Or should I say princesses? Oh, this. Let me count.
Chung Lear already knew the whole situation. Naturally, there was no need to hide this. He picked up his fingers and counted each name one by one.
Laura, Eva, Helen, Gwen. They both were with David earlier than I was. And Arcee and Elsa.
Sophia thought carefully. Sylvanas, Clarice, Kara, and Hood were just close friends and had no real contact with each other. It should go without saying. Hearing a name, he secretly cursed Chung Lear, who was a playboy, and suddenly thought of something. It was clear that the two of them were chatting alone in the room. But she still deliberately lowered her voice.
David? Can his body be able to support so many princesses?
Although David was very aggressive yesterday, Chung Lear had also heard about the relationship between Yo and Tian, and wondered if David ran away to hide. Sophia laughed strangely twice, making Chung Lear stand on her head with all the hair on her body.
I'll give you a piece of advice.
What?
Don't wear stockings.
Chung Lear's face was full of questions. What does this mean? Then I thought it was because David didn't like it. But the answer was completely opposite to what she thought.
I'm afraid you won't be able to bear it anymore. And you'll cry and beg for mercy. And even ask Banana for help.
Listening to this outrageous answer, and looking at Sophia's serious nodding expression, Chung Lear began to suspect that David did not come to Earth to relax, but came here to choose a concubine. Thinking of David's ambiguous relationship with several beautiful girls, such as Wang Zhenzhen and Superintendent Hu Huishan, Chung Lear felt that he had guessed the truth. No matter what the truth is, she has fallen into a trap anyway. Chung Lear doesn't even know how to choose. And of course, she doesn't want to hurt her best friend. But after she took a golden apple from Sophia's hand, and learned about the function of this golden apple, and that Sophia had many more, she began to struggle again. If she got a good thing, should she share it with her good friends? Chapter 551. David is the gambler. While Sophia was chatting with Chung Lear, David looked at Chung Xiaoxi, who had an embarrassed expression next to him. She had been acting very embarrassed since she listened to the live broadcast. If she just didn't dare to look at David, it wouldn't be a big deal. But she still showed some curiosity from time to time. And David immediately understood.
Did Sophia tell you about our situation? Well, you told me everything.
Because there was a topic to talk about. The awkward atmosphere was greatly alleviated.
Did you really come from another world? If you find it hard to understand, you can think of us as coming from other planets. Alien? Yeah. Wouldn't it be easier to understand this way?
People from other worlds seem too magical. But aliens are much more intuitive.
Like Superman? Almost.
After Chung Xiaoxi asked a few questions, he became somewhat interested in the Winter City mentioned by David and Sophia. So he asked David if he could travel to Winter City.
Of course you can. But it will take some time. It doesn't matter. I have to go to work after I go back this time.
Chung Seo's work is not as free as that of David and Chung Lear. This time she used up all the vacation she had accumulated in one go, and even changed shifts with her colleagues before she could go to sea. Been playing for so long. The atmosphere gradually became normal. And then Sophia and Chung Lear also came out. Chung Lear learned some private things from Sophia and ate a golden apple. Although she was still struggling with some things in her heart. Her energy level was much better than in the morning when she was filled with various problems. The state of several people seems to have returned to the way it was when they first boarded the ship. And everyone can enjoy this trip to the sea again.
We came out to play. Don't stay in the room chatting all the time.
Sophia grabbed Chung Lear, who wanted to sit down, and suggested that everyone go play. Chung Lear thinks this is indeed the case. Isn't boarding the Fukumaru cruise just for eating, drinking and having fun? Why do you always stay in the room? It's not like she was injured and couldn't move.
Sophia is right. Let's go to the theater to watch the show. What programs are there today? Let me look at the program list.
There are program schedules for theater performances in each room. After looking at the program list, Chung Lear found that this time happened to be rest time.
Then let's go to the casino for a while. Then have dinner. And finally go to the show.
The casino is always open, even at night. And when Sophia said this, he remembered the charity poker competition that Long Jiu mentioned.
By the way, Lur, do you know what's going on with the charity poker competition held on the ship? I'm not sure.
David,
do you want to participate? Go and have a look before we talk.
In fact, Fukumaru had specially promoted this competition before arriving in Xinjiang. According to reports, all the chips in this competition will be used for charity in the end, which means that even the final winner will not win a dime. At most, he can receive a certificate of thanks or something like that. After a few people came to the casino and learned more details from the staff, they learned that not just anyone can participate in this charity poker competition. The minimum entry requirement is $3 million, which is $2,500, 1 million Hong Kong dollars. If you don't have enough chips, you won't have a chance to play at the table. However, in addition to the final battle, there are also some qualifiers. If you can stand out from the qualifying rounds, you can also be invited to the stage of the final battle.
Qualifying round? The decisive battle will be held before arriving in Japan. As for the peripheral competitions, they will be held before the decisive battle.
When the staff introduced, they also pointed to the area where the largest crowds gathered. There were several tables there, all playing stud. David had seen a lot of people there before, and thought it was simply because this method of playing was more popular. It turned out that there was a preliminary round for a charity poker competition.
How does it count as a breakout? It's very simple. Win $3 million, or become the final winner.
When David asked, a handsome but evil-looking man with a ponytail suddenly came over.
Hello.
I am the organizer of this competition. My name is Haishin. Nice to meet you. I'm David.
After shaking hands with the other party, David pretended that he didn't know the other party's true identity and acted very indifferently.
Are there any restrictions on participating in the qualifying competition? You need to exchange US dollars for chips.
Needing to use US dollars does not mean that you have to carry US dollars with you. After all, the ship's round-trip route is Japan and Hong Kong. So you can exchange Hong Kong dollars and Japanese yen for chips. You just need to convert them into US dollars based on the exchange rate.
If you win $3 million, you can directly sign up for the charity poker competition. Or when the deadline is up, you will be the only winner.
In addition to using US dollars as chips, the qualifying competition does not limit the amount of admission. You can play for $1. So everyone is not sure if anyone can win $3 million here. This second condition is aimed at this situation.
Understood. I wish you good luck.
Haishin behaved very politely and said,
if you have any questions, you can come to me at any time. I will usually be here.
David nodded, thanked Haishin, and watched this man walk to another well-dressed man to chat. He couldn't help but secretly sigh.
Cutting leaks is not an easy job.
David, who has watched The Gambler, certainly knows that this Haishin is the villain in the plot. The godson of the gambling demon Chen Jincheng. It was this guy who pretended to be a gambler to engage in charity gambling. That guy, Michael Chen Xiao Dao, and the brothers Long Wu and Long Jiu came here for this guy. David originally thought that this guy would hide in the dark and secretly cause trouble, but he didn't expect that he would wander around openly. After a second thought, I realized that now the ship has left the port and gone to sea. In this case, With the communication technology of this era, even if Chen Xiaodao jumped out and said that Haishan was a fake gambler, it would be difficult to prove to so many people on the ship that what he said was the truth. In the end, it's inevitable to have a showdown at the gambling table. If you are such a bad person, you will naturally not be a gambler. Even Chen Xiaodao, a real gambler, would have no shame in continuing to use this name if he loses. Winner takes all. The winner takes all. Sometimes the solution to things is so simple, crude and unreasonable. Who is that person? The villain. Oh. Sophia understood. But Cheng Lear and Cheng Xiuxi were confused and didn't understand what information was revealed in the conversation between the two. Cheng Xiuxi is still fine, but Cheng Lear feels that she still knows too little about David. It seems that in the next period of time, she will have to move around with Sophia more often. After chatting about such private matters, Cheng Lear felt that there was nothing he could not talk about with Sophia. There were some things that he had never discussed with his best friend Cheng Xiuxi. Following David to the competition area of the poker competition, David randomly found a table to sit down and exchange chips for $1,000. He was not as poor as Chen Xiaodao, who had to borrow money from Haishan, and he didn't carry as much as $3 million with him. But it was still very easy to exchange for only $1,000. The few women who followed him didn't care. They just thought David wanted to have some fun.
David, it suddenly occurred to me that there is something wrong with this game. What is the problem? If someone kept changing chips, wouldn't they be able to stay until the end? There will be a deadline for exchanging chips on the last day. Right?
David didn't care about this kind of thing and kept exchanging chips. So what if he stayed until the end? The chips were too small, and on the gambling table for the finals, I was just joining in the fun at best. People with a rich net worth can just take $3 million to participate in the competition. Why bother to waste time and energy in the peripheral field? Oh, Sophia also figured out the key at this time. But she didn't care about this kind of thing at all and watched David playing cards with interest. The game stud has been seen countless times in movies, but David has not actually played it that many times. He only plays it casually on the internet.
I have almost never touched it in the real world, but it feels quite fresh. In addition, David's biggest feeling is that he is not very lucky. I quickly lost half of my chips, and when I was thinking about whether to keep trying, I lost all my chips and went to have dinner. A familiar face sat down next to me.
What a coincidence. We meet again. Yeah. What a coincidence.
David glanced at Chen Xiaodao, who called himself Michael, and then at Long Jiao, who was following behind him. Long Wu was not there, probably because he was busy investigating the situation on the ship. For example, how many subordinates did Haishan bring with him? How many weapons are there? Only after you understand the enemy's situation can you take follow-up actions. Chen Xiaodao didn't need to worry so much. He came here to earn the principal for participating in the charity poker competition. No matter what, there would definitely be a duel at the gambling table. Chen Xiaodao understood this clearly. So he has been there for the past 2 days. Stay in the casino. After accumulating some capital, Chen Xiaodao decided to come to the poker table of the qualifying round to gain a round. After all, the chips outside were all Hong Kong dollars, but the bets here were US dollars. After he has harvested almost all the chips here, he can continue playing outside. It was only $3 million, and he could get it together quickly. With absolute confidence, Chen Xiaodao started his performance. Originally, David thought it was pretty good to watch the excitement from a close distance. But Chen Xiaodao suddenly said,
"It seems that your luck is not very good. Why don't you let the ladies behind you play? Maybe things will change?"
What does this mean? The person who poaches and flirts with me in front of me? Normally, David might have laughed it off. But today he kept losing after sitting down. So it was inevitable that he would get a little carried away. Isn't it just playing poker? If I'm unlucky, why don't I use other tricks?
I feel like my luck has returned.
After looking at his own cards and seeing through the remaining cards on the table, David picked up the cards and rubbed them gently with both hands. From now on, David is the gambling sage. Chapter 552I. David also have moral integrity. King full house, 4 cards queen, straight flush. The people at David's table changed one after another, and the chips in front of him were also increasing. Several women were very happy to see it. Even Cheng Xiuxi was bursting with joy, as if winning money had nothing to do with her. Chen Xiaodao next to him finally realized that David was just playing around before, and then he showed his real skills. However, At this time, Dao Zai did not realize the seriousness of the matter, and felt that the card game had become interesting. He met an interesting opponent. It wasn't until the straight flush in his hand turned into a bad card for some reason that he realized that he had not hit his opponent, but had kicked a brick.
I didn't expect that I was mistaken.
Chen Xiaodao originally wanted to have a showdown with David, but Long Jiu patted him on the shoulder and shook his head gently, realizing that the person next to him seemed to be someone who could not be offended casually, and that he had other serious things to do. Chen Xiaodao decided to stop. Although I lost tens of thousands of yuan, the loss was not serious.
We'll compete again at the poker competition in a few days. I'm leaving first.
Putting away the chips in front of him, Chen Xiaodao greeted David and then left the table. Then he led Long Jiu all the way to the bar, ordered a drink, and asked in a low voice,
"Who is that David? The boss of Wanchawu has a good relationship with the police. The detailed background is unclear."
Long Jiu had several guesses in his mind, but he could not tell others casually about any of these guesses. It's okay if you guess wrong, but it's troublesome if you guess right.
Everything House? It is said that it is a company that accepts any commissioned work, as long as the other party is interested. Even if it is looking for cats or dogs, we will accept it. You can do anything just for money? He's not short of money. Only those who have fun will take it.
Chen Xiaodao laughed.
He seems to be a very interesting guy.
Ordinary people would never open a company just for fun. Even if they did open a company, they might not have the ability to handle all kinds of weird commissions. So not only is this person not short of money, he is also very capable. The fact that the other party is on good terms with the police proves this. His trump card was changed just now. I wonder if it was because of 1,000 skills or a special function. After learning Qian Shu from his master, Chen Xiaodao learned that the world is not as simple as it seems on the surface. There are all kinds of wonders in the world, and there are countless talented people and strangers. There are also many people who have magical abilities. Master reminded him more than once. When you encounter an unfamiliar opponent in the future, you must be careful and cautious. And don't reveal all your cards before you know the opponent's details.
By the way, do you know why he appears here?
Since he was doing that kind of work, could it be that he boarded the Fukimaru after receiving some kind of commission?
A coincidence.
Chen Xiaodao looked at Long Jiu, who was always expressionless and maintained an iceberg face, and guessed that Long Jiu must know the inside story. But she was unwilling to tell him, not willing to say let it go. Chen Xiaodao's mind changed, and he thought of another point.
If I want to hire him and ask him to help us deal with the guy pretending to be me, do you think he will agree?
Long Jiu really hadn't thought about this. She knew that David's visit to Fuguan was related to the police's investigation of terrorists. And she also knew that David's Wanchawu was willing to accept any commission. But I never considered hiring David to help. Inertia thinking. She always felt that only she and her brother Long Wu knew the true identity of Chen Xiaodao, the gambler, when investigating the matter of pretending to be a gambler to collect money in the name of charity. Only the political department knew that Cheng Xiaodong had to be added.
I don't know if he will agree. I just know that he wants to enjoy the trip and doesn't want to be disturbed. It doesn't matter. Let's try again.
Chen Xiaodao drank the drink he ordered and walked to the card table with Long Jiu, only to find that David had already left. I walked around the casino and saw no one.
Oops. I don't know where I went.
Although Sophia didn't complain about the Fukimaru cruise ship very much, it was still quite difficult to find someone when you didn't know which room to stay in. It was Long Jiu who told Chen Xiaodao that he could ask David's room number, which made Chen Xiaodao not so depressed. At this time, David was having dinner with Sophia, Cheng Lear, and the three sisters of the Cheng family. During the meal, Cheng Xiuxi and her two sisters vividly described the scene of David killing everyone at the card table.
David won 300,000 for $1,000.
This is because there is little time to play, and the stakes are not high. If David had been allowed to play a little longer, he might have been able to win $3 million in one go and qualify to participate in the charity poker competition. Of course, it's also possible that no one wants to play with David.
So awesome?
Cheng Xiaonan has never been interested in gambling, nor does he appreciate people who like gambling. But he sat at the same table with a man who could win hundreds of thousands with 1,000 yuan at the poker table. She will also feel magical. He looked at David curiously, although it was not the first time he saw him. He once again exclaimed,
"He's really handsome."
But she didn't have the slightest fondness for playboys or anything like that. So she was simply admiring David's looks and didn't want to have any more contact with this man. She and her eldest sister even privately reminded her third sister, Chung Siusi, not to let appearances affect her judgment. Although he is shockingly handsome. Siusi, you must control yourself and never be fooled by beauty. You will not end up well. Compared to Chung Xiaonan, Chung Xiaodong guessed that David must have cheated. After all, she had seen David's weird methods with her own eyes. It was easy for such a big person to disappear, and it should be easy for him to turn into a playing card.
It's a pity that no matter how much you win, you can't take it away. All the money will be used for charity.
Although David won a lot of money, there was no way to exchange it for real money. After recording David's chip limit, the waiter gave David a voucher to ensure that he could continue to use these chips when he went back, including the final charity poker competition. After all the entry fees of the contestants are converted into chips, plus all the proceeds from the casino on the ship, they will be used for charity activities. This is what the promotion says. David knew that the Sea Mountain would take away all the money, but he didn't know whether he would take the money and run away after arriving in Japan, or wait until he returned to Hong Kong before running away. Judging from the date of the charity poker tournament, there is a high probability that it will come ashore from Japan.
So the casino on the ship is a charity casino?
Chung Xiaonan didn't know about this until this moment. As a social worker, Chung Xiaonan is a very kind girl. When she found out that it was a charity casino, she immediately said that she could also contribute some money and asked David to exchange it for chips and treat it as a contribution to charity.
Although it's not a lot, it's still my thoughts.
Looking at the 10,000 yuan handed over by Chung Xiaonan, David did not show any politeness and humility. He took it directly, put it into his pocket, and said casually,
Xiaonan, you can come with Siusi to see how I put it together.
The value of the money is maximized.
He just invited Chung Xiaonan to supervise the use of the donation as normal. Unexpectedly, almost everyone at the table looked at him before he finished his sentence.
How? Nothing.
Sophia was the first to answer, and at the same time looked at Chung Xiaonan curiously. Chung Xiaonan felt strange because she didn't hide it. Chung Lear next to him just glanced at David, stretched out his hand, and wanted to secretly twist David's flesh. After searching for a long time, he couldn't find a place to start. In frustration, he stepped on it with the heel of his high-heeled shoes. David was stunned and didn't react at all, which made Chung Lear even more depressed. Chung Xiaodong and Chung Xiusi stared at David with sharp and warning eyes. Chung Xiaodong looked as if he was going to empty the magazine in the next moment. Chung Xiusi was much better, but kept using vicious eyes to warn David not to take advantage of his second sister. Seeing everyone's reactions, David rolled his eyes speechlessly, not bothering to explain anything, and continued eating. After dinner, we originally made an appointment to go to the theater to watch a show together, but in the end it was David, Sophia, and Chung Lear who went to watch the show together. The three sisters of the Chung family started activities together, because she was the only one around her. Sophia no longer had any scruples about chatting, and asked David in front of Chung Lear,
"Are you attracted to Chung Xiaonan?"
Chung Lear became Chung Buell again. She knew the situation and knew the situation. She could regard the situation of David and Sophia as coming from a place with different living customs, so their ideas were different from her own. She can understand some of Sophia's behaviors, but that doesn't mean she will be happy. Fortunately, David's answer made her no longer so depressed.
"I'm not Teddy. I want to take one when I see one." "Oh, it seems that you are indeed not interested in Xiaonan."
Sophia knew David's character, and when David said this, she was sure that he was indeed not interested in Chung Xiaonan. I was about to ask David if he had any thoughts about the eldest sister of the Chung family. Jack appeared in front of several people with a girl and greeted them.
"This is Kyoko Imamura. I was entrusted by an old friend to take her home."
It was because of this girl that Jack boarded the Fuki Maru. It took him some time to find this girl on the ship. Even now, he still hasn't convinced this girl to come home with him honestly. However, being on the cruise ship, Imamura Kyoko couldn't escape, so she reluctantly acted with Jack. What he didn't expect was that Jack actually knew such a super handsome guy. Imamura Kyoko's eyes were shining, but after a brief look, Sophia gave this girl a cross in her heart. She is not tall, her legs are not long, and she has no flesh. She perfectly avoids all of David's quirks. She would probably be willing to take advantage of him if she took the initiative. Will not succeed. Sure enough, David's eyes only glanced at Imamura Kyoko, and the time they stayed was not as long as it was on Jack's nose.
Chapter 553. Hello, Army. After watching the show for a while, He went to the deck to enjoy the night breeze, and then went back to rest. Chung Lear felt pain and happiness again. But this time David restrained himself a little. Although Chung Lear was sore and weak, she was still conscious. She now deeply understood what Sophia said to her. David was really a beast. She even had the idea of calling Sophia to come in and help. But I felt too ashamed in my heart. So I suppressed my words and didn't speak. But if this continues every day, she doesn't know if she can withstand it. With doubts, Chung Lear spent another dreamless night. When he opened his eyes, it was already dawn. The quality of his sleep in the past 2 days was so good that he didn't have to worry about insomnia in the future. While thinking wildly, he remembered what Sophia had told him about the various effects of golden apples. Driven by curiosity, Chung Lear wanted to go to the bathroom and take a closer look. I endured the soreness all over my body and got up. But my legs were weak and trembling. It was difficult for me to even stand, let alone walk. Why were there no such serious sequelae yesterday? Chung Lear couldn't understand. But she lay back on the bed obediently. And then she saw David looking at her with a smirk on his face. Very proud. Right. Certainly. Any man would feel proud of this situation. And it was really interesting to see Chung Lear's whole leg shaking with every step he took. Now I can't do anything today. In this state, even if it can be relieved later, there is no way to run around. At most, I can find a place to stay. Fortunately, this time she was going on a boat trip. If it was a normal trip, she would have to stay in the hotel. And there would be nothing else she could do. Now, you can go to the deck to bask in the sun and enjoy the sea breeze. In fact, these are the only main activities on the ship. At most, David goes to the casino from time to time to make some money. Although Chung Xiaonan did not come to personally supervise, David had already added the 10,000 yuan she contributed to his own chips in proportion, and successfully doubled it tenfold. 2 days before the charity poker tournament was held, David successfully won $3 million and qualified to participate in the main draw. I didn't expect that I could really win $3 million. As expected, this ship attracted many wealthy people, because not only did David win $3 million, but Chen Xiaodao also earned admission fees. What do you think? The two masters who had qualified for the main competition were sitting in the bar talking about business, while holding glasses of wine. Chen Xiaodao told David his thoughts and formally introduced his identity, Chen Xiaodao, a disciple of the god of gamblers Gao Jin, and the title of gambler is named Michael in English. Friends who are familiar with him like to call him Knife Boy. What do you want to do during the game? I hope you can help. Let's deal with Haishan, the man who pretended to be your gambler. Together? It's not just seamounts. According to the results of investigations by Long Wu and Long Jiu in the past few days, Haishan deployed many people on the ship. And these people who boarded the ship as security personnel all carried guns. But that's not the point. The point is that Haishan has installed a lot of high-tech monitoring equipment throughout the casino to facilitate Haishan's cheating at the card table. That's not all. According to the intelligence, Haishan also invited a master who knew special functions to help. Although Chen Xiaodao felt that his gambling skills had been very good, but faced with the combination of high technology and special functions, I dare not say that I am a sure winner. In this case, it is natural to seek more help, and David is undoubtedly a good choice. Besides, there's that troublemaker named Gundam. Gundam is also a well-known figure in the gambling circle, known as the prodigal son. This man has superb poker skills and strong gambling skills, but he is used to being a loner and doesn't cooperate with anyone. He should just be here to make money. Normally, he can make money if he wants to. And there is no conflict with Chen Xiaodao. But Chen Xiaodao's trip was to deal with Haishan. If he and Haishan were fighting at the poker table, and both of them lost in the end, and let Gundam take away the final fruit of victory, what would it be? He shouldn't be participating in the competition. Right. The charity poker competition is a pure throw of money with no profit. Even if Gundam wins everyone's chips in the end, it will be meaningless. Unless he already knew that this so-called competition was a scam. So he came here specifically to pick up bargains. Gundam may have gotten inside information a long time ago, so he made a special trip here. So, you want me to help you deal with Gundams? Possible special function masters. And Sean? Almost. I understand. How much reward are you prepared to pay? Well, although Chen Xiaodao knows that David is not short of money, he also understands that one code is the same. David's Wanchu is engaged in this business. If you come to entrust, It is unjustifiable in no way to not pay enough.
$1 million. Sounds okay.
Another million came in. I opened this business house. And the business was really booming. He didn't ask Chen Xiaodao if he had money to pay. It's not like the dignified gambler couldn't even get out $1 million US. Moreover, when Haishan is solved, the money collected by Haishan is a large amount. The probability of returning the money is not very high. The most likely possibility is that it will actually be used for charity. As the key person who exposed the scam, it was very reasonable for Chen Xiaodao to take some reward from it. This should be where his reward came from.
I've accepted your request.
Everyone is a happy person. And there is no need to sign a contract, find a notary, etc. Just raise a glass and clink the cooperation agreement, which is also a celebration of the successful agreement. After the matter was settled, David got up and left, but saw Fei Ying also coming to the bar.
What a coincidence. Yes.
After saying a simple hello, David left straight away. But before going out, he looked back and found that Fei Ying also came to see Chen Xiaodao. From the looks of it, Chen Xiaodao was planning to hire Asian Fei Ying to help.
We really don't let go of all the available resources.
Gambling man, Fei Ying plus himself. There should be military support from Long Wu, Long Jiu, Cheng Xiaodong and others. That Haishan is probably going to be in bad luck. In the original plot, he only faced Chen Xiaodao, who was unable to prove his identity as a gambler, and the gambler who had his special powers disabled by a trick. Even so, the final victory was not achieved. Now the opponents have been replaced by Chen Xiaodao, who is well prepared, the Asian flying eagle who wants to make extra money, and himself, a super enhanced version of the gambling sage. I really don't know how Haishan can become the final winner. I went back and told Sophia and Cheng Lear that the Wansher house could earn another $1 million from this trip. However, everyone's reaction was very dull.
Why don't you look very happy? There is no shortage of this million.
Sophia felt that money was just a number. She had never been short of money at all. So she didn't feel much joy when making money. The biggest purpose of Cheng Lear and David teaming up to open the Wanshuo was to snatch David away, not to make money at all. So she wasn't that excited now. Cheng Xiaoxi knew that the money had nothing to do with him. So there was no need to get excited. However, it should be quite interesting to watch several masters compete live. The time soon came for the charity poker tournament. The qualifying round ended yesterday. In addition to David and Chen Xiaodao each earning $3 million in admission fees, Gundam, nicknamed the Prodigal Son, also accumulated enough on the ordinary gambling table through so many days. Fee. Except for the three of them. The others were all wealthy people who directly spent $3 million, as well as the organizer of this charity poker competition, the self-proclaimed gambler Haishan. Because the number of people was slightly larger, 2 tables were set up in the competition venue. 2 tables are played at the same time, and the player who loses all his chips is immediately eliminated from the table. When the number of people at the 2 tables drops below 6, the 2 tables will be merged into 1 table. After Haishan introduced the rules of the competition, in order to show fairness, he asked the contestants to draw lots to decide which table they would sit at. He himself was the last person, and sat at the table with the fewest people. While drawing lots, David used his senses to check and found that Fei Ying, Long Wu, Cheng Xiaodong, etc. were all acting secretly. Long Jiu followed Chen Xiaodao, acting as a female companion, assistant and bodyguard. David secretly told Sophia to protect Cheng Xiaoxi and Cheng Xiaonan. If there were no accidents, a conflict would definitely break out here today, and a gunfight might also break out. As for Cheng Lear, she acts as David's female companion, and will always stay by David's side. She does not need to worry about her own safety at all. In the end, lots were drawn, and David, Gauda and several wealthy people sat at a table, while Chen Xiaodao, Haishan and several other wealthy people sat together. David glanced around and saw a one-eyed dragon among the people at the same table.
Haishan is very confident. Are you going to deal with Chen Xiaodao yourself, and let the one-eyed dragon army harvest the money on this table?
David looked at the Gundam next to him again.
Or are you here to deal with this guy specifically?
It makes no difference to David. In a way, Gundam is also the target he wants to deal with. If everything goes well, he wants to clear out all the people at this table. When the game officially started, David discovered that he was not the only one who wanted to kill everyone at the table. The army of supernormal masters invited by Haishan, as well as the Gundam around him, obviously had the same idea as him. The two of them, one relying on special powers, and the other relying on very powerful Qianju, carried out various killings, and quickly cleared the table of the 3 people who had entered the game at their own expense. Later, David noticed that the 2 men were staring at him almost at the same time. It didn't matter that Gundam was just cheating on his own cards. Dajun actually tried to use illusions to influence him. Of course, it was impossible for David to fall into the trap. After being immune to several illusion interferences from the army, the master of special abilities finally realized that small illusions were of no use to David. So, he prepared to use a bigger trick to directly plunge David into an extremely real hallucination and embarrass him in public. When the time comes, let's see if you still have the nerve to continue playing. The next second, the army danced an indescribable weird dance in front of everyone. And at the same time, he took off his clothes one by one. Chapter 554 Burning. Dajun was invited out. Although he quickly regained consciousness, he was too embarrassed to sit back and continue the game. What's more, what happened just now made him realize one thing. The man named David was much stronger than him. And he was no match for him. If you stay, you will only cause more embarrassment. So it is better to leave quickly. As for what Haishin told him to do, it was obvious that he could not complete the task at all. He could only rely on Haishin himself. He was not prepared to ask for payment or anything else. He only wanted the cruise ship to dock as soon as possible so that he could disembark and leave quickly. David watched the army leave and waved goodbye to him. Then he turned to look at Gundam. This time Gundam no longer had a smiling expression. His expression was extremely serious, as if he was going to the execution ground. As a well-known person in the circle, Gundam the prodigal son is very afraid of masters of special abilities, and he tries to avoid them unless necessary. A head-on confrontation with this kind of person will not end well. Unexpectedly, I met 2 people at the card table today. Judging from the situation just now, the man named David next to him had very powerful special powers and easily defeated the one-eyed dragon. What if the same trick was used on myself? Do you want him to dance and strip off at the card table? It was true that he was a prodigal, but he was not so promiscuous as to be seen in public. After thinking about it, Gundam made a difficult decision. I abstain. Pushing the chips piled up in front of him, he directly chose to admit defeat, regained his smile, and made a congratulations gesture to David. In this case, I will be the only one at the table. Should I go to another table? With the help of the waiter, David took Chung Lear and the chips to the next table. Compared to his side's lightspeed ending, the battle here was much more stalemate. Although Haishin and Qin Xiaodao relied on high technology to cheat, and the other relied on thousands of skills to deal with various situations. In general, they were still playing cards normally. It's different with David. Dajun changes and exchanges cards in various ways. Not only can he easily let himself have good cards, but he can also let the dealer who deals the cards give the target a bad hand. You can even use some small illusions to influence people's judgment, making them think that they have an advantage, and then place heavy bets, follow bets, or even stud. This made the poker game over there progress very quickly, and it was completely over after just a few games. In the eyes of onlookers, the entire card game was a bit inexplicable. Most people even suspected that the people at the table were just joking, and were not prepared to play cards seriously at all. It's much more normal here. It seems like these people are really playing cards. But after David joined, the rhythm instantly sped up a lot. Although David didn't use special abilities, small tricks such as changing cards and changing cards were not difficult for him. After a few rounds, although the chips in front of David didn't increase much, he had successfully cleared out several pure traps and backdrops. Haishin rubbed his ears and looked at the only 2 remaining opponents. His face became extremely serious. He began to think. Should he use some means to seriously deal with the 2 people in front of him? He would not treat David as an irrelevant passerby. It was impossible for a passerby who was just joining in the fun to get rid of the army and the prodigal Gundam so quickly. Although he didn't know that David and Qin Xiaodao had joined forces, he could also realize that it would not be good for him if the situation remained stalemate. Therefore, he planned to resolve the battle quickly, and then run away with the money he had collected. He had already arranged a ship to take over. If everything went well, the cash he had collected during this period was being loaded on the ship. He would not wait until the cruise ship arrived in Japan before considering escaping. That would be too passive. And if he stays on the cruise ship for 1 second after the game, he will be at greater risk. So from the very beginning, he arranged for himself an escape vessel. Haishin, who felt that everything was under control, began to not care so much about the outcome of the card game in front of him. With this idea in mind, and with David helping Chen Xiaodao cheat, Haishan quickly lost all the chips in his hand, without any suspense. Originally, he wanted to show off his grace and say congratulations to Chen Xiaodao, who had won all his chips. At the same time, he wanted to provoke Chen Xiaodao and David to continue playing at the poker table for a while. During the duel between the two, he could use it to escape. When the two of them decided to win the charity poker competition, they found out that the organizer and all the money used for charity were missing. I wonder what their reaction would be. Thinking of the happy place, Haishan smiled brightly. However, the next second, not so pleasant news came from the earphones. The men who were transporting and loading the money were attacked. His face changed drastically. Haishan couldn't ask loudly what happened. He was about to find a reason to leave and see what happened, but he was stopped by David.
Mr. Haishan, there is no need to leave in a hurry. Your ship will not abandon you and leave early.
Haishan's eyes became sharp, and he stared at David.
I don't quite understand what Mr. Glamorgan meant. You know.
David threw away the cards in his hand and declared to the dealer directly.
But now, as the organizer, Mr. Haishan, can he announce the final winner? Of course. But please excuse me while I go to the bathroom first.
After saying that, without waiting for David and Chen Xiaodao to persuade, he winked at the security personnel behind him and prepared to leave directly. Several of his men had just taken out their guns. But before they could shock the whole crowd, a series of gunshots suddenly rang out, and these men fell to the ground one after another. Looking at the marks on their foreheads and hearts, it is difficult to expect them to continue to stick to their posts to protect themselves. The sudden sound of gunfire caused some confusion. But fortunately Chen Xiaodong held up his ID and shouted,
Hong Kong Royal Police.
The situation was stabilized. Although Fuki Maru is technically a Japanese cruise ship, when sailing on the high seas, the Hong Kong police have no law enforcement rights on board according to the principle of ownership of the place of registration. But the tourists on the boat are basically from Xiangjiang. Even those who are not locals of Xiangjiang have lived in Xiangjiang for a period of time and have more recognition of the Xiangjiang police. When Chen Xiaodong revealed his identity as a police officer, the chaos immediately stopped. Following Chen Xiaodong's instructions, these people retreated to a safe distance and then stretched their necks to watch the excitement. When Chen Xiaodong took control of the situation, Long Jiu also took out his pistol and killed several of Haishan's men who were hiding around. Gundam, who was originally among the crowd watching the fun, found someone in the crowd with a gun and wanted to make a sneak attack. So he also helped a little bit, using playing cards to knock off the opponent's weapon. Haishan's men in the competition venue were quickly cleared away, and except for the one whose hand was injured by Gundam using a playing card, everyone else was shot dead. Looking at this situation, Haishan could only raise his hands and declare surrender. Soon, Flying Eagle Jack and Long Wu rushed over. When Jack saw Chen Xiaodao, he said directly,
The matter is settled. I did exactly what you asked. Remember to transfer the money as soon as possible.
No problem. Fei Ying had been keeping an eye on the cash in the casino these days, and found the escape route that Haishan had arranged for him in advance, and then took advantage of the situation to create some chaos, giving Long Wu an opportunity to quickly deal with this group of people. His task was not difficult, so the reward was not high, but it was still an income, and Fei Ying made a small profit by the way. After Long Wu saw that Haishan was under control and that no one was injured, he simply told Chen Xiaodao about the situation.
Some banknotes were damaged due to the crossfire, but the loss was not serious. Oh, this small loss doesn't matter.
Long Wu nodded. In fact, this loss was deliberately caused to facilitate the subsequent payment of David and Jack. Long Jiu is responsible for the final finishing work. It stands to reason that the Fuki Maru is about to arrive in Japan, and it is completely possible to control this group of people and hand them over to the Japanese police after arriving at the port. But in that case, the Xiangjiang political department would be busy in vain. So the final solution was for the Fuki Maru to stay where it was, while Xiangjiang came to take away all the people, evidence, and a series of related things. If it had not been found out in advance that the Fuki Maru and the company behind it were not directly involved in the Haishan incident, but that some of the staff had been bribed, they would have wanted to pack the entire ship back to Hong Kong. Because of this incident, the Fuki Maru arrived in Japan later than expected. At the same time, because of this incident, Fuki Maru's scheduled round-trip voyage could no longer continue. It was a disguised fraud, a shootout, and dead people. The tourists were no longer in the mood to continue playing on the Fukimaru. The travel company has a lot to deal with. The first thing is to send these wealthy guests on the ship back to Xiangjiang.
The originally planned voyage of nearly half a month was shortened by half.
Chung Lear didn't feel it was a pity. The biggest goal of going to sea this time had been achieved. Not to mention making a small profit along the way. As for the cost of the trip, the travel company has promised to provide a full refund, and will gradually return the cost of ferry tickets and accommodation to all guests.
It's a pity that I took half a month's leave.
Chung Xiuxi felt it was a pity. She took a long leave specially. And now there are still many days that have not been used. I don't know what to do in the next few days to pass the vacation. At this moment, she suddenly thought, could she go to the so-called Winter City before the vacation was over? Looking at each other with Chung Lear, the good sisters immediately understood that the other party and she were thinking of the same thing. But thinking of going to Winter City, Chung Lear suddenly felt a little nervous. She didn't know what kind of place it would be. Also, should I follow David to settle in Winter City? Can I adapt to life there? Questions popped up one after another, and she felt confused about the unknown future. Chapter 555 Winter is here.
This is Winter City? This is it.
David and others took the plane back to Xiangjiang. After discussing with Sophia, David agreed with Chung Lear and Chung Xiuxi to take them to Winter City after a night's rest. The next day, after several people gathered in David's apartment, they directly opened the portal, connecting this comprehensive world with Brenia. The portal opened, and the two worlds that were originally far away instantly became closer, and the flow of time on both sides began to synchronize. But in the eyes of Chung Lear and Chung Xiuxi, they only saw David wave his hand, and a magical light door appeared in front of them. When they learned that they could reach Winter City through this light gate, the two of them were a little confused. Is the technology possessed by Winter City already advanced to this extent? However, he was surprised. After all, he had already understood the situation beforehand. So he quickly recovered. After watching Sophia walk straight into the light door and disappear, Chung Lear and Chung Xiuxi also followed. David was the last to pass through the portal, and where they were at this time was the back garden of Winter Castle. Chung Lear and Chung Xiuxi looked around, their eyes all fixed on the huge white building in front of them.
This is the core of Winter City, Winter Castle, and it is also my residence.
Although they had some speculations in their hearts, it was not until this moment that Chung Lear and Chung Xiuxi had the real feeling that the person next to them was really His Majesty the King. After all, it is impossible for ordinary people to live in such a huge and gorgeous building as Winter Castle. Following David, Chung Lear and Chung Xiuxi quickly entered the interior of Winter Castle, and were immediately surprised by the tallness and spaciousness of the first floor of Winter Castle.
Are all floors here so high?
If this is the case, it is no wonder that Winter Castle was built taller and larger. In this case, the actual number of floors should not be too many.
No, only the first floor is like this, because the main hall and conference room are both located on the first floor, and there are a group of relatively tall Cybertronians in Winter City.
After briefly explaining why the first floor of the building was so tall and spacious, David took the two of them to get a general familiarity with the environment inside Winter Castle, but did not take them to walk around inside. The interior of Winter Castle is very large. If they walked around all the time, they wouldn't be able to see anywhere else today. It is enough to first get to know some of the main areas, such as the floor where David lives, office, restaurant, lounge, entertainment room, etc.
I'll get to know other places gradually in the future. Anyway, the days ahead are long. Who will grow up with you in the future?
Although Chung Lear said this, he smiled as if he had drunk honey, and raised his hand to lightly hammer David's arm. Chung Xiuxi, who was forced into a mouthful of dog food, shouted in his heart,
I am the one who has no future. Okay, can you two restrain yourself?
They suppressed their displeasure and continued to follow the tour, especially when they came to the open-air pavilion garden on the upper floors, where they could view the general view of Winter City. To the two women's surprise, Winter City did not look like a developed and advanced city, but more like those small European towns rich in traditional culture. Could it be that the Kingdom of Winter is an ancient feudal kingdom? But when I thought about it carefully, I felt something was wrong. I just visited all the way, and the various infrastructures were not like those found in ancient kingdoms. Chung Lear and Chung Xiuxi were both a little confused. They didn't know what kind of existence the Winter Kingdom was. Just as he was wondering, he happened to see several fighter planes flying over at low altitude not far away. Well, although it's not clear how advanced Winter City is, It's definitely not the ancient kingdom they just thought of.
Is there anything you want to see next? Is there any interesting place in Winter City?
Chung Lear and Chung Xiuxi were still looking into the distance, no longer worrying about whether the Winter Kingdom was advanced or backward. The two women felt that the entire Winter City was a perfect scenic spot. Moreover, the location of Winter City is also very scenic. Wandering around such exotic streets is actually a good experience. But with the king personally accompanying you, you must see something special.
Actually, Winter City is still in the development stage, and there's really nothing particularly interesting about it. Then take a look at the things I don't usually see there. This is easy to handle.
After David thought for a few seconds, he took the two girls to go shopping in Cybertron. When Chung Lear and Chung Xiuxi came to the Cybertron area and looked at the extremely tall robots and the huge Cybertron-style buildings around them, they finally felt like they were on an alien planet.
But why do you think you've seen these Cybertronians before?
Chung Xiuxi felt that she must have seen Cybertronians, but also felt that her idea was too outrageous. How could she have seen aliens before? It was still a giant alien like a robot. If she ever saw it, she would never forget it. Sophia, who had been silent all this time, almost hurt herself from laughing, because that Xiangjiang world also had the Transformers cartoon. That is, Chung Xiuxi and Chung Lear were girls, and were not very sensitive to these. If it were a boy who came here, I'm afraid he would have discovered it long ago. After wandering around the Cybertron area, there is actually nothing interesting to see here. The number of Cybertronians is not particularly large. The planning of the entire area is relatively simple and crude, with various facilities built around the Cybertron Research Center. As one of the first races to join Winter City, the Cybertronians have indeed become accustomed to life in Winter City, and more daily buildings have begun to appear in the Cybertron area. For example, there are bars where Cybertronians hang out, and there are even mixed bars that can entertain Cybertronians and other races at the same time. A few people walked in and walked around before coming out without ordering any drinks. Then, they sat in the car driven by David and took a rough look around Winter City. Chung Lear and Chung Xiuxi had a rough understanding of the general structure of Winter City. Although the viewing was very brief, the two women did not feel bored. Even when the car was driving slowly on the street, they still had a lot to see. For example, there are the tall and strong orcs and Draenei, the beautiful high elves, the centaurs whose upper body is humanoid and the lower body is horse-like, and the Tauren, who are the largest but look very simple and honest. The two women seemed to be in a fantasy world. Not to mention that they also saw a beautiful blonde high elf woman with golden light in her hands, who seemed to be helping people heal.
That's the Holy Light. When we came out of Winter Castle, wasn't there a huge church? That's the Holy Light Cathedral that believes in the Holy Light.
Sophia introduced the various magical powers in Winter City to the two of them. It was only then that the two women realized that they did not seem to be in a fantasy world, but actually came to a magical world full of various mysterious powers. Winter City not only has the magical power of Holy Light, but also magicians who mainly use arcane energy, alchemists who can transform material forms, shamans who use elemental power, etc. The two women who listened felt more and more miraculous. They wanted to see with their own eyes what these magical powers were like. However, Sophia told them that there was no need to rush, and they could stay in Winter City for a few more days, and they would gradually be able to come into contact with these magical things. At that time, let alone knowledge, even if you learn and master it yourself, it will not be a big deal.
Can we learn too?
Chung Lear didn't feel anything yet, but Chung Xiuxi was very curious about the Holy Light that could heal various injuries. After all, she was a doctor. She felt that if she could learn this power, she would not have to worry about her eldest sister, who was always out catching criminals, getting hurt, nor would she have to worry about her father, who was getting older, getting sick suddenly, after walking around for a long time. When we returned to Winter Castle again, it was already dinner time. When David came back, it was quite early, not even lunchtime. In other words, he took a few people around for a long time, just taking a general look at Winter City. Winter City is getting bigger and bigger, and it is no longer the small village or town that you could see clearly at a glance. After returning to Winter Castle again, the most stressful part for Chung Lear came, recognizing the person. Originally, Chung Lear was relieved that she hadn't bumped into anyone before, but she couldn't avoid this step after all, unless she chose to give up and never have contact with David again. How is that possible? If you do this, you will suffer too much loss. Just die. Anyway, We have to see them sooner or later. They will die early and be reborn. Chung Xiuxi looked at the determined expression on her best friend's face, as if she was rushing to the execution ground, and realized that the best thing about coming to Winter City today was not the exotic scenery, but the fun of her best friend. I wonder what the scene will be like later. What is the attitude of David's women towards the newcomer Chung Lur? Trial by 3 courts? Put on a high profile and show off your power first. Looks enthusiastic but talks like a gun? Chung Xiuxi fantasized about various possibilities in his mind. If these scenes really happened, should Chung Xiuxi help his best friend? As soon as they entered the restaurant, a tall, long-legged blonde woman wearing a skirt and uniform greeted them enthusiastically in English.
Hello. I am Eva McKenna. Welcome to Winter Fort.
Then he took out 2 sets of learning devices and explained with a smile to the 2 of them, if you need anything in the future, or if you have anything unfamiliar in Winter Castle, you can ask her for help. Chung Xiuxi was a little confused by the other party's enthusiasm, and could only smile and nod and keep saying thanks.
We are all one family. No need to be so polite.
Watching the blonde girl named Eva laughing and talking with David, Chung Xiuxi finally realized that something was wrong. Do you think you are David's new girlfriend? Who is your family? We are innocent. He wanted to explain a few words, but was interrupted by Sophia.
Let's learn Brinja first, so that we can go out alone.
What he wanted to say was blocked, but Chung Xiuxi felt as if he had fallen into a trap. Chapter 556. The Spirit of Overlord. Although Chung Lear and Chung Xiuxi are ordinary people, they are considered to be the smarter ones among ordinary people. Therefore, although they cannot be like Clark and Kara, who can have normal conversations immediately after instilling Brainian language, after thinking for a while, I can already understand this new language. It's still hard for me to say it, and my stumbling pronunciation is not accurate. It will take some time to become fluent in Brainian. But this is not a problem for everyone in Winterkeep, because in addition to Brainian, these people in Winterkeep are also fluent in English, French, Chinese, Japanese, Azeroth Common Language, etc. multilingual. Therefore, there is no language barrier between Chung Lear and the others in front of her. She only has some mental barriers.
Hello, Lur. I'm Helen.
After Eva, Chung Lear met Helen again, and it was only then that Chung Lear and Chung Xiuxi knew that the Helen in front of them was actually the Helen in the Greek legend.
You haven't told her about the situation in Winter City yet?
Seeing Chung Lear's surprised look, Helen immediately realized that David had not told his new sister more details about Winter City.
What's the situation?
As Eva and Helen explained, Chung Lear and Chung Xiuxi opened their mouths wide, and Sophia even gestured with her hands. It turns out that there are many people from different worlds in Winter City. Winter City can develop so fast because of this help. There are many advanced technologies from other worlds in Winter City. The Cybertronians are from other worlds. Chung Xiuxi finally realized why he felt that the Cybertronians were very familiar to him. Isn't this Transformers? Do the races in cartoons actually exist? I even saw it with my own eyes. There are also anime characters such as Superman, Batman, Wonder Woman, and Spider-Man that are not very familiar, but have been heard of. They also exist. Although most of them have not settled in Winter City, they will often appear. Listening to Helen and Eva's various introductions, Chung Lear and Chung Xiuxi began to wonder if they were from some strange world, as if she had read through the 2 people's thoughts. Eva added next to her,
although it sounds incredible,
there is no need to worry about whether they are virtual characters, whether it is about the world they live in or the current Winter City. To me, these people are real.
No matter what the situation is, Chung Lear doesn't feel that her experiences from childhood to adulthood are fake. Her life, her friends, and her family all exist, and there is really no need to dwell on anything. No longer entangled, she quickly discovered one of the great joys of Winter City.
So, can you see Superman in Winter City? Does he look like Reeve? Well, it's not very similar to Reeve.
The world Chung Lear lives in is roughly in the early to mid-1990s. At that time, when it came to the real-life image of Superman, the version that came to mind was basically Reeve.
Batman doesn't look like Keaton either. If you want to meet Keaton's version of Batman, there is a chance.
There is not only Superman here in Winter City, but also Supergirl Kara. In this version of the world where Supergirl Kara lives, the Batman over there happens to be the Keaton version. But he is already an old man. I wonder if Chung Lear will be disappointed after seeing it. While chatting and eating, Eva introduced the multifunctional tools in Winter City to the 2 of them, and asked Chung Lear and Chung Xiuxi what style requirements they had.
Rings, bracelets, bracelets, watches.
Currently, these are the main options in Winter City.
After a while, there will also be an earring version.
Chung Lear and Chung Xiaodong listened to Eva's introduction and demonstration, and were extremely amazed by this little thing called a multifunction tool. What surprised the two of them the most was that this little thing actually came with a portable storage space.
Is it so convenient?
I heard before that this thing can be used for communication. And I thought, wow, high technology. Now I heard that it can also hold things. And I found that this thing is not only high-tech, but also magical.
The ring version.
After listening to the entire introduction, Chung Lear decisively chose the ring version. She felt that wearing a ring was very convenient and would not delay anything. If it is other jewelry, it may be inconvenient to match the dress with jewelry when attending certain occasions. Chung Lear made a straightforward choice, but Chung Xiaozi was more hesitant. She and David were really innocent and had nothing to do with each other. She was already embarrassed by being mistakenly regarded as a new sister, and it was even more unclear to accept such a high-end thing. Before she could say her refusal, Sophia made her decision for her.
Banana should just use rings. After all, she usually needs to change various jewelry.
Chung Xiaozi wanted to say something, but Sophia blocked him before he could say anything.
It's just a very common thing. David has already planned to spread the multifunctional tool to the entire kingdom. It won't be long before everyone in the Winter Kingdom has one.
David did have this idea, but even David himself didn't know when it would be realized. So Chung Xiaozi was deceived by Sophia again. After eating, we went to the open-air pavilion garden to watch the night view of Winter City. Different from the daytime. The bright main roads illuminated by street lights and the dotted residential lights that decorate the night sky make Winter City, which is originally full of historic atmosphere, a bit more modern.
This feeling is even more obvious if you add the sound of planes whizzing overhead from time to time. There will be no planes roaring over Winterhold.
When Eva heard Chung Xiaozi's words, her casual words once again reminded the two women of David's special identity. Oh, King! When I heard it before, I just thought that King was just a title. Only after arriving in Winter City did I truly feel the true weight of this title. After Chung Lear and Chung Xiaozi had a night's rest and woke up the next day to find David, they once again felt what it means to be a king.
His Majesty is in the main hall. Main palace?
The maids in Winter Castle were all brought over from Sparta by Helen, and their obedience was already very good. After receiving professional training from Belfast, their professionalism became even higher. Although Chung Lear and Chung Xiaozi only arrived at Winter Castle yesterday, all the maids were notified last night and saw the images. These two are the new mistresses. So the maid in front of her acted very respectfully when faced with the inquiries from Chung Lear and Chung Xiaozi.
He took the two new princesses outside the main palace and handed them over to the Belfast maid who was guarding here.
Your Majesty is meeting an acquaintance. I can just take you two indirectly. Isn't this bad?
Chung Lear felt that it was inappropriate to go in so rashly. After all, the leader of the country was dealing with business. Even if you meet an acquaintance, you can't disturb them casually.
Right? As long as you don't disturb His Majesty by speaking randomly. It doesn't matter.
The main hall has two doors, one of which, the main entrance, leads directly to the outside of Winter Castle. Basically, Winter City officials and guests who come to the main hall to meet His Majesty use this door. The other door is located inside Winter Castle. This door is the exclusive passage for His Majesty King David to go to the main palace. Except for David, only a very few people can walk through this door, such as the head maid Belfast and the princesses living in Winter Castle. Chung Lear and Chung Xiaozi didn't know this. Otherwise Chung Xiaozi would be in trouble again. After following Belfast through an obvious arc, the two found that they entered an extremely tall and wide hall directly from the side. Except for a few thick stone pillars that seemed to be used to support the entire hall, there was only a throne on the steps in front of the empty hall. At this moment, David was sitting on the golden throne wearing a crown inlaid with gems, listening to what the people below were reporting.
So, Brila has agreed to join the Winter City Air Force? Yes.
Michael came to make a routine report on the situation of the immigration fleet. By the way, he also wanted to see if Winter City could send someone to support the fleet.
The Brenia is almost completed, but I don't know if it can catch up with the war.
Mikhail and others already know that the biggest enemy of the fleet is not the insect. As long as Orchidly is properly utilized, the insect will become a comrade of the 25th Immigration Fleet in the final battle. The two sides will join forces to deal with a small group of the Galaxy Fleet. Some conspirators should be very simple. Now even Brera, the only ace pilot on the opposite side, has been brainwashed by Michael, Luca, Art Satom, and others in advance and instigated to rebel against his own camp. David can't see the possibility of those guys succeeding.
Find some time and take Brera to Winter City. Maybe you can help him level up before the decisive battle.
Brera Stan is a modified person, which can be understood as a half-human, half-machine life form. So he can pilot the VF-27 Gamma, which ordinary people cannot pilot at all. With the technology currently mastered by Winter City, Brera can become more powerful.
I see.
Mikhail saluted David and turned around to leave. David glanced at Chung Lear and waved to them. Chung Lear and Chung Siosi turned to look at Belfast next to them, wondering if they should go there.
Your Majesty is calling you too. I'll take my leave first.
Watching Belfast leave along the way they came, Chung Lear and Chung Siosi seemed to have no choice, and walked to the throne with a little restraint. David did not continue to sit on the hard, spacious and gorgeous throne. Instead, he stood up and talked to the two of them.
You came here directly after waking up? Didn't you have breakfast?
He got up early today and thought of something that he was going to hand over to the digger. That's why he came to the main hall to talk face to face with the Transformers. Mikhail just happened to come over. Unexpectedly, the scene of him sitting on the throne talking to Michael had some extra effects. Chapter 557 Beautiful Vase. Chung Lear and Chung Siosi looked at the crown on David's head, and then at the spacious and bright hall around them, and gradually had the feeling that the man in front of them was a king. Just when Chung Lear was about to say something, Etiquette Officer Elias walked in.
Your Majesty, the diggers are here. Let them in.
David motioned to Chung Lear to stay aside for a while, and finish the matter before talking about anything else. Upon seeing this, Chung Lear and Chung Siosi stood aside, and looked curiously in the direction of the door. Several tall Cybertronians walked in. These metal giants, whose bodies were mainly green and purple, made a dull sound with every step they took, making people feel tremendous pressure as they walked in step by step. But this is talking about ordinary people. David cannot be under any pressure.
His Majesty.
As time went by, the Cybertronians gradually settled in Winter City, and their names gradually changed. What's more, these diggers themselves were re-given life by David. They, together with Megatron, are the Cybertronians who are most loyal to David. Oh, and now we can add our C.
I need you to build a Stargate in the back garden of Winterkeep.
David did not exchange pleasantries with these diggers, but went straight to the point.
It doesn't need to be too big. It's just big enough to allow ordinary Cybertronians to pass through at will.
David originally wanted to say that the size is enough for several ordinary humans to pass side by side, but he changed his words when he spoke. This was because he thought that he was not sure about the future situation, and he might not know what kind of vehicle he would need to drive to travel through it. It would be better to make it slightly larger. As for building a Stargate in the back garden, it is naturally for the sake of the people around him. Like Chung Lear, does it mean that every time he comes to Winter City from Xiangjiang, he always appears at the Winter Military Camp? Although according to the plan, several Stargates will be built in Winter City, this does not conflict with David building one in his back garden for the convenience of his close friends.
Your Majesty, what kind of shape will the Stargate be made into?
The diggers had already guessed that His Majesty was looking for them to build something, and they were not surprised to hear that it was a Stargate. They just wanted to know what His Majesty's request was, and to build what His Majesty wanted in the shortest possible time.
Come out. I don't have any special requirements, as long as the Stargate stands in the garden and doesn't look too obtrusive.
The diggers looked at each other, and finally the shovel eyes released a holographic image, showing the current appearance of the back garden of Winter Castle in front of David, as the #1 engineer in the digger team. This kind of design work is usually done by the shovel. As the holographic image changed, a Stargate similar to a triumphal arch appeared in the originally ordinary garden lawn. In order to make this Stargate non-obtrusive, Shovel also designed some buildings around it, such as small squares, stone floors, fountains, and stone benches, with the appearance of several things. The Stargate that looked like it was made of stone seemed to blend in with the surrounding decorations, and was no longer particularly eye-catching on the flat lawn as it was at first.
What do you think of this design, Your Majesty? Okay, let's build it like this.
In fact, there are some more detailed introductions on the holographic image of the shovel. I also asked David if he wanted to add more facilities to the back garden, like an outdoor swimming pool, small lake, or the stadium. David thought for a while, and said that he didn't need to think about it for now. If the diggers felt that this project was too simple, They could consider building a playground in Winter City. He still remembered his original promise to give Elsa a place in Winter City. A playground is being built in Winter City. Just in time to say hello to the diggers in advance.
Amusement park? What kind of rides are needed? List the common ones first. When you design the playground drawings, remember to leave space in advance to facilitate adding new facilities in the future. I see. Now the Stargate is built first, and other decorations around the Stargate can be done slowly. Your Majesty, don't worry. The Stargate will be built within 3 days. I believe you can do it.
David was very confident in the workability of the diggers. After handing over the work tasks, he let them get busy. The diggers said goodbye and turned around to leave. They are hard workers, receiving tasks, completing tasks, and moving on to the next task is their life. They really like the various tasks assigned to them by His Majesty from time to time. Compared with care and vacation, it's better to cover things. Chung Lear and Chung Xiuxi didn't know this. After watching the diggers come in and say hello, they took the task with His Majesty King David. After receiving the task, they turned around and left. Why do they feel that King David doesn't understand people's hearts?
Is that okay?
What? David looked at Chung Lear, who looked worried, and saw her winking at the backs of the diggers who were gradually retreating, and smiled suddenly.
Don't worry. The digger's character is like this. You and if they say 10,000 words of concern. It is better to assign them 10,000 work tasks, and give them holidays is the most severe punishment for them.
Therefore, the diggers will not be dissatisfied.
There are people like this. Cybertronians are considered humans. Right. Of course it counts.
While Chung Xiuxi marveled at how big the world is, and how amazing it is, he made a little joke on David.
You must be very happy that you have such a workaholic under your control. Right. Yes. If it weren't for the digging tigers, Winter City would not be built so fast.
David stood up, took Chung Lear and Chung Xiuxi, and left the main hall along the path they took when they came here. I came here just to find the digger. Now that the discussion is over, David no longer needs to stay in the empty main hall. Although the main hall is very impressive, if there are not many people staying here when there is nothing particularly important, it will be too empty and cold, which is not pleasant. Even though David's throne is here, he will not deal with things here unless necessary. He usually goes to the office if he can solve it in the office, and chooses the conference room when there are many people. He would only choose this place when he had to show His Majesty as a king, or when he specifically wanted to talk to the Cybertronians.
Where to go next? Let's go have breakfast first.
David looked at the two of them.
I thought I got up early today, so I wanted to finish talking to the diggers about the Stargate, and then call you to have breakfast together. But I didn't expect you to get up too so early. Maybe it's because the environment in Winter City is good and the air is fresh. I slept well last night.
The air in Winter City is indeed very good. If you take a breath, your whole body will feel cleansed. Especially for those who have lived in the Earth cities for a long time. They can feel the obvious difference when they come here. Chung Lear now feels that it is a good choice for her father to come to Winter City for vacation and relaxation when he has nothing to do. I just don't know how to explain this situation to my dad. If you just rely on what you say, no normal person would believe this kind of thing. Right? A king or an alien from another world. Daddy would probably think he was joking. When I came to the restaurant for breakfast, I was surprised to find that there was no one in the restaurant.
How many restaurants are there in Winterkeep? There are several, but usually they use this place.
This restaurant is mainly used by David and his women. If they want to entertain guests or distinguish guests, they will choose different banquet halls according to the number of people.
Then why is it just us? Either they finished eating early and ran somewhere else, or they haven't gotten up yet.
David said that these people in Winter Castle do not have a stable schedule. For example, Sophia slept until noon and did not show up. It's not a strange thing. Sometimes I don't want to leave my room, so I will eat in my room. While eating, David and Chung Lear chatted a lot about the situation of everyone in Winter Castle. Chung Lear found that he didn't have to rush out and hang out today. He could ask David for more information about other people. And he could also practice cloth. Linian lingua franca.
What are you going to do after breakfast? There's nothing to do. It's just because I've been too busy lately that I went to your world for a vacation.
Chung Xiuxi was very surprised when he heard this. When he was studying history, he saw that the emperors were extremely busy. Why was David so free?
It's a completely different situation,
David explained casually. For example, many projects were in progress, and he could only wait slowly. After listening for a while, Chung Lear learned that David's Winter Kingdom had just been established not long ago. And even this Winter City was just a wasteland a few years ago.
Isn't this impossible?
The Winter Castle I am in will take several years to complete.
Right.
Let alone the entire city.
Did you forget to dig the ground tigers? They build very quickly. That's too outrageous.
Chung Lear rolled his eyes, and suddenly thought of what he wanted David to do.
Why don't you tell me how you build Winter City, and even Winter Kingdom on this wasteland? Bar!
By the way, Chung Lear could also learn more about the women around David. She thought she was too witty. But when David began to talk about his own experiences, she gradually stopped being happy. Laura was undoubtedly of great help to David in the early days of the establishment of Winter Village. It is not an exaggeration to say that David was entirely supported by Laura at that time. Eva and Helen, who appeared later, were of great help to David. Gwen sounded like an ordinary girl, but Chung Lear could hear a bit of doting in David's words. It was obvious that David loved Gwen very much. It seems that all of the girls who appear later will contribute to the growth of the Winter Kingdom, such as Sophia, Elsa, and Sansa, who has already lived in Winter Castle. But David has not yet had time to say anything. Even RC was a very good assistant to David. From what she heard, Chung Lear found that her existence seemed to be of little help to Winter City. Even if she wanted to help David with some trivial matters, she didn't know where to start. Could she just be a vase? Put it at home? The situation is not good. Chapter 558. Only a fool would give up. After living in Winter City for a week, Chung Lear and Chung Xiaozi felt that their brain and language had been well practiced. Now they did not need David or Sophia to accompany them, and could wander around the city alone and communicate normally with the locals. It was also at this time that Chung Lear and Chung Xiaozi discovered that David was not just a king in Winter City. It seemed that some people worshipped David as a god. This discovery shocked the two women, especially since they heard that many people in Winter City had died once before and were resurrected by David. They felt like they were listening to myths and legends, rather than the past deeds of their own men. And David was telling them, in my own experience, during the development of Winter City, I did not focus on describing my own power. Chung Lear didn't know how powerful David was until this moment.
Lear, you found a treasure.
David is considered a true god who descended from the earth. Right? Lear was so proactive at the beginning. But looking back now, it was really wise.
Are you envious? You should come too. Why do you make such a joke?
In the past few days, Chung Lear got to know everyone in Winter Castle, and she found that the actual number of people seemed to be more than what Sophia initially said. For example, Gwen usually lives in her own world, but comes over often. Elsa running back and forth between the two Arendells and Winterfell. Sansa, who went home to visit relatives a few days ago. RC went out for reconnaissance and just came back in the past 2 days. Even Laura, who was adventuring on another continent, heard that there was a new person in the family. So she came back to say hello and meet. Chung Lear felt that the pressure was the most when meeting Laura, and she had a weird feeling like meeting a doctor. In addition, the way Laura looked at her always made her feel scared, and she felt like she would be eaten by the other party in the next second. Fortunately, nothing strange happened next. After Laura said hello, she went back to continue her adventure. The others were similar. After meeting and getting to know each other, they each went about their own business. For example, Elsa and Anna were going to stay with their parents for a while. In addition to these people, there are also several people who have unclear relationships with David, and they feel that they will move into Winter Castle at any time.
The Stargate has been built. It will be more convenient for everyone to travel to various worlds in the future. And you can even communicate across dimensions. So you can go wherever you want to play.
The Stargate that David requested to be built was completed a few days ago. And even the surrounding fountains, stone benches, and small squares used for decoration have been built. A spacious stone road has also been paved to facilitate entry and exit. Everyone is coming back in the past few days, just in time to experience for yourself that the Stargate can freely travel to worlds that have successfully established connections, and can also perform purely random teleportation. However, David does not recommend this latter function to be used by people in his family. Unlike David himself, they can return to Brunia with their golden fingers even if they are really teleported to a particularly distant world. If they use this function, whether they can come back is a question. Fortunately, no one in David's family particularly likes to seek death. After learning about the risks, everyone said,
when we want to use random teleportation, we will remember to call David with us.
After everyone laughed and laughed for a while, They asked by the way how to come back after using the Stargate to go to a certain world. Is it like you usually do when you come to Winter City?
You can use the original old method.
He was thinking about going to Winter City and walking in a certain direction.
You can also use the sub-device of this Stargate.
Of course. This issue was taken into consideration when the Stargate was originally designed and built. Tony Stark specially made a small portable device that can be connected to the corresponding Stargate, opening a portal in front of the person using the sub-device. And teleporting the size of the door can be adjusted, making it easier for the Winter City army to travel between two different worlds.
This is it.
It looks similar to an electronic key. There is a knob on the top that adjusts the power. That is, how large a portal can be opened. There is also a button. Press it once to open the portal, and press it again to close it. This little thing is bound to the Stargate. What everyone has in their hands is the equipment supporting the Stargate in the back garden of Winter Castle. The open portal will only send people to the back garden of Winter Castle, and will not be connected to the military camp or other Stargates.
Each person gets one. I think this thing is good. Otherwise, every time I bring someone here, I would either hold hands or hold my shoulders. It always feels weird.
Gwen's words won the approval of everyone. Sansa also thought that after using the Stargate to teleport, she brought people with her. It has become more convenient for my brothers and sisters to come to Winter City.
This device is a temporary transitional product, and these functions should be integrated into new multifunctional tools in the future.
Seeing that everyone had put away their things, David asked the next few people what they were going to do next. Helen wants to continue to supervise the expansion of the Kingdom of Greece. Now that there is a Stargate, she seems to be able to ask Digger to help her build a few factories there, so that the development speed of the Kingdom of Greece can be increased by a few steps. Eva is going to start making a plan, and is going to find a few helpers to go to her own world to conduct some reconnaissance first, and then formulate a specific battle plan.
You decided to take that world back yourself?
Yes. If Eva had just arrived in Winter City, she would definitely not have such ambitions. Things are different now. Seeing that her partners have greatly helped the development of Winter City, she also decided to make more contributions. Maybe her behavior is a bit like a leader. But Eva feels that there is no harm in letting the Kingdom of Winter rule the world. David can lead the people of the entire world into a new era. Elsa was going to stay with her parents and sister for a while, and Laura ran back to adventure. This time she didn't come back with the Stargate key. The remaining Sophia expressed that she would go back to Xiangjiang to continue to hone her cooking skills. She was now considered a beginner. She had cooked several dishes in the past 2 days, which shocked Eva, Helen, and Jonah. This sense of accomplishment made her full of motivation. I hope I can go one step further and shock everyone next time.
Is Sansa okay recently?
No. Sansa looked confused. What could happen to me? Every day I just sleep, eat, do some exercise, and play games, and the day passes.
Why don't you go to Xiangjiang with me?
Sansa was stunned for a few seconds, and suddenly understood Sophia's intention. Her fair and tender cheeks were instantly dyed red.
Isn't it inconvenient?
Sansa glanced at David, then at Chung Lear and Chung Xiaoxi. She was worried that if she followed him, she would disturb them.
Just for fun. You haven't been to Westeros and places other than Winter City, right? Don't you want to visit the cities on Earth?
Sansa was indeed curious about the cities on Earth. She had seen such places through some games and movies in Winter City. But after all, her understanding was not comprehensive. She really didn't want to miss the opportunity to experience it in person.
Go and play for a few days. If you feel bored, come back. Anyway, it's very convenient to go back and forth now.
Sansa was convinced. The most important thing was that she really had nothing to do in Winterhold. And she knew her mission and wanted to get in touch with Davido from the bottom of her heart.
If you have any special world you want to go to, you can also tell me.
David looked at Sansa, who had a well-behaved face, and asked her if there was a world she wanted to go to. Anyway, you can only go back and forth. And it's only 1 day here. It doesn't affect anyone.
There is no place in particular that I want to go to. It would be interesting to go to Xiangjiang.
Sansa knew that this was actually an excellent opportunity to be alone with David. But she felt that it would be better to follow Sophia. What didn't she understand? There is also someone you can ask and discuss about matters. After coming to Winterkeep, Sophia often took Sansa to play with her. So Sansa and Sophia had a close relationship. And I believe she would not cheat her.
Then it's settled. Go back and pack up. After I've arranged the chores, we'll go to Xiangjiang together.
This time is different from the last time. No matter how long I played last time, Winter City was just one day in the past. Now that the time flow of the two worlds has been synchronized, David must greet his men in advance before he can play happily outside. In addition, important officials like Weatherby Swan, Gareth Stanton, and Floyd must ensure that they can find His Majesty the King himself at any time. Everyone left one after another, and Sophia took Sansa to pack her luggage. Chung Lear thought for a while, and stayed in the office, quietly watching David summon the ministers to explain some things. David, who sits behind a huge desk and gives orders to his subordinates, is really charming. Chung Lear originally thought it would be a pity to miss such a handsome and high-quality man. Now that she came to Winter City and got to know David better, she realized that if she really missed David, it would not be a pity at all. She would not be able to rest in peace if she died. Young, handsome, a king, and even worshipped as a god by some. Do ordinary people have the chance to see gods? Not to mention that he had negative distance contact with the gods. The answer is obvious. Only a fool would let it go. Thinking of this, Chung Lear couldn't help but glance at his best friend beside him. This person didn't look like a fool. Could he be waiting for the right opportunity? Chung Xiaoxi no longer wanted to explain. And after staying there for a few days, she was indeed a little shaken. It's just a handsome guy. But this young and handsome man is still a king. The king can be patient. After all, he is the one the good sisters like. But in the end, this person is still a god. This, not to mention anything else. Just being able to keep people youthful has a huge appeal to ordinary humans. And this kind of thing is just a piece of cake for David, the true god. It's hard to imagine how many benefits there will be after actually being with him. Chapter 559 Fresh Fish Stings. As soon as this thought came to his mind, after explaining everything and letting his men continue their work, David turned around and asked Chung Lear a question.
Is there any world you want to visit? Am I allowed to go if I want to?
Chung Lear looked at David, who was coming to the sofa, made room for David to sit next to him, and then leaned into David's arms.
Are there no restrictions? That's not true. It also depends on luck. I don't know what world is interesting.
Chung Lear was interested in many worlds she had heard about during this period. But when asked where she wanted to go, she didn't know how to choose. Seeing that Chung Lear's confusion stemmed from a lack of understanding, David did not continue to ask, but just said that if he had time, he could go around the world one by one. While they were chatting, the communicator on the desk rang. This is Winter Castle's internal communication. It will be directly connected to his office. It should be someone who wants to ask to see him. When the call was connected, David didn't need to ask. The person on the other end had already taken the initiative to report.
Your Majesty, Lord Aiden wants to see you. Tell him to come directly to my office.
Aiden arrived very quickly, and not long after, the office door was opened, and Aiden, wearing a gorgeous full-body armor, appeared in front of David.
Back from Azeroth?
David looked up and down. Aiden's temperament was completely different from when they first met. At that time, Aiden was in very poor condition, but he could still vaguely see the confidence and vigor of the human hero. Aiden now looks very calm. Apart from his handsome appearance, he looks like an ordinary person without that aggressive aura. But David could feel something deeper. Under the calm surface, there was an extremely powerful and violent force.
I just want to lend some soldiers to your Majesty.
Aiden is now regarded as the representative of the Kingdom of Winter in Azeroth, because he is very powerful. The Alliance also invited Aiden to join, and he will represent the Kingdom of Winter. This matter was approved by David. The relationship between the Winter Kingdom and the Alliance has always been stable, and several major forces in the Alliance also have diplomats stationed in Winter City. Coupled with various business, technology, and material exchanges, it can be said that Winter City has become a very important member of the Alliance. Precisely because Winter City's position in the Alliance is becoming more and more important, the Alliance hopes that the Kingdom of Winter can send some troops to help this time.
You want soldiers and horses? What is the Alliance going to do? Expedition to the Outer Lands.
Oh, David nodded.
The door to darkness has been opened again?
Events on Azeroth have long been disrupted by David and Fording. He doesn't know how it will develop there. But the Draenei have appeared, and the Burning Crusade should indeed begin. Thinking of this, David realized that the soldiers sent out this time were no longer just messing around and bullying novices, and were likely to run into the Burning Legion in the world of Azeroth, which was profoundly affected by David and Fordring. The forces in Outland should not be as complicated as in the original plot. The Blood Elves led by Kael'thas, Illidan, the Draenor Orcs, and the Alliance heroes from the original expedition. Wait a lot. Among them, Kael'thas is now serving as his king of Quel'Thalas in the eastern kingdom of Azeroth. And Illidan is still imprisoned due to various changes, and has not come out at all. But correspondingly, the enemies to be faced are also more single, the Burning Legion, and it is very likely to encounter Archimonde or kill Jaden. David glanced at Aiden. But he wasn't worried about this guy's strength. It didn't matter even if he bumped into those two. Thinking that all his soldiers have been registered, Resurrection Stone. Even if they die, they will just return to the city to resurrect. Maybe they can use the Burning Legion to train these soldiers? Since the establishment of the Winter Legion, it has not encountered a truly strong enemy. Although the Crushing War is very exciting, it will indeed cover up its own problems. Please ask the Burning Legion to help test it. It would be best to help him train a few more powerful warriors. David originally thought that he would recruit a group of people, but now he found that there is still not enough talent, especially excellent commanders. Once the official launch of the attack on multiple worlds begins, just a few commanders will be too busy. After giving Aiden the authorization to mobilize various troops, including a certain number of Winter Knights, David sat behind his desk and seriously thought about where else he could go to recruit commanders. It happened that the next period of time would be very leisurely. In addition to passing time in Xiongjiang, he could also go to other worlds. If you're lucky, you can bring back a few commanders, such as the World of Special Forces, the Rise of Cobra. I just happen to keep the props in my hand that can be used to locate that world.
By the way, is there anything you want to do or see that hasn't been completed before you go back? Have.
Chung Lear and Chung Xiuxi both said that they had been in Winter City for several days, and they had seen Supergirl flying in the air. They thought it was Superman and were excited for a while. However, Sophia told them that it was Superman's cousin Kara Zoe. Al is not Superman Kal-El. That is, Clark Kent.
Although Clark spends most of his time in his own world, he often comes here to see the conditions on his farm. It's not hard to see him.
After asking, I found out that Chung Lear and Chung Xiuxi were just wandering around randomly, and did not go to Kent Farm to guard Superman. In addition, Clark has no important matters, and usually does not come to Winter Castle. So the two of them naturally cannot meet Superman.
Forget it. It's not like I'll never come again anyway. There will be plenty of opportunities to see her in the future.
After a good night's rest, David, Chung Lear, Chung Xiuxi, Sophia and Sansa came to the comprehensive Xiongjiang world together the next day. The place where they appeared was David's apartment. Although it wasn't much messy after not being back for a few days, it was a bit dusty. David originally wanted to use some tricks to make the house tidy. But as soon as he came here, Sophia regained the feeling of living life before, and reached out to stop David.
There's nothing to do anyway, so let's start cleaning. Alright.
Although Chung Lear is a rich young lady, she also developed her life skills when she studied abroad. It is not that she does not possess any life skills, not to mention Chung Xiuxi, but it was Sansa who didn't understand anything. Fortunately, the house is not big, and Sansa doesn't need to do anything. The most important thing is to follow Sophia to help and get familiar with the facilities in the house. Instead of working together, David went out. Although I don't know how long Sansa will stay here, some necessary work still needs to be done. David created entry information that is almost equivalent to the truth. As for Sansa's identity and nationality in this world, she also chose the United Kingdom. After finishing all this and going home, Sophia sent a message, a long list of ingredients, asking David to buy some vegetables on the way home so that she could cook dinner for everyone. When David received the message, he was standing in front of the elevator door of the apartment, so he had to turn around and go to the vegetable market.
Huh? Mr. Glamorgan, why do you want to go out again? I suddenly remembered that I forgot to buy groceries.
Oh. After chatting casually with the security guard, David strolled to the market. As soon as he reached the fish shop, he saw a familiar strong figure.
Sir Chen. What a coincidence. It's you?
Qin Shaosheng turned around and found that the person calling him was actually David.
David, are you here to buy groceries too? Yes. This is really strange.
David's apparent identity is a foreigner from the UK. Qin Shaosheng never expected to see him in a place like the vegetable market.
Do you cook by yourself? It's Sophia who is going to cook for her friends herself. Is that the blonde girl?
Right. Qin Shaosheng felt it was even more outrageous. If David said that he cooked by himself, Qin Shaosheng might feel more accepting of it. Sophia has the temperament of an English noble lady and has blonde hair. She can't be connected with the kitchen no matter how you look at it. depend on the ingredients David chooses. Or make Chinese food.
The world is so big and full of wonders. What's so strange about it?
Qin Xiaosheng was secretly sighing when a voice suddenly sounded next to him, which startled him again.
Why do they like to appear all of a sudden? This is very bad for the heart.
Glancing at the two nieces next to him, Qin Xiaosheng did not explain to his nieces what he was surprised about just now. The two nieces quickly spotted David. After all, this man was as bright and outstanding as a firefly in the dark night. Especially when compared with the ordinary people around him. It becomes even more dazzling.
Isn't that David?
The two little girls wanted to rush forward as soon as they saw the handsome boy. But they were pulled back by Qin Xiaosheng.
What were you going to do there? I went back to buy groceries and entertain guests with my girlfriend. Why do you want to have a meal too?
What?
Isn't it possible?
Cixi held her head high.
That's right. Can't you?
Wu Fu responded weakly to the second sister. While his uncle and nephew were making noise here, David had already walked around and bought all the materials he wanted to buy. Just when David was about to say hello to Qin Xiaosheng and then leave, there was suddenly a burst of noise next to him. There was a sound. And then two people were seen running rampant, overturning and pushing down everything in front of them, whether they were people or anything else. Behind the two men, a female police officer in military uniform chased and shouted,
"Don't run!
This person is still an acquaintance. She is Chen Sanyuan, the eldest niece of Qin Xiaosheng whom I met earlier. It seems that during the time when she went to sea and returned to Winter City, she successfully graduated from the police academy and became a Hong Kong royal policeman."
This is the beginning of the plot.
Seeing that they could not get rid of the policewoman, the two men who had been being chased suddenly stopped, drew their guns, and shot at the policemen who were chasing after them. The gunfire rang out, and the market was in chaos. Everyone was running around in confusion. Only David stood firm and took out the lively grouper.
Look at my fresh fish stabbing.
Chapter 560 The Influence of the Mixed World. The grouper flew extremely fast. No one present could understand how the grouper appeared, because when they saw it clearly, the fish had already hit the ground hard. A physical charm was activated on the face of a gangster, causing the gangster to fall into a coma. Coincidentally, when the gangster fell, his men were still shooting, and then by accident, he directly shot his companion next to him in the head. David was also shocked by this scene. This was not part of his calculations. Although I can't remember your name. You are really bad at this job. I wonder if this is retribution. The gunfire stopped suddenly, and the two gangsters fell to the ground. Patrolman Chen Sanyuan, who had been suppressed by the gangsters' firepower, immediately stood up and rushed to the two fallen gangsters. Also, Qin Xiaosheng, who was off work and unarmed, and who immediately protected his two nieces when the gunfire rang out, also ran to the gangsters. The situation just now was so chaotic that almost everyone didn't understand what was going on. They just felt that the gunfire kept ringing and then disappeared quickly. Some brave people stuck their heads out to check and saw that the two gangsters had fallen to the ground and the police were nearby. They thought that the heroic policewoman had shot dead the two gangsters with her accurate shooting. Only Qin Xiaosheng saw the whole situation. And it was actually David who knocked down the murderer. That grouper's throw was so accurate, and it was so powerful that it could knock someone unconscious. This David was really no ordinary person. Looking back, I found that David was nowhere to be found. It seemed that Mr. Glamorgan did not want to be in the limelight on such a thing. However, this does not mean that his eldest niece Chen Sanyuan will be in the limelight. Judging from his many years of experience as a police officer, his niece is probably going to be in trouble. David quickly bought a new grouper and left the market directly. He didn't want to stay there and watch the fun. He just came to buy groceries. Kill the murderer? What does that have to do with yourself? They were killed by their accomplices. What? Knocking out a gangster by throwing a grouper? Uh-huh. Does anyone believe this? I'll give you a live fish. Throw it out and knock someone out for me to see. In short, this matter has nothing to do with me. David, when I returned to the apartment with the vegetables, the family members had already tidied up the house. Several women were lined up on the sofa, chatting while watching TV. Cheng Lear and Cheng Xiaoxi discovered a new pleasure, which was to teach Sansa various modern urban knowledge. Although Sansa had learned a lot of similar knowledge in Winterfell, she was not as knowledgeable as someone who had lived in this environment. She was staring at the TV with a curious look on her face. And at the same time, she leaned slightly from time to time and listened. Introduction by Cheng Lear and Cheng Xiaoxi. Seeing David coming back, Sophia stood up and took various materials. She said,
Just a moment. I'll get it done soon.
Then she went straight into the kitchen. Sansa watched Sophia enter the kitchen and wanted to stand up to help. But Chung Xiaozi pushed her back.
Sansa, sit down and I'll help Sophia.
David looked at these good sisters and was surprised that Chung Lear and Chung Xiaozi had become familiar with Sansa so quickly. While going to the refrigerator to get a drink, I asked Chung Lear and found out that the cause of the incident was Chung Lear and Chung Xiaozi, and asked about Sansa's age. Good guy. You won't know if you don't ask, but you will be shocked if you ask. Sansa looks very mature, and she is tall and strong. When asked about her age, she realizes that she is still a little girl. In addition, I learned when I was in Winterfell that Sansa would live in Winterfell, which was essentially a union of interests. So I felt a little sympathy for the little girl in my heart, and simply took care of Sansa as my little sister.
Beast!
Chung Lear criticized David. David was also helpless about this. What could he do? Do you want to refuse? It's easy for him to refuse this kind of thing, because he's afraid that the Stark family will think about all kinds of things, and won't be able to do things for him in a down-to-earth manner. Chung Lear nodded to express her understanding, but her evaluation did not change. David was still a beast. In addition, she seemed to be vaguely aware of David's preferences. Blonde hair, long legs, and a good figure don't seem to be the key. The key is to have a good figure. Whether it is Eva, Gwen, or the very young Sansa, they all have good physiques, including herself, who is not petite or thin. Not to mention Laura. Although she is not tall, she is an adventurer who likes to travel around the world, so she is naturally in good health. Judging from this, if he had not taken the initiative to pursue him, David would have definitely attacked Superintendent Hu next door. After all, that person is Bawangwa's chief instructor, so he must be in great shape. On the other hand, Teacher he seemed to be out of David's hunting range at all. And Teacher he had already paired up with Officer Zhou, so they could be ignored.
David, do you think I should learn some kung fu or something? What? Do you want to become a martial arts master? You can exercise. This.
Of course David would not object to this. In fact, he was already thinking about when to use the strengthening potion on Chung Lear. She has already eaten the golden apple. This will optimize her body, but it will not improve it too much. Strengthening potions are the props that can truly greatly improve physical fitness. And David is not prepared to use strengthening chambers to allow Chung Lear to quickly complete the strengthening. He hoped that Chung Lear's strengthening time would be longer, so as to give her enough time to adapt to these growing powers. In this process, if Chung Lear does some exercise, the effect will naturally be better. David originally thought about whether he should often accompany Chung Lear to do some physical exercises during this time, play ball, swimming, etc. Unexpectedly, Chung Lear suddenly proposed that he wanted to learn some kind of fighting technique.
Do you want to simply move your body? Or do you want to have the ability to actually fight? Is there a difference? It's the difference between being able to fight or not.
This, Chung Lear has no interest in fighting with others. But when he thinks that he can be like the martial arts masters in the movie, he feels a little bit hopeful.
I'll think about it. Well, don't make a decision in a hurry.
After the two chatted for a while, they went back to the sofa to watch TV with Sansa, chatting and passing. For example, Chung Lear asked Sansa if she had learned any fighting skills.
I have learned how to use two-handed swords, one-handed swords with shields, pistols, rifles, and other weapons.
Some of these things were learned in Westeros, and some were learned in Winter City. Shirley taught her a lot.
I only learned the basics of unarmed combat.
As for Holy Light, Arcana, and Elemental Power, she hasn't decided which one to choose yet. She just learned some theoretical knowledge based on her interest. Anyway, she is still young and is not in a hurry to make a decision. Chung Lear and Shansa immediately found a common topic. The two started chatting about practicing combat skills and mysterious powers. They even chatted non-stop while eating. They just chatted for a long time without any results. It was not until dinner was finished that Chung Xiaozi suddenly realized a very bad thing. The few people around him were a family, and it would be very inconvenient for him, an outsider, to stay. Feeling that it was getting late, Chung Xiaozi was about to say goodbye. Just at this time, her best friend came to help. Chung Lear said that she had been out for so many days, especially when she went to Winter City these past few days, and her father couldn't contact her. So she must be worried.
I'm going home, and I can give Xiaozi a ride.
Chung Xiaozi was very touched after hearing this. The good sisters didn't keep cheating her because they had sex with their friends. But she didn't know that Chung Lear wanted to go home because she felt that Sophia had a bad look in her eyes. If she stayed, she might not end well. So she ran away while she could.
Then I'll take you downstairs.
David didn't need to take the two of them home specifically. Chung Lear had already called the driver just now. He figured it was almost time to just go downstairs. The whole process was nothing special. After chatting for a few words and saying that they would meet at the company tomorrow, David was ready to go back upstairs. A night of silence. After a night's rest, David woke up early in the morning and saw Sophia pulling Sansa to dress and prepare to take her out to play.
Are you going to Mansion Tower? My vacation is not over yet. I will take Sansa around first and let her get familiar with the situation here.
Sophia said that she would take Sansa to Mansion Tower for morning tea and also take her to David's company.
You will go to the company today, right? Yes.
After getting a positive answer, Sophia dragged Sansa away and ran away. David stayed at home for a while longer, then strolled to Xingji to have breakfast, preparing to go to the company after breakfast. As a result, as soon as I entered the Life Journal, I found that the Life Journal, which was usually bustling with activity, was filled with gloom and gloom today.
What's going on here?
David took a look and found that Chen Xiaosheng was also having breakfast. So he shared the table with him and asked about the situation.
My niece San Yuan finally graduated from the police academy and became an official police officer. However, after yesterday's incident, she was suspended.
Chen Xiaosheng explained the situation in the most concise language. As for the specific content, he did not need to explain, because David is also a party involved.
Maybe I will leave right after I join the job. And of course, it will end up like this.
Oh, David suddenly understood. No wonder the whole Life Club was in such a low-pressure situation. Although the second sister looked very happy, David also found that the development of things was very different from the original plot. Originally, because she was the first female police officer to shoot a gun in Hong Kong, she was promoted by the police as a typical Chen San Yuan. In this chaotic world, she was just an ordinary patrol officer. After all, this world has even formed an armed force composed entirely of women like Bowenghua, and Hu Huishan has fought with gangsters countless times with guns. It is not Chen San Yuan's turn to take the limelight as the first female police officer in Xiangjiang. Without the halo, her strange operations were naturally highlighted. Being suspended is really not surprising at all. Chapter 561 Special Affairs Investigation Section. When police officers are being trained, the instructors will constantly emphasize an iron rule: never act alone. When Chen San Yuan found a suspicious person, it was normal for him to go forward and check his ID card. The mistake was that she shouldn't have left her partner behind and chased him without any care. She didn't notify the main station at all, and just chased after him. The absence of his partner, the fact that he did not report the status of the operation, and the fact that the busy city provoked the gangsters to shoot in the street, causing the citizens to be frightened. All combined together, Chen San Yuan certainly did not get any good results. When watching a drama, one can think that the screenwriter seriously lacks the corresponding common sense. If Chen San Yuan did this in the real world, David seriously doubted that this guy successfully graduated from the police academy because of his connections. I never expected that Chen San Yuan would actually do this. And looking at her current appearance, she didn't seem to realize where she was wrong. David was very speechless. He went back and looked at the code of conduct and then thought about his own actions. Wouldn't he know where he was wrong by comparing it? David looked at Chen Xiaosheng opposite and found that the uncle was not in a hurry at all. Did he get some inside information?
The little girl is full of passion. When the boss doesn't even abide by the code of conduct, she will rush into trouble. This suspension can be regarded as a lesson to her.
David said nothing and ate wonton noodles quietly. Holyulu. Chen Xiaosheng watched for a while and happily persuaded San Yuan's second sister to stop being a police officer. After all, a gun battle broke out in the market yesterday, and one of the two parties involved in the exchange was his own daughter. When she learned the news, she was frightened to death. I was about to express some dissatisfaction so that my daughter could resign. But then I heard the news that my daughter had been suspended. At first, she felt unhappy on behalf of her daughter, but soon realized that this seemed to be just what she wanted. Don't just suspend him, but fire him directly. That's why the second sister acted so happy, completely ignoring her eldest daughter's face as dark as the bottom of a pot.
Correct.
Chen Xiaosheng, who was eating breakfast and watching the excitement for a while, suddenly mentioned something.
I heard that the police department decided to form a new department, and this new department also asked you to serve as a consultant. The establishment of this unit has not yet been finalized. It's been decided. Don't you know?
Jin Xiaosheng thought he could ask David for some inside information. Because this new department is very mysterious. What is its specific responsibility? Everyone actually doesn't know. When Chen Xiaosheng met Hu Huishan 2 days ago, he asked casually and got a tip from Superintendent Hu.
It will be clearer if you ask David. He is the consultant of the new department.
As a result, I asked David today. And David said he hadn't decided yet? What's the situation? Is this new department so mysterious? Chen Xiaosheng became more curious.
Has it been settled?
David looked surprised, seeing Chen Xiaosheng's squinting eyes and suspicious look on his face. He explained,
I boarded the Fuki Maru with my friends for a trip some time ago. And I just came back yesterday. The Fuki Maru is the one on the high seas.
Chen Xiaosheng suddenly realized that the political department was deeply involved in this case and could not say it casually.
Were you also on that ship? I heard that after the Fuki Maru arrived in Japan, due to some problems, it was sent to the shipyard for overhaul, and subsequent voyages were cancelled directly. Yeah. So I went back to my hometown with my friends.
Oh. David told the truth. But he didn't tell the details. Chen Xiaosheng thought David had returned to England. So he didn't suspect anything. He just asked casually,
What does that new department do?
David drank the last mouthful of soup, then wiped his mouth with a napkin, then hooked his fingers at Chen Xiaosheng, and waited for the other person to look over before saying,
Slay the demons. Cut.
He thought David was talking about adjectives. Isn't the job of the police the job of slaying demons? But he didn't expect that what David meant was literal. This new department was really responsible for slaying demons, catching ghosts and exorcising evil spirits.
I'm going to work. When you go to the police station someday, you can come to the Ordnance Forensics section and see me. I'll buy you coffee. Going to the police station for coffee doesn't sound unlucky. Yes. Let's treat you to a meal. The food in our cafeteria is quite good.
After saying that, he stood up and left to go to work. David finished his coffee and then stood up to pay the bill.
Second sister, pay the bill. Oh, here we come.
The second sister had been persuading San Yuan to resign. When she saw David, she suddenly thought of something.
By the way, David, I heard that your company has opened. Yes. Then why don't you invite someone? What do you think about our 3 yuan going to work at your place? Mom, I told you I won't resign.
Chen San Yuan has dreamed of being a police officer since she was a child. And she will not give up easily.
You're suspended. It's just a suspension, not a dismissal. You will be reinstated after a while. You were suspended just after you started working. What future do you have? Will it be your turn to be promoted in the future? Why don't you just resign? I said I won't resign.
Chen San Yuan said he would not resign under any circumstances. Cixi and Wufu, who were standing by, heard that David's company had opened, and immediately approached him and asked,
My eldest sister is not going. What do you think of me? Yeah. Do you think I can go to work in your company? Are you two still in school?
Cixi and Wufu are still high school students and are currently wearing school uniforms.
I'm about to graduate. Anyway, my grades are not good and I can't go to college. I have to find a job sooner or later. Does your company have high academic requirements? No request. Really?
Not only Cixi and Wufu looked happy, but even the second sister looked happy. She is having a headache. What should she do with her 2 daughters? Cixi doesn't like studying, so it's impossible for her to get into college. She doesn't expect to have any future at all. She can just find a stable job and get into less trouble. Although Wufu is very well behaved and studies very hard, he doesn't seem to be the one, and his grades are never very good. And because of his personality, it seems that it will be more difficult for him to make a name for himself in society in the future than for Cixi.
But we are not planning to continue recruiting people for the time being.
Seeing the disappointed expressions on several people's faces, David comforted him casually.
Maybe we will recruit people in the future? Anyway, you are still studying. Let's wait until graduation. Then I will be there. If we don't hire anyone, we can help you by asking other companies in the same building. Oh, thank you very much.
The second sister knew that David's words were probably just polite, but it was not easy for him to say that. After all, they had only just met.
You're welcome. It's just a little effort.
After leaving the school, David strolled towards the company. When he arrived at the office building where the company was located, it happened to be the time for many white-collar workers to go to work. Groups of young men and women in suits and skirts hurried into the building, then took the elevator and rushed to their respective posts. Compared with this group of people who were in a hurry, David's leisurely appearance was more conspicuous. Coupled with his image, it aroused the curiosity of many people. Although the Wanchawoo has been open for a while, David has not been in the building for long. In addition, he can come and go freely, and does not move according to commuting time. So many people in the same building have never seen him. The ones on the same floor are slightly more familiar.
Which company does this handsome guy belong to? I've never seen him before. Is he new? Looking at this leisurely demeanor, maybe he is a small business owner of some company? Why does it look like he's walking in slow motion?
When David got off the elevator on the Wanchawoo floor, many people who were not on the same floor came down with him, wanting to see which company he was going to. And then, they saw the Wanchawoo sign.
Wanchawoo? A newly opened company?
As soon as the busybody inquired with other people on the same floor, he immediately learned all kinds of information about Wanchawoo, and it spread throughout the office building at an alarming speed.
Good morning, May. Boss, you're back from vacation.
Ruan Mei was sweeping the floor with her head down. When she heard someone saying hello, she immediately got up and found that it was the boss who was saying hello. By the way, she reminded David that an acquaintance had been waiting for him for a while.
That Mr. Zhou has been waiting for him every day recently. Come here to find you. You came earlier than me today. Mr. Zhou?
David was still thinking about Mr. Zhou when he saw Zhou Xingxing appear in front of him with a sad face.
David, you must help me this time. As long as you agree, you can let me give you all my wife's books. What happened? I solved an arms case before. Do you remember? Remember? I even helped.
David mentioned this and suddenly remembered.
By the way, your bill hasn't been settled yet. It's not important.
Zhou Xingxing waved his hand, as if it was just a trivial matter.
The point is that I have made great contributions, so I should be promoted. Right. Even if I can't be promoted to superintendent, I should at least be promoted to chief inspector. Right. Then, in the end, I was only promoted to senior inspector, and I was assigned to a strange department called the Special Affairs Investigation Division. It sounded very unreliable.
Zhou Xingxing finally got to the point. This was also the time when he ran away the real reason for coming to David.
I heard that you are the consultant of this department and can talk directly to Deputy Director Zhang. If you can do me a little favor, just say that I do not meet the requirements of the department and ask me not to be transferred there.
No. Oh.
I see. David was still wondering what Zhou Xingxing said had to do with him. Only after hearing this did he understand why he was looking for him. It's really rare that I met two people in succession early in the morning and mentioned this new department to me. If what he predicted was right, Hu Huishan should appear next. Right. Just when David was thinking about how to reply to Zhou Xingxing, he realized that he had just guessed wrong. Hu Huishan did not appear. What appeared was another superintendent Chief Hu Xian, who David had helped clean up the police station before.
Why are Superintendent Hu here? Do you have business to take care of me? Mr. Glamorgan has just come back, so I don't know yet. I am here specifically to invite Mr. Glamorgan to visit the department I am newly responsible for, and to guide many new people.
Chapter 562. Our police received a new batch of equipment. Ask him to guide the work? It sounds very noble. David happily agreed. Only then did Superintendent Hu notice Zhou Xingxing next to him.
Huh? Are you the newly transferred Senior Inspector Zhou Xingxing?
Yes.
Superintendent Hu.
Zhou Xingxing looked very unhappy. He did not expect that he would see his boss in this situation. Hu Xian didn't pay attention to this. He knew that Zhou Xingxing had just solved a major case and had been promoted and transferred. Various file transfers had not yet been completed. He was on vacation and would not be officially reported until some time later. What he was concerned about was that Zhou Xingxing was actually an acquaintance with David Glamorgan. Originally, he was still having a headache and didn't know how to arrange the sudden transfer of the former Flying Tigers member. But now it was better. From now on, Zhou Xingxing will be responsible for leading the team. Zhou Xingxing will naturally come to David for help if something cannot be solved. As a superior, he only needs to sit in the office and drink tea while waiting for his subordinates to complete their work.
Young man, if you work hard, you may be able to sit in my position soon.
Zhou Xingxing couldn't laugh or cry after hearing this. He didn't want to work in this new department at all. Unexpectedly, before he could convince David to help, he bumped into his new boss in the master house. If you say you don't want to go to this department at this time, I'm afraid you won't get any good results in the future. Although Zhou Xingxing was sometimes upright, he was not really clueless. He had no choice but to hold his nose and accept the transfer. Do it for a while first, and then find a chance to get away later.
Speaking of, sir, what does our new department do? Don't you know? I've asked people everywhere. But our new department is so mysterious that I can't find out anything about it. Could it be a secret department? Hu Xian looked at Zhou Xingxing in front of him, smiled, and did not answer directly.
You will know soon. Just come back with me to identify the door.
Zhou Xingxing couldn't refuse. And he couldn't tell the new chief that he wanted to go home to be with his girlfriend. So he had no choice but to prepare to go back to the police station with Superintendent Hu. Just when a few people were preparing to set off, Cheng Lear arrived. Yesterday, I made an agreement with David to meet her at the company. When she got up in the morning, Cheng Lear wanted to come over, but was stopped by her father and asked some questions. Finally, when she saw that her daughter was thinking about going to see her boyfriend, she had no choice but to let him go. Come out.
This is Cheng Lear, my partner.
David briefly introduced.
This is Superintendent Hu. Do you remember what I told you a while ago about the new department that the police will set up? It will be headed by who the superintendent is responsible.
Cheng Lear listened to David's introduction, and at the same time remembered who Superintendent Hu was. David had previously told her about what happened in the branch that Superintendent Hu was responsible for.
Congratulations to Superintendent Hu on your promotion.
Although the level has not changed, Superintendent Hu was transferred from a very ordinary branch chief to the headquarters to be in charge of a special department, which was actually a promotion. If he does well, his level will soon be raised to another level. After the introduction, David told Cheng Lear that he and Superintendent Hu were going to see their new department. After hearing this, Cheng Lear said that he also wanted to go together.
Then let's go together.
For Superintendent Hu, the focus is on David, and having one more Cheng Lear doesn't matter at all. A group of people arrived at the police station by car. Superintendent Hu and a few people quickly arrived at the office of the new department. There was a sign for the Special Affairs Investigation Division hanging on the door. Not far away, there were some people looking around, immediately dispersed to do their own things after seeing Superintendent Hu.
The location is pretty good.
David originally thought that a department like this that dealt with special matters would be hidden by the police, or even put up a fake sign, such as logistics, maintenance, or even cleaning, and the office would be located in the most inconspicuous corner, preferably in a basement where no one usually passes by. I didn't expect that the Special Affairs Investigation Division in charge of Superintendent Hu Xinhu would have such a large and bright office, with a good floor and location, and plenty of lighting.
Initially, the office arranged by the police department was in a dark place, located in the corner of the second underground floor. Later, when Zhang Tianchi, Dao Changzong, and Miss Ma came to see it, they all said that such a department cannot be placed in such a dark place. Not only did the police officers are prone to accidents, and the police station will be affected.
In the end, Zhang Tianchi calculated for a long time and walked around the building several times before choosing this office, which has the most yang energy. Police officers who work here for a long time can also benefit themselves and are not afraid of the yin and evil energy.
So that's it.
David looked around and could feel that the various furnishings in the office were exquisite, because he could feel a special fluctuation, which seemed to be gathering the positive energy between heaven and earth. After being in this environment for a long time, indeed there is no need to fear any evil spirits. Even if some yin energy is contaminated outside, it will be cleared away when you come in.
These are all arranged by Zhang Tianchi. Mr. Glamorgan is indeed discerning.
The furnishings David pointed out were all specially ordered by Zhang Tianchi. No matter the type, style, or placement angle, they all strictly followed Zhang Tianchi's design. Although Superintendent Hu didn't understand the name and explanation, looking at these furnishings in the office over the past 2 days, I did feel comfortable all over. He was thinking that if he had time, he should ask Tianchi Zhang to take a look at his home and give him some suggestions on feng shui layout.
Do you have anything to add?
David waved his hand.
I'm a layman in this area,
so I won't show my shame.
Not only feng shui, but also formations and the like. He didn't study much. There was also a lot of knowledge related to magic formations and arcane magic and shadow spells. He just looked at it casually and didn't study it in depth. As he was talking, the office door was pushed open, and a group of people walked in holding things.
I was just wondering where you guys went.
After Superintendent Hu entered the office, he found no one in the office. Considering that David was nearby, he didn't complain about his subordinates. At this time, I saw my subordinates holding boxes and knew that they were moving office supplies.
Let me introduce to you. This is the special consultant of our department, Mr. David Glamorgan.
Ah, it's Mr. Glamorgan. David took a look and saw that all the people who appeared were acquaintances, and it was Wu Ying who warmly welcomed him. In addition to him, there was Inspector Yi Finney in front of him. Both of them were Superintendent Hu's old subordinates and were transferred to the new department with Superintendent Hu. There are two others who were transferred from Bawanghua: Moon, Rintingting, and Karen. Although the two girls did not speak, they were winking and making faces at David. Chung Lear saw this scene from the side. Although she didn't know who these two girls were, she still looked at them carefully. They looked thin and small. And although they looked very sweet, they probably weren't David's cup of tea.
And this is Senior Inspector Zhou Xingxing, Commander Zhou, who was transferred from the Flying Tigers. When I am away, he will be in charge of leading the team. And Inspector, he will be in charge of assisting.
Wu Ying originally saw a male colleague coming and thought he finally had a guy who could talk nonsense. But he didn't expect that he turned out to be his superior. Looking at the two colleagues next to him, they were both pretty little girls. Even if they were born from Bawanghua, he had a premonition that he was going to suffer tremendously in the new department. Immediately give advice to the leader.
Boss, is the yang energy in our department a little weak?
Weak?
You are the weakest here.
Superintendent Hu still admired Wu Ying very much. After all, he was quick and efficient in handling cases. As long as he didn't cheat, he was a good policeman. So he added something by the way after saying a few words.
Someone will come again in a few days. But this time it's a new person. Male or female? Male.
Okay. If it were another department, he would have liked to have a few new women in the team. Wu Ying now had the exact opposite idea. With a new man, he wouldn't have to do all the hard work in the department. At this time, David was looking around and found a pile of bits and pieces piled up in the corner of the office. David glanced briefly and saw yellow paper, cinnabar, and something that was not sure whether it was chicken blood or dog blood. In addition, there are sprays, amulets, etc. At this time, Zhou Xingxing also noticed this pile of things.
Huh? Why are there these things?
David glanced at Zhou Xingxing and remembered that this person still didn't know what this department did. He was a little curious about how Zhou Xingxing would react when he found out that this department was dedicated to catching ghosts.
This is the guy you'll be eating from in the future. Yellow paper. Cinnabar. What is this? Peachwood? And chicken blood?
Zhou Xingxing checked curiously and noticed that the bottle containing blood was labeled
chicken blood. Are we supposed to catch ghosts and kill zombies?
Ah,
you're right. Our Special Affairs Investigation Division is responsible for handling all supernatural-related cases in Xiangjiang.
Ah? Zhou Xingxing held a pile of yellow paper in one hand and a large piece of peachwood in the other, with disbelief on his face.
Boss, please don't make such a joke.
Okay?
No kidding. This is our main job. These things are purchased through the private channels of several masters. They are all good things.
Zhou Xingxing looked at the things in his hands and seriously suspected that something was wrong with the world. Zhou Xingxing froze due to excessive fright. The others were all insiders. When they saw Commander Zhou's reaction, they were not surprised. Instead, they placed bets on how long it would take for Commander Zhou to return to normal. When David heard what Superintendent Hu said,
he understood why Superintendent Hu came to visit him. He probably wanted to buy a batch of high-quality demon-killing equipment through himself. In fact, Superintendent Hu didn't just want to buy some equipment from David, since his subordinates were all policemen rather than Taoist priests or heavenly masters. Compared to talismans and magic, Superintendent Hu felt that David's the simple and straightforward method of exorcism is more suitable for his subordinates. Several masters, including Zhang Tianshi, also suggested this to him. Chapter 563 Maplewood Building. The purpose of buying mahogany swords instead of mahogany swords is to make it easier to make police batons. They are still very familiar with the police using batons, but I am afraid not many can understand how to use mahogany swords. Superintendent Hu didn't even know if his subordinates could use the talisman. He bought this batch of yellow paper, cinnabar, etc. so that they could be used by consultants such as Zhang Tianshi and Zhong Daozhang when necessary. Everyone can bring a bottle of dog blood and chicken blood. It is convenient to put it in a sprayer and carry it with you. This is what the exorcist Ma's lady did. In addition, if you want to exorcise demons and catch ghosts, it is very important to be able to see ghosts. Those who have practiced magic and are good at Taoism can also open their eyes and see the hidden monsters and ghosts. They are all ordinary people. The only way to solve this problem is to rely on equipment. It was still the person from the Ma family who helped solve this problem. The glasses she used had this function. But those glasses are specially made. If the police want them, they need to be specially made and will take some time to arrive.
Now I just barely put together a framework. As you know, these are all police officers under me. Although they have received various trainings in the police academy, they really do not include exorcism, catching ghosts, fighting zombies, etc. So, want to buy a batch of modern weapons from me specifically designed to deal with monsters and monsters? It doesn't have to be a weapon. Bullets that can exorcise demons can also be used.
David nodded to show that he understood. The bullets would at least allow the police's guns to function as they should. Otherwise, if there was a supernatural incident, his subordinates would die if they were sent out. Even if Superintendent, who was not dismissed from his post. He himself, I don't have the nerve to continue doing it.
I have a question. You say, if I get a batch of weapons with exorcism capabilities, does that count as arms smuggling? Ah.
Superintendent, who was stunned for a moment. He really didn't think about it. He thought carefully and studied it carefully. And finally said with a wrinkle,
forget it.
David spread his arms. He didn't want to cause trouble for himself. So selling weapons directly would definitely not work.
Then, could you please give them a blessing or something for the guns they use? Or the bullets they use?
Superintendent, who didn't mention holy water or anything like that. In his opinion, it was one of the items he would definitely buy. And it could also be used in a sprayer.
Let's do this. I'll get a batch of amulets over and get you a box that can nourish the divine power. Box? What's it for? Usually store bullets in a box. The bullets stored inside will be contaminated with some sacred power. They should be enough to deal with ordinary ghosts and monsters. Oh, this is a great idea.
Superintendent, who was very happy after hearing David's introduction. This thing is a big help. In this way, not only can pistols be used, but also sprays, grenades, etc. can be used.
Let me make it clear first. This thing is not permanent. The sacred power in the box is limited. If it is used up, it will become an ordinary box. That's not a problem.
It's just like buying bullets. It's a consumable. Superintendent who doesn't care at all. He doesn't have to pay the bill anyway.
But how big is that box? How big does Superintendent who want it to be?
Superintendent who looked at David, then looked to the side, and pointed at the locker.
Is there such a big one? Have. How long will it last? That depends on what price you buy.
Superintendent who, like a good man, immediately understood that most of this stuff was processed by David himself. What he wanted would depend on how much money he could afford.
What if I want a filing cabinet or a bookshelf? That's okay.
David didn't beat around the bush and simply offered the price.
1 million Hong Kong dollars can guarantee that the ammunition stored inside will be endowed with sufficient sacred power.
But it can only be placed in one cabinet. The ammunition in this cabinet is exhausted. You must either buy a new cabinet or ask David to help recharge it.
Okay.
Superintendent, who was very satisfied. Such a large cabinet can store a lot of ammunition. Even if his department consumes ammunition faster than ordinary departments, it can still be used for a long time. 1 million sounds like a lot, but it is nothing to the wealthy police department. As for the amulets, there are 10,000. What was sold this time was not the powerful amulet that Fei Ying bought. What David sold to Superintendent, who was an ordinary amulet, which could protect the police officers from being attacked, possessed, and controlled by evil spirits.
10 amulets first. 20 or 30.
Superintendent, who considered taking a few amulets back to his family to prevent monsters and ghosts from threatening him through his family. To protect your family is to protect yourself. The logic is smooth.
A few more bottles of holy water. I'll get it all for you. 20 bottles.
After successfully negotiating a deal, David and Superintendent, who were very satisfied.
By the way, does Mr. Glamorgan have any tricks or techniques that you can teach my men?
In addition to helping buy a batch of equipment, Zhang Lihua and Zhang Tianxue also promised to teach some basic common sense when they have time to ensure that Superintendent, whose men will not know what to do when they encounter various ghosts and monsters. There are also some ways to use magic weapons, when necessary. You can use no magic power and rely solely on the body's own energy and spirit to force it. Maybe you can save your life at critical moments. Dao Changzhong also promised to teach some skills from time to time. And also promised to teach some small methods that did not require magic power and could be used by ordinary people, such as chanting mantras, setting up formations, borrowing strength, etc. It feels like those masters have been plundered a lot by me. And Mr. Glamorgan cannot miss it here either.
I'm afraid I'm going to disappoint Superintendent Hu. The methods I use to deal with monsters are very simple and crude. Oh, if you can't kill him with one shot, shoot him 10 times. If that doesn't work, use rockets.
Superintendent, who didn't know how to evaluate David's exorcism method. As for the shooting and rocket launchers, he just pretended that he didn't hear anything. After chatting for a few more words, the two walked out of Superintendent Hu's office. In the big office, Zhou Xingxing finally recovered from his stiffness and got a good understanding of the work he was about to face from his new colleagues. At the same time, he also understood why his colleagues were not surprised. Because except for himself, these colleagues had all encountered supernatural events. The police station where Inspector Hefeni and Wu Ying worked was haunted by the Ghost King. Moon encountered a zombie when he returned to his hometown. Karen accompanied her friend home and was lucky enough to see the existence of a zombie. In addition, David was present when these people encountered these things. Zhou Xingxing learned that David was actually a very powerful exorcist. So he became a consultant for this new department.
What is all this mess?
Although everyone said that they were very fancy and superficial, Zhou Xingxing still thought that these guys were playing tricks on him.
Mr. Zhou, since you have joined this department, you will see him sooner or later. Do you want to get an amulet back first? Keep it with you just in case? How about this? Chief Zhou, our department hasn't officially started work yet. During this period, let's all find a place to camp in a dark and haunted place so that Chief Zhou can get familiar with the future working environment. As soon as Wu Ying finished speaking, he was immediately disliked by others. In addition, Superintendent Hu also came out. After hearing this, he immediately yelled, "Nonsense! We are a department that solves supernatural incidents, not creates supernatural incidents. If there is nothing, you still want to create something to make things happen. Right. Sir, I just want Commander Zhou to adapt to his new job as soon as possible."
As he was talking, the phone rang suddenly. Everyone present was stunned, and their eyes all fell on Superintendent Hu. Superintendent Hu looked back and saw that the phone in his office was ringing. This was the first time since their department moved in. Superintendent Hu adjusted his clothes, then walked back to the office with a serious face and answered the phone.
"This is the Special Affairs Investigation Division." "Yes, it's me." "Okay, Director, I understand." "Director."
The phone hung up, although no one heard what was said on the phone. Everyone understood what happened. Work is coming. Superintendent Hu came out and looked at everyone.
"I believe you have guessed it. Yes, the first case of our Special Affairs Investigation Section is here. This time everyone is mobilized to try to give our Special Affairs Investigation Section a good start."
Then he looked at Zhou Xingxing.
"Although you are still on vacation, I also hope that you can participate in this operation and adapt to the new working environment as soon as possible. This will be very helpful for your future work."
Zhou Xingxing raised his hand to refuse, but Superintendent Hu didn't give him a chance to speak at all and continued.
"The place we want to investigate this time is called Maplewood Building. It is an older apartment building. Because it is haunted, for this reason, almost all the residents in the building have moved out, which has had a very bad impact on the surrounding neighborhoods. Our superiors ordered us to find out as soon as possible whether Maplewood Building is really haunted, or is someone pretending to be a ghost and creating rumors.
If someone is causing trouble, then the person who caused the trouble must be arrested and handed over to brothers in other departments for follow-up processing. If it is really haunted, then they will have to find a way to clean up the ghosts, and then announce to the outside world that it is not haunted. The so-called haunting is a rumor deliberately spread by someone in order to maliciously lower housing prices. As for the investigation method, everyone pretended to be new residents and moved into Maplewood Building.
In other words, being an undercover agent?
Zhou Xingxing was keenly aware of the key words.
Almost. Later, Hefeni will take people to bring back all the relevant information about Maplewood Building. After everyone is ready, the official action will begin tomorrow.
After the explanation, Superintendent, who had not forgotten David,
"Mr. Glamorgan, would you like to go to that building together?"
David looked at Chung Lear next to him.
Would you like to join in the fun?
In the past, Chung Lear would have stayed far away. Now that he knew David's strength and no longer worried about danger, he found this kind of excitement quite interesting. Chapter 564, Ghost Killing Stick Technique. Chung Lear and David had been together for a while, and they were inevitably affected by it. In other words, when people don't have too many burdens in life, is it natural to find fun to satisfy their spiritual needs? Even if there are some burdens in life, people will still have fun. Like now, after a group of police officers from the Special Affairs Investigation Division moved into the almost uninhabited Maplewood building with various identities, they spontaneously got together and played cards to kill time. They just waited for nightfall to go around again. Check to see if it is really haunted or someone is doing it.
Flush. You get a royal flush. I'll show you the big dick. Is there any more? You're big.
Zhou Xingxing saw Wu Ying laughingly throwing out the 3 cards and clearing the cards in his hand. He threw down all the unplayed cards and mixed them up twice.
Oh, I won't play anymore.
It's no fun to play.
Wu Ying was having a great time winning, smiling as much as he wanted. But it turned out that the new Chief Zhou couldn't play and was cheating. He was not as high as others, so he could only put away the playing cards with a depressed look.
Wu Ying.
Although Zhou Xingxing has arrived at Maplewood Building and started to perform his mission, he still doesn't believe that there are ghosts in this world. Although he has asked countless times and knows how the other party will answer, he still can't help it. Question.
Are there really ghosts?
Sir, you've asked me 8 times since you got here. I know. Can I ask after I've asked? Yes. You are the commander, so you can ask if you want.
Zhou Xingxing spread his hands and said,
if someone deliberately spreads rumors, I still think it is reasonable to be haunted. This is unscientific.
Wu Ying looked at Zhou Xingxing speechlessly, wondering what Chief Zhou had to worry about.
Sir, you know Mr. Glamorgan, and you are still talking about science? What's up with him? Look over there. All the women in the group are surrounding him. Do you think this is scientific?
Zhou Xingxing looked over there and saw 3 beautiful women. He Finney, Moon, and Karen, all surrounding David asking questions, as if 300,000 people had gathered together, plus Chung Lear, who came to watch the fun with David, surrounded by 4 beauties. This scene was really jealous.
Mr. Glamorgan is so handsome. It's normal for him to attract girls. It's very scientific.
Just then, there was a knock on the door. Karen stood up and said,
I'll open the door.
After a while, Superintendent Hu and Ma Xiaoling walked in together.
Sir!
Except for David and Chung Lear. Everyone else stood up and saluted. Superintendent Hu, who was wearing casual clothes, waved his hand directly and said,
Don't reveal your identity while performing your mission. Sir, we are the only ones left in the whole building. No one cares about our identities at all. Didn't you say that there are still a few families who have not moved out? We have asked. Those households have not moved out in name only. They have already left the building and moved to other places.
Inspector, he didn't just surround David as soon as she came over. She had almost finished the work, and only after understanding everything that needs to be understood did we sit here and chat. As a young inspector who was transferred to a new department not long after taking office, He Finney has a very strong ambition and is eager to prove her ability. However, the equipment was not in place, so she could only ask David here for some experience in dealing with ghosts, which should be used in the future. Moon and Karen actually have similar thoughts. But these 2 little girls will mix in some personal things in their business, such as suddenly asking about the relationship between David and Chung Lear. In fact, there is no need to ask this question at all. Chung Lear is like David's pendant, always following David, and always sitting next to David when he sits down. This situation is already obvious. The 2 looked at each other, wondering what was going on with David and the one named Sophia, and what's going on with Instructor Hu. There were more and more things I was curious about. But before I could ask questions clearly, Superintendent Hu came with Miss Ma. Before David, Tian Shizhong, Dao Changzong, and Miss Ma all visited their departments. So both Moon and Karen knew the young exorcist. Ma Xiaoling came here this time to deliver the glasses that had been made. Otherwise, they would not be able to carry out the task today. In addition, Ma Xiaoling heard that the new department's first mission was to investigate Maplewood Mansion, and she immediately decided to go there and have a look. After all, the Maplewood Mansion incident had already spread among the exorcist circles. In fact, there are already righteous monks who are ready to come and see it in person. Unexpectedly, The police had already been dispatched before the exorcists took action. It can be seen from this that the official information and response speed are much higher than those of purely private exorcists, which is definitely a good thing for the citizens of Xiangjiang. As for whether the establishment of the new department will affect the jobs of exorcists, in fact, no, because the victims of most supernatural events that have a large impact are ordinary people, and there is simply no extra money to hire a master to deal with these matters. When most ordinary people encounter this kind of incident, they hide and avoid whenever they can. If they really can't do it, they just hold on to the magic talisman that they don't know whether it works or not. If you are lucky, there happens to be a righteous monk who learns about the matter and rushes to deal with it. If you are not lucky, you may just tell the truth. As for exorcists like Ma Shaoling who make a living from this, their employers are all wealthy people, so they can afford to pay these masters. What's more, the police have now become customers of people like Ma Shaoling and Zhang Tianshi, and their business has increased due to the diversification of official information channels.
Time is urgent, so we can only guarantee a pair of glasses for each person first.
After Ma Shaoling greeted everyone, she took out the glasses she had just made. Only then did she notice the presence of David and Cheng Lier.
Are you here too? I happened to be there when they received the mission. And since I haven't had much else to do recently, I just came to watch the fun. Then, there should be nothing to worry about.
Although Ma Shaoling suspected that David had used some strange spells on her best friend Jinjin, and was not used to his playboy behavior, she was not convinced by David's behavior. The strength is still very recognized. With David in charge, even if another Ghost King appears in this building, it won't cause any trouble. It seems that I can say low to those colleagues. No need to pay attention to Maplewood Building. The matter will definitely be solved. At the same time, she remembered that the coat she wore last time had not been returned to David yet. After the last incident, she originally wanted to find a time to return the clothes. But she heard that David had gone to sea on a cruise ship and didn't know when he would come back. So she had to put the matter aside for now. Ma Shaoling didn't think of it again until she saw it today. I wanted to say this, but I didn't dare to speak when I saw Cheng Lier next to me. I was afraid that the other party would misunderstand something, so I had to wait until the next time we met alone to discuss this matter. The police officers received important equipment, and as the sun began to set, Superintendent Hu urged everyone to start working. According to the plan, they will patrol the building in the next few days, looking for traces of ghosts. Today is the first day, and everyone has to go out.
Divided into 2 teams. I personally took Wu Ying, Karen, and Miss Ma to search from the top floor. Zhou Xingxing took Moon, Fanny, Mr. Glamorgan and Miss Chung to search from the top floor. Any comments?
No one had any objections to Superintendent Hu's arrangements, not to mention that Superintendent Hu was already old and led the team himself. So how dare his subordinates have any objections? Zhou Xingxing also cheered up and prepared to see what the so-called ghosts were.
Ghost!
Zhou Xingxing's screams resounded throughout the building, appearing so clear and deafening in the silent night. Just a few minutes ago, Zhou Xingxing, who had firmly believed that there were no ghosts in this world, had just stepped out of the elevator when his scalp was numb with shock at the sight in front of him.
Good guy! So many ghosts?
Not to mention Zhou Xingxing was frightened. David was also shocked by this scene. There are so many ghosts in this building. No wonder there is news of being haunted. If the residents haven't noticed anything about this situation, they can live here calmly. Go down. That is the real God.
What should we do now?
Zhou Xingxing took off his glasses, put them on and took them off again. After confirming several times that they were really haunted, he was no longer as fearless as before. At this time, he was so panicked that he couldn't fly at all. The style of the tiger's leading sharpshooter.
What should I do? Come on! Isn't this what you're here to do? Superior?
David nodded, and pointed to the spray bottle filled with black dog blood, low-quality holy water produced by David, and the baton made of peach wood that was stuck on Zhou Xingxing's waist, reminding him to remember to use these things to attack those ghosts. With bare hands. It's untouchable. Zhou Xingxing was still suspecting that the world was abnormal. But Moon had already rushed forward. Moon, who comes from the Overlord Flower, has good fighting power, and his boxing and kicking skills are even better. His close combat ability ranks among the best among the Overlord Flowers. In addition, I have seen zombies a long time ago, and I have already prepared myself for ghosts and other things. I will not doubt that there is something wrong with the world, and I can get into the state immediately. The left hand sprays the right hand with a wooden stick. and a set of random cape and stick techniques makes the tiger angry. Combined with the holy water and dog blood sprayed out from time to time by the left hand. The screams of the evil ghosts keep ringing in the corridor.
Wow, I've heard that the Overlord flower is very powerful. But I didn't expect it to be so powerful.
Zhou Xingxing was shocked and glanced at David next to him. He wondered if David, who was targeted by more than one Overlord flower like this, could withstand it? Random thoughts in his mind, coupled with Mon's fierce performance, made Zhou Xingxing less afraid of ghosts and other things. And he took out the mahogany baton and yellow talisman, wanting to try what it felt like to fight ghosts.
I'm familiar with beating people, but this is my first time beating a ghost.
Just as a ghost appeared from the side, Zhou Xingxing picked up his stick and knocked at it.
Ah, duh.
Chapter 565 Winter City Police Strengthening Plan. Zhou Xingxing got off to a good start. He Finney also sprayed several ghosts away with a sprayer. And Chung Lear kept holding David's arm to watch the fun. Although he said he was not afraid. After seeing so many ghosts with his own eyes, Chung Lear still felt that his legs were a little weak.
Don't worry. These ghosts don't dare to approach us. Because you are a big pile of holy light?
Chung Lear, who has been in Winter City for a while, knows that the holy light is a positive, warm, and sacred force that is naturally capable of restraining evil and evil creatures. And ghosts happen to be among them. When it comes to holy light users, they can only pray that the other party will be easier to talk to.
Actually, you also have holy light in your body. Although it doesn't seem to be much in my opinion. For these fragile ghosts, it is very fatal. Where did I get the holy light? I have never practiced.
Chung Lear was confused. Although she felt that the holy light was a very magical power, she had not yet decided whether to learn this power. I don't know if I can learn it. As a result, David said that he also had holy light in his body. Could it be that David secretly transported it into his body to protect him secretly? Just as he was thinking this, David whispered into Chung Lear's ear and explained. And then he understood where the holy light in his body came from. Chung Lear was so embarrassed that his whole face and neck were as red as a tomato. And it didn't fade away for a long time. Fortunately, several police officers accompanying them were killing the ghosts, and did not notice the situation of the two of them. By the time all the ghosts on this floor were eliminated, Chung Lear's expression returned to normal, and everyone began to move to the next floor. Some of the ghosts can be encountered on the following floors, and some cannot be encountered. But there is no situation where you encounter a large group of ghosts. You encountered so many when you got out of the elevator before. It should be that group of ghosts who are specially guarding there, waiting for them. A group of people came to the door. In this case, it is estimated that Superintendent Hu and Ma Xiaoling will encounter a large group of ghosts when they return to the first floor. As long as they successfully clear out this first batch of enemies, the rest will be much easier. As a result, after wandering around, David, Zhou Xingxing and others went down to the first floor, but did not see Superintendent Hu and his group.
Did something happen?
Both sides have walkie-talkies, so if they are really in trouble, they won't be able to even say a word for help. Right? I tried to make contact using a walkie-talkie and found nothing but rustling.
This could be bad. Don't worry.
Seeing that Zhou Xingxing and He Finney were already discussing whether to call for support, David calmed them down.
And who are you going to call for support? The problems your department encounters are ordinary. Police backup wasn't of much use.
Zhou Xingxing had a lot of fun fighting ghosts before, and felt that the new department and new job were not so difficult to accept. After working here for a period of time, accumulating some merit and raising his level one more level, he will only have to sit in the office drinking tea, reading the newspaper and scolding his subordinates. It wasn't until this moment that he realized the dangers of this job. Not all ghosts could be killed so easily, and when they encountered difficult to solve problems in the future, only a few of their own people would be able to support them. Oh! You can also seek help from professional exorcists like David and Ma Xiaoling. Thinking of this, Zhou Xingxing decided to have a good relationship with David in the future. With such a big and thick leg behind him, his promotion should be stable. Zhou Xingxing didn't know that he had made a very correct decision unintentionally. As long as he thinks the same way when David invites him in the future, then his future will definitely be better than what he thinks now. Countless times brighter. In fact, when David came back to Xiangjiang World this time, in addition to killing time, he also wanted to have more contact with some people. Depending on the situation, he would send invitations to these people and poach them to Winter City. As Winter City grows, the pressure on Elizabeth's side is also increasing. Recruiting a group of middle
and high-level police officers to cooperate with the new police officers recruited in the city can effectively alleviate the public security pressure in Winter City. Zhou Xingxing, Hu Huishan, Qin Xiaosheng and others are all good candidates. He was even ready to find time to reveal his identity to Hu Huishan and send out an invitation. He remembered that after the second batch of newcomers joined Bawanghua and completed their training, Hu Huishan left Bawanghua. As for Qin Xiaosheng, he was originally engaged in criminal investigation, but he was shot in the knee and suffered an old injury while arresting a gangster. So he retired behind the scenes to take charge of forensic work. This small injury is not a problem at all for Winter City. It can be easily cured for him. By then, the healthy sharpshooter can catch gangsters vigorously. There are also people like Zhou Xingxing and He Fini who are excellent grassroots captains. Even Superintendent Hu Xinhu is also a good administrative talent. So, how could David let something happen to someone on his list? He had been paying attention to everyone's situation from the beginning, and knew that Superintendent, who had led the people to the underground floor, which happened to be the most sinister area in the entire building, it was almost turned into a ghost zone. So the intercom was lost. Signal. They are on the underground floor, where the air is very dark, and the walkie-talkie may have been interfered with. After David explained the situation, he motioned for everyone to follow him, and not to be left alone. Several people arrived at the underground floor and stepped down the stairs. Everyone immediately felt a cold air blowing against their faces. Fortunately, everyone was wearing magic talismans, so after the cold air passed over their bodies, there was no other abnormality. Cheng Lear, because of her recent close contact with David, often received nourishment from the holy light, and her body was able to ignore this level of energy. Led by David, the group quickly found Superintendent Hu, Ma Xiaoling and their group. They were gathering in a corner of the basement, surrounded by a group of ghosts. Wu Ying and Karen tried to rush out, but failed. Ma Xiaoling was concentrating on chanting spells and casting spells, which seemed to be aimed at something. David looked inside, and saw clearly that Ma Xiaoling was working hard to seal a ghost gate. Mr. Glamorgan, Miss Ma said there is a ghost door here. Superintendent Hu is older, and his ability to use hands and feet is not as good as that of young people. He can only assist Wu Ying and Karen with a sprayer in one hand, holy water in the other, and black dog blood in the other. So he kept paying attention to the surrounding situation. And when David and others appeared, he was the first to notice. I saw. David looked at the many ghosts around him, and most of them were evil spirits. If there were only one or two, the group of rookies around him could still handle it, with so many evil ghosts rushing at them together. It would be good if they could save their own lives. In this situation, we can't count on Zhou Xingxing, He Fini and Moon. Only by taking action personally can David quickly calm down the situation. He reached into his arms and prepared to take out the Holy Light Hunter. But after looking at the relatively closed environment in the basement and where Superintendent Hu and the others were standing, he had to change his mind temporarily and took out the Sea King Spear. Zhou Xingxing stood next to David. When he saw David reaching into his arms, he knew he was going to take action. He was very curious about how the Master of Glamorgan dealt with evil spirits. Cross? Holy water? Bible? As a result, the next second, he saw David pulling out such a long spear from his clothes. Zhou Xingxing was stunned. Are you going to be so exaggerated? David ignored Zhou Xingxing, who was playing tricks on the side, and shook the spear in his hand. The Neptune spear, which was made of light cast iron as the main material, seemed to sense the evil power in this area. It trembled slightly and emitted a soft holy light. From this moment on, the entire basement level seemed to get a little brighter. The appearance of Neptune's spear made countless evil ghosts feel the crisis. But instead of running away, these evil ghosts pounced on David like crazy. It saves trouble. Seeing this situation, David calmly raised his spear and stabbed. Stabbed, picked, swept, smashed, and swung. There was no fixed routine. He used all basic movements, but the smooth movements were very beautiful. By the time David, after a few rounds of a set of basic marksmanship moves, not only were all the evil ghosts who rushed towards him killed, but all the ghosts surrounding Superintendent Hu and others were also killed. Do you still know how to shoot? Ma Xiaoling has finished reciting the incantation. She only needs to form seals with her hands to continue the operation of the spell. In a few moments, she will be able to seal the ghost gate in front of her, and it doesn't delay her from seeing what's going on next to her, and she can talk to people. Isn't it weird? David performed a trick with a gun in one hand, holding the Neptune spear upside down. David led Zhou Xingxing
and others to join Superintendent Hu.
Mr. Glamorgan, you came just in time.
Superintendent Hu saw David killing them indiscriminately, killing all the resentful ghosts surrounding them, and happily agreed with Zhong. Like winning the lottery jackpot. All kinds of praises are like the Yellow River flooding out of control. David smiled and nodded to Superintendent Hu. Although Superintendent Hu praised a bit too much, he liked to hear it and could talk for a while. After hearing enough, he asked Ma Xiaoling,
"What's going on here? Someone deliberately opened a ghost gate here. On purpose?"
David originally thought that a ghost gate was naturally formed by chance, which caused the ghosts to dance wildly in Maplewood Mansion. But according to Ma Xiaoling, the ghost gate was not formed naturally.
Well, there are obvious traces of the use of formations and spells.
Ma Xiaoling had difficulty with her hands, so she had to use her eyes to indicate to David where to look. After taking a few glances, David couldn't see much useful stuff at all, and he couldn't tell at a glance which method it was from. At most, he could feel some residual energy fluctuations. It was Ma Xiaoling who continued to explain before David understood the situation.
Looking at the styles of the formations and spells, they don't look like what local monks call them. They seem to be techniques from Japan. Japan? Japan?
David looked at Ma Xiaoling and remembered the zombie he met in Europe. He wondered if this had something to do with Kazuo Yamamoto? By the way, should I take some time to deal with this guy first? Chapter 566 Cio's Commission. The haunted incident in Maplewood Mansion was perfectly solved with the help of David and Ma Xiaoling. Everyone in the Special Affairs Investigation Division has made a good start for the new department. And with this experience of actually dealing with evil spirits, they will definitely be able to handle similar situations better in the future. Especially after the equipment and props provided by David have been put in place one after another. Zhang Tianshi and Zhong Daochang have been tutoring these rookies on various professional knowledge every now and then. The Special Affairs Investigation Section, whose equipment and skills have been upgraded, is slowly taking shape. Superintendent Hu feels that when he receives another case, he does not need to call a certain master to come to the scene immediately, but lets his subordinates try it first. Solved. In addition, after Ma Xiaoling returned, she reported to her colleagues in Xiangjiang that she had discovered something that was suspected of being a Japanese curse in Maplewood Tower. It is said that some monks have begun to investigate this matter through their respective news channels. However, these things had nothing to do with David. After he helped deal with the matters at Maplewood Building and made all the props that Superintendent Hu wanted, he became free.
"Boss, have tea."
After Wan Mei worked for a while, she became more familiar with David and Chung Lur. When talking to David, she was no longer as weak as she was at first. She could talk to David normally, and he no longer uses the unfamiliar title of Mr. Glamorgan, but replaces it with boss. Taking a sip from the teacup, David looked at Wan Mei's beige skirt that almost never changed every day, and asked her strangely,
"Have you bought many sets of the same clothes?" "No. They're all the same."
David was speechless and asked Wan Mei to buy a few more sets.
"I don't have anything to do today. Just go buy a few more sets so that you can change them easily." "Oh? No need." "Right. A set is very expensive. The company will reimburse you."
David waved his hand wordlessly. Although his company is not big, it is not short of the cost of Wan Mei's several sets of clothes.
"Choose a few sets of different styles and colors." "What different styles? Colors?"
As soon as Chung Lur came in, she heard a suspicious conversation and looked at David and Wan Mei strangely.
"I asked her to buy a few more sets of clothes to wear." "Oh, that's it."
Chung Lur suddenly realized.
"I wanted to buy a few more sets at that time, but Ame refused to agree to anything. Look, the big boss is not satisfied." "Right. I just have nothing to do today. Let's go shopping together." "Oh? Manager Chung. I'm at work." "What class do you work in? Didn't the big boss ask you to buy clothes? This is your job today."
Chung Lur grabbed Wan Mei and was about to leave. He said low to David by the way.
"By the way, Xiaoxi said I will come to see you today. It seems that I need your help with something." "Xiaoxi? Then I'll wait for her here in the company. If you want to leave the company, remember to call me, and I won't call you for lunch."
After seeing David's understanding gesture, Chung Lur happily took Wan Mei and left together. Although she likes David very much, she doesn't want to stay together every day, and it's more fun to go shopping with girls. Apart from helping to get things, boys can't give any useful advice, or even give satisfactory advice. Reaction. Watching the two women leave, David leaned back in his seat, holding the teacup, and stood in a daze. Sophia and Sansa are still wandering around. And now Chung Lear has also gone shopping. If Chung Xiuxi hadn't come over, he could have gone to Hui Shan to have a good chat about joining Winter City. What should I say? Will he be misunderstood that he actually has a plot against her? Although this is true, it seems too embarrassing if it is seen through at a glance. On the other hand, Qin Xiaoxing's side was easier to deal with. He straightforwardly laid out all kinds of bargaining chips, and agreed to things without even saying a word. Suck it. After taking another sip of tea, David looked at the time, and decided not to wait. How long will it take to wait until? Contact Chung Xiuxi directly using the multifunction tool, and at least ask when she will arrive. After sending a communication request, Chung Xiuxi didn't get through after waiting for a while, but hung up directly, just as he was about to send a message to ask her what time she would be coming. Chung Xiuxi appeared in David's sight.
Yo! What a coincidence!
Normally, Chung Xiuxi would definitely make a few jokes, but today she had a worried look on her face, and was obviously not in the mood to joke. Seeing this situation, David also put on a serious expression, stood up and asked Chung Xiuxi to sit down on the sofa, and poured her a glass of water by the way.
What happened? David, can Winter City cure cancer?
Chung Xiuxi had seen many miracles in Winter City, but after only staying there for a few days, it was impossible to have a clear grasp of all aspects of the situation. Just like in terms of medical treatment, she only knew that Winter City had the magical power of Holy Light. The Holy Light Cathedral almost took care of all kinds of medical work in Winter City. On the contrary, the hospital that had been built for a while did not have much people go. Holy Light is magical, but what is its ability to heal diseases? She didn't know what diseases could be cured, and what diseases couldn't be cured. So after finding David this time, she asked if he could cure cancer.
Cancer? Who has cancer? Your loved ones. It's my dad.
Oh! David was about to answer that he could cure it. But then, he remembered that Chung Xiuxi's father did not actually have cancer. He just made a test report to deceive his 3 daughters in order to urge them to find boyfriends. In the plot, the 3 daughters also used their own magical powers and arrested 3 people to pretend to be their boyfriends in order to fool their terminally ill father. Thinking of this, David suddenly became curious. In this comprehensive world, which 3 people would the 3 sisters of the Chung family find to pretend to be their boyfriends?
Can it be cured?
Chung Xiuxi was waiting for David to give an accurate reply. But after waiting for a long time, he didn't hear the answer. When he looked up and saw that David didn't know what he was thinking, he felt a chill in his heart, thinking that the holy light was against him. Cancer has no effect either. David, whose thoughts were interrupted, happened to see Chung Xiuxi's face full of disappointment, and quickly explained,
It's just cancer. It's easy to cure, even if you don't use the holy light. Winter City has many ways to cure this disease. What is it?
Cancer? Lung cancer.
Didn't you get the egg cancer test report to make up the number? Did you make a mistake this time? Did you get the correct test report?
Don't worry. It's easy to cure. Do you want to go to your house now? Really?
Chung Xiuxi originally had a sad face, but when she heard David say that lung cancer can be cured, she stood up in surprise. The low pressure visible to the naked eye flew away in an instant, and the energetic banana turned out to be Di Mengsu was resurrected.
It's great. If I had known that the holy light was so powerful, I shouldn't have worried all night. I even discussed with the eldest and second sisters about hiring someone to lie to my father.
Chung Xiuxi suddenly swallowed back her unfinished words. She didn't want to tell David that she had planned to ask David to pretend to be her boyfriend to fool her husband if the holy light of Winter City couldn't cure cancer. Dad? Let Dad spend his last days with no regrets. There is no need to mention this matter now, lest David think that he has a crush on him and take advantage of the situation to extend his evil claws towards him.
As for medical expenses, promise yourself to me.
Huh? Chung Xiuxi leaned back and put his hands in front of him, looking at David in surprise. He didn't expect David to say such words so straightforwardly.
What?
David looked at Chung Xiuxi, who looked wary.
Otherwise, what else can you use to pay for medical expenses? Well,
Chung Xiuxi thought for a while, and she realized that she really couldn't come up with anything that would satisfy the other party.
How about the little girl repaying His Majesty's kindness by working as a cow in the next life? Are you sure?
David left in no hurry. He was idle, and it was fun to tease the beautiful woman.
If you say so, I can send you to the next life right now.
I was careless and always ignored that this person in front of me was not only a king, but also a god with powerful power. Now, after I beat myself to death, I could immediately resurrect her and let her start the next life in the same place. As for whether there are any other means, Chung Xiuxi didn't know. He couldn't say whether he could be reincarnated and become a cow or a horse. With a thrill all over his body, Chung Xiuxi felt that if that was the case, he might as well commit himself to it. No kidding. Let's go. Isn't that your eldest sister? David had had enough of joking and was about to take Chung Xiuxi home to treat her father when he found Chung Xiaodong walking in. Xiuxi? Sister? Why are you here? The two sisters questioned each other, and in the next second, they both suddenly understood. You also want to ask David to help you pretend to be a man? Before Chung Xiaodong could finish his words, Chung Xiuxi reached out and covered his mouth. However, the gap between the two in combat power was too great. Chung Xiuxi's hand was held down for less than 2 seconds before Chung Xiaodong pulled away and threw it aside. What are you doing? Sister, there is no need to fool Dad. In order to prevent eldest sister from revealing their original plan, Chung Xiuxi hurriedly explained that she actually came to David to help treat Dad. See a doctor? Him? Chung Xiaodong looked at David in surprise, and then asked his third sister in a low voice. The company he opened can still treat people? But even if it can treat people, my father has cancer. Believe me, it's fine. David knows a lot. And he also knows some special methods. He can definitely cure Dad's lung cancer. Real? Chung Xiaodong looked at David again doubtfully, wondering why his third sister trusted this man so much. After leaving the Fukimaru, Xiuxi followed David and said he was going back to his hometown. Could it be that the two of them had already? He wanted to ask more clearly, but now was not the right time. Watching David close and lock the door of Wanchua Company, Chung Xiaodong was ready to take a look at the situation first. Unexpectedly, David and Xiuxi did not communicate at all while driving. Instead, he asked her, Officer Chung, are you interested in changing your job? Chapter 567, Poaching Instructor Who? Change jobs? Chung Xiaodong didn't know what kind of job David wanted to invite her to, but she had never thought about leaving the police force. So she refused without even asking. Didn't think about it. That's it. David was not disappointed. He happened to meet him and extended the invitation smoothly, which also left an impression on Chung Xiaodong's heart. When Chung Xiaodong's development in the police force does not go smoothly in the future, he will naturally think of his invitation today. At that time, she should have also learned about Winter City and her situation from Chung Xiuxi, and maybe she jumped to the Winter City Police Department. Arriving at Cheng's house by car, Chung Sheng, who gave birth to 3 beautiful daughters and a handsome son, seemed to be a very lucky man, the kind who could develop superpowers by picking up a secret book. When Chung Sheng saw David and learned that it was the guest invited by Xiaoxi, he immediately became happy. Without waiting for his daughter to explain, he immediately started cooking to prepare a sumptuous lunch to entertain the distinguished guests. Xiaoxi, please greet me first. Look at me. I even forgot to ask the guest's name. How do I address him? David Glamorgan. Just call me David. Oh, David. Are there any taboos or things you don't eat? No. David quickly grabbed Xiuxi's father and told him not to be busy cooking, but to sit down and let him check. Examine? Dad, David was specially invited by me to help you see a doctor. See a doctor? Chung Sheng realized that he might have made a mistake. Are you a doctor? David originally wanted to deny it, but then he realized that his first profession was a priest. A priest is equivalent to a doctor in Azeroth, so he can barely be regarded as a doctor. What's more, Chung Xiuxi answered the call faster and directly deceived her father, saying that David was an expert. She had great difficulty and paid a lot of money to invite someone to come and treat her father at home. Chung Sheng, who originally thought it was his son-in-law who came to the door, suddenly changed his expression from sunny to cloudy. His face stretched as long as possible, and he said very unhappy, No need. I have checked it many times. In fact, I was extremely panicked. After all, his terminal illness was fake. If experts really found out the clues, his daughters would probably rebel together. It's just for a look. I won't ask you to do various tests, so it won't be troublesome. Oh, so many machines have checked it many times, and they have already confirmed this result. What's the use of just looking at it? Chung Sheng took the opportunity to urge his daughter to bring her boyfriend back quickly, while his body was still holding on. When he can live. He will solve the major lifelong matter so that he can go to their mother in peace and contentment. Chilidwala.
Wei Bibabu.
After what they said, Chung Xiaodong and Chung Xiuxi had splitting headaches. But thinking that their father was terminally ill, they couldn't speak out to refute at this time. So they could only sit there and hold on. David sat quietly aside, watching Chung Sheng's various performances. However, the old gentleman suddenly changed the subject, stared at him and asked,
David, are you married? Not yet. Have you found a girlfriend? If not, what do you think of our Xiuxi? You are both doctors, so you must have a lot in common. Right?
Seeing that his father was about to push his third sister into the fire pit, Chung Xiaodong hurriedly took his father to the kitchen.
How can we let the guests sit there and starve all the time? Dad, let me help you go to the kitchen to make lunch.
Huh? Oh, okay.
Chung Sheng, who was dragged away by Chung Xiaodong in a daze, whispered to his eldest daughter.
I think David is good. Do you think Xiuxi has a chance? No chance. He is so handsome, and there are many beautiful women chasing him. And they are either rich families or European princesses. Oh? So powerful. Yes. CC, is there really no hope? It's definitely hopeless.
When the two of them disappeared completely, Chung Xiuxi showed an awkward smile to David, and then thought of business.
How was it? How about what? My eldest sister said you have no chance? Actually, I think what your eldest sister said is not accurate. You still have some hope.
He raised his hand and hit David hard with his small fist. Anyway, David was so strong that I couldn't hurt him no matter how hard I hit him.
I'm asking about my father's illness. Oh, this.
David took a sip of water and acted like an expert. When Chung Xiuxi raised his fist for the second time, he said slowly,
Your father is in very good health. Even many elderly people, there are no common defects in people. What's the meaning? It means your father doesn't have cancer.
Chung Xiuxi put down his fist and tilted his head with a puzzled look on his face.
No way. That examination institution is very famous. How could it be possible to misdiagnose? Could you have made a mistake? Maybe it wasn't a misdiagnosis by the examination agency.
Just kidding. What kind of state is David in? Is it possible to misjudge a mere cancer? To say no means no. Even in order to avoid differences between the real development and the original plot. David checked Chung Sheng's physical condition very carefully, and he can give a 120-point guarantee that Chung Xiuxi's father is definitely not terminally ill. With a warning to the dreamer, Chung Xiuxi immediately realized that her father was pretending to be sick to lie to her just to urge her sisters to find boyfriends.
Okay, I even used this trick.
Chung Xiuxi was very angry at her father's trick, especially when she thought that she was going to use herself to offset the medical expenses in order to treat her father. As a result, Bud learned, well, since Dad doesn't have cancer, David doesn't need to treat him. David didn't do any treatment, so naturally he didn't need to pay the bill. This is really a blessing among misfortunes.
What about the cost of visiting a doctor? I'll treat you to a big dinner.
Chung Xiuxi pointed to the kitchen.
My dad's cooking skills are very good. No worse than those top chefs in restaurants. You are in for a treat today.
Chung Sheng's cooking skills were indeed good. After having a sumptuous lunch, David said goodbye and left under Chung Sheng's reluctant eyes. The sisters Chung Xiaodong and Chung Xiuxi didn't even say they were seeing them off. They just called a taxi for them, and then went to find Chung Xiaonan together. Judging from the posture of these two sisters, it is estimated that their father will be in bad luck next. After taking the car back to Taixiaohui, David did not go back to the company. Instead, he called Hu Huishan and asked her to go out for dinner at the Manhan building. Since the Manhan Banquet Showdown with Chaofan Catering Group, Manhan Restaurant has not only made tens of millions in net cash, but has also further built up its reputation. Now the Xiangjiang Food Circle knows and recognizes the strength of Manhanla. There is an endless stream of people coming to drink tea and eat every day. It is impossible to get an empty table without making a reservation in advance. David always called in advance to say hello, and waited until Hu Huishan arrived.
Why do you suddenly want to eat with me? I have something to talk to you about.
David looked around and found that Hu Huishan had not only changed her clothes, but also put on exquisite makeup. This was quite rare for Superintendent, who usually only wore light makeup at most. As an experienced police officer, Hu Huishan also noticed David looking at her face and explained casually,
There will be an operation in a while, and all Bawangwa will be required to dress up. I have been practicing makeup recently to avoid being in trouble. The makeup skills are too crude and embarrassing. Even if Ashen doesn't wear makeup, she will still be the most beautiful woman in the room. You should save these words for your little girlfriend.
Although Hu Huishan said this, the raised corners of her mouth still revealed her true thoughts. But she still kept reminding herself or David,
I'm not young anymore. And if I don't wear makeup, some marks will be very noticeable.
After chatting for a while as a warm-up, when tea and snacks were served, Hu Huishan asked David what the reason was for inviting her out. Seeing that things were brewing, David finally revealed his plan.
I want to ask Ashen to work at my place. Where are you? Wanchuwu?
Hu Huishan remembered that although Wanchuwu had received a few orders of business, it was usually very leisurely. There were only 3 people in the company, including the newly recruited front desk girls. David basically completed all the commissions by himself. Is it necessary to recruit additional people? Is it possible that David is planning to expand the size of the company and let himself be responsible for solving some of the commissions? But she had no interest in this kind of job. And when she was about to refuse, she heard David say,
It's not a jack of all trades. Not Wanchuwu. Do you have other companies? It might not be accurate to say company.
David showed his cards directly and briefly explained his identity and general situation. Hu Huishan's reaction was not unexpected. She smiled and listened to it as a story.
It sounds like that.
Things like Winter Kingdom, Winter City, His Majesty the King, etc. sounded like fairy tales. Of course Hu Huishan didn't believe these words. If David said that he was actually a noble from England and had some property at home and needed help from someone to take care of it, she might believe him and at most question why he was looking for him. David, this young man, obviously has ulterior motives. Hu Huishan also had some affection for David. But she knew that there was an age gap between the two. And there was no shortage of beautiful girls around David. She always felt that he was just looking for her to have fun, excitement, and just for fun. Individuals cannot have results. Some time ago, David and Chung Lear went out to sea together. She thought that David had found a new goal and no longer paid attention to her. But she didn't expect that David would come back to look for her again. Deep down in my heart, I was happy that my charm had not diminished. I was curious about what tricks David would use. But I also kept reminding myself, I can't see the other person being young and handsome. So I can't control myself and surrender. But no matter what, Hu Huishan never thought that David would make up such outrageous words. Doesn't she look like it's easy to deceive? Even a teenage girl wouldn't believe such outrageous words. Right? Chapter 568, the second sister of the police department.
Do not believe? Do not believe.
David smiled and drank tea and snacks leisurely.
After drinking tea, I will take you to visit. How about it?
Hu Huishan looked at David with an expression of let's see what other tricks you can do. In her heart, she decided that this was all a trick played by David. And she just treated it as a fun way to pass the time. After finishing the snacks and drinking tea, the two of them walked towards Tianxiaohui building together, feeling more certain about their guess. This is nowhere to go to David's kingdom. Isn't this the direction to the apartment? This kid actually wanted to trick me into going to his house. After entering Tianxiaohui building and taking the elevator to the floor where he lived, when she saw David taking out his keys and preparing to open the door, Hu Huishan suddenly said,
Thank you for taking me home. You don't want to visit my kingdom anymore? Your kingdom is in the apartment?
Hu Huishan said that I have seen through your little trick, and it is meaningless to continue to be tough.
If you want to go to my kingdom, you have to use some special means so that you won't attract the attention of outsiders in the apartment.
David also realized that this kind of behavior is indeed easy for people to misunderstand.
If you care, you can also use it at your home.
Hu Huishan hesitated for a few seconds, and finally followed David into his apartment. She felt that her behavior seemed like she had thrown herself into a trap. But she felt that David wouldn't really do anything to her. Right? As long as he firmly expresses his refusal. Can he still use force? Unexpectedly, none of the situations she expected happened. After returning to the apartment, David raised his hand gently, and a round door with a strange golden light appeared in the center of the living room. Hu Huishan was dumbfounded. She never expected this to be the case.
What is this? A teleportation spell. The opposite side is my kingdom.
David stood next to the teleportation gate and made a gesture of invitation. He was a little hesitant when he saw Hu Huishan, so he directly took her hand and led her in together. When Hu Huishan found that her hand was held by David, she felt no resistance at all and followed David into this strange portal. As soon as his eyes blurred, the surrounding scene instantly changed into something else. Hu Huishan looked at it in amazement. and the huge white building in front of her was even more difficult to ignore.
What is this place? Winter City. The building in front of you is called Winter Castle.
David and Hu Huishan briefly explained what Winter Kingdom and Winter City are, so no further explanation is needed at this time. Hu Huishan turned her head and glanced behind her. The portal closed and disappeared under her gaze. All kinds of magical situations caused Hu Huishan's brain to shut down for a moment. Although she knew that David knew some magical powers, the experience of coming to another place in an instant was still too magical. After a while, Hu Huishan returned to normal. After looking around, she asked David,
"Where is this place?" "Winter City." "No. I mean, this is America? Europe? Australia? Oh, this is Brinia."
Before Hu Huishan could continue to ask, David continued,
"It's not on the Earth. You can understand it as another planet."
Hu Huishan began to feel that her brain was not used enough. Could this mean that David was actually an alien?
If you look at it from your perspective, I am indeed an alien.
He took Hu Huishan to Winter Castle, and during the process, he also introduced his situation to Hu Huishan. But this time David talked about it in much more detail, such as the planet Brinia, the continent of Brinia, the kingdom of winter, etc., including his Winter City, which was also built by him. When she heard that David could travel to many different worlds and contribute to his Winter Kingdom, Hu Huishan finally understood what the invitation he had previously sent her meant.
"Do you want me to come to work in Winter City?"
Hu Huishan realized that she had misunderstood David. It turned out that David was not interested in herself, but in his abilities. She felt happy and disappointed in her heart. "I am happy that my abilities have been recognized. And here in Winter City, there will be no impact on my work because of my identity as a woman." When she was introduced just now, she already knew that the leader of the Tyrant Knights, one of the 2 ace knights in the Winter Kingdom, Sylvanas Windrunner, was a woman. Also, the current head of Winter City's police department, Elizabeth Swan, is also a woman. If she works in Winter City, she will not encounter a ceiling because of her identity as a woman. Just like her current situation in the Xiangjiang police force, she has basically reached the end of her career, and it is almost impossible to continue to be promoted.
"Are you interested?"
After taking Hu Huishan around the Winter Castle, they finally came to the open-air garden on the high-rise floor. Looking down at the increasingly large and lively Winter City, David issued a formal invitation.
"What position?" "The current police organization in Winter City is relatively simple. I hope you will help Elizabeth Swan rebuild a new, more efficient structure."
David did not directly say what position Hu Huishan would hold, but it can be known from this task that once the new police agency is established, Hu Huishan will be a very important deputy even if he cannot be the boss of the police force.
Sounds challenging.
In fact, Hu Huishan had already considered quitting the Hong Kong police force. Her level had reached the end, and she could no longer be promoted. Establishing and training Bawanghua and bringing out a pure women's SWAT team also proves that women's abilities are no worse than men. As for her own fighting skills such as fighting and fighting, they will only continue to decline as she grows older. So she has almost no pursuit in her career. During this time, she had begun to seriously think about whether to find a suitable man to get married. Unexpectedly, David suddenly came and gave her a new future. "Do you want to agree?" Hu Huishan was lost in thought. When the maid named Belfast came in, removed the empty teapot, and replaced it with a new pot of tea.
"Bafa!"
David stopped Belfast, who was about to leave, and asked about the situation of everyone in Winter Castle these days.
"Where are Eva and Helen?" "Mrs. Helen returned to Sparta, which should be called the Kingdom of Greece now. Mrs. Eva took a few people to her own world yesterday." "Eva has already set off?"
Eva had said before that she was ready to return to her own world and save the entire world from the clutches of the Empire of the Rising Sun. David thought that Eva needed more time to prepare, but he didn't expect that Eva had already set off.
"Miss Eva is going to investigate the situation at this time. To this end, she also called Mr. Steve Rogers, Mr. Tony Stark, and Mr. Bruce Wayne."
"Good guy. Is this called investigation? Why didn't you call Clark? In that case, the Empire of the Rising Sun can be destroyed directly."
"After Mr. Stark and Mr. Wayne prepare to get there, they will first launch several stealth satellites to observe the situation of the entire world, and then formulate a plan based on the enemy's troop deployment, technological level, and the resistance of the world. Complete plan. Belfast is ostensibly the head maid in Winter Castle, but can actually be used as a personal staff assistant. Eva usually discusses various aspects of the Winter Kingdom's affairs with her."
"Where's Elsa? She's still in Arendelle, and hasn't come back?
Arendelle on the Yanila continent has been de facto merged into the Kingdom of Winter. For the convenience of distinction, everyone in Winter Castle is called Arendelle. Port Dale. When David talks about Arendelle, he usually refers to the Kingdom of Arendelle in another world.
Yes.
After asking everyone about the situation in Winter City, he didn't need to ask if anyone came to him specifically to report. Everything was developing according to the original plan. If something went wrong, someone would naturally use the communication device. Contact yourself. If the Kingdom of Winter has been standing for many years, there may be some hidden dangers in doing so. For example, some officials suppress the matter in order not to be discovered by His Majesty the King. Not yet. The Kingdom of Winter has only been established less than 5 years ago. The important officials are all David's absolute confidants, and the interests of everyone above and below are bound together. In this case, he doesn't have to worry that the bottom is about to explode. Something happened that he, the king, didn't know about. After asking about the general situation, David looked at Hu Huishan again.
How are you thinking about it? You only give me so much time to think about such an important matter?
Hu Huishan had been looking at David and Belfast just now. She was very curious about Belfast, who was wearing a maid uniform. But because she couldn't understand Brenny Asian language, so I don't know what the two said. Judging from their expressions and looks, they seemed to be reporting something.
Besides, I don't understand your language here, and I don't know if I can learn it.
Oh, that's it. David said that Hu Huishan didn't have to worry about not being able to learn Brennian Common Language. Winter City had special technology that could ensure that Hu Huishan could master this language in a short time. If she wanted to, you can learn now.
So magical?
I heard that if you were something similar to glasses, you can learn a new language by lying quietly for a while. Hu Huishan felt very magical and immediately expressed her desire to try it. After completing the transmission learning of Brunnian, Hu Huishan felt that this feeling was strange, but her head was a little numb, and there seemed to be a language in her mind that she had learned for a long time, but had not used for a while. Knowledge. Every time you speak, you need to think for a while before you can remember how to express yourself correctly.
It feels weird.
This magical experience opened a new door for Hu Huishan, and she became more and more curious about Winter City. Chapter 569 finally made this decision. After leaving Winter Castle, Hu Huishan visited the residential area, dock area, and agricultural area under the leadership of David. The industrial area was too far, and she did not visit it. But she walked around the military camp.
Hu Huishan's eyes shone when she saw the use of blizzard-powered armor, Beifeng series light armor, and heavy armor systems, Piccolo assault rifles, and Flood multifunctional rifles. As a powerful overlord, these things are much more attractive to Hu Huishan than being in charge of the reorganization of the police department. But after learning how high the physical fitness required to operate these equipment perfectly, the light in her eyes disappeared immediately. Hu Huishan thought that even if she moved to Winter City and became an important manager of the police department, she would still be unable to change the fact that her physical fitness was declining.
Clint, did you just finish the course?
David took Hu Huishan around the military camp for a while, and suddenly saw Clint Barton walking from the opposite side.
There's no archery lesson for me today. Then this is what you are. Let's exercise with Gretel.
Clint showed off his muscles.
If you don't get stronger, it won't be easy to get along in Winter City in the future. That's it.
David didn't ask where Gretel was. Seeing Clint's look, he knew that Gretel must not have finished taking a shower. After Clint and David said hello, he looked at Hu Huishan. After looking up and down, he had an idea. There was a high probability that she was the new princess.
Hello. I'm Clint Barton. You can call me Clint. Hu Huishan. You can call me Ashen.
Hu Huishan was not proficient in Brenia and stumbled when speaking. But Clint would not laugh at the other person. This is how he came here himself.
Speak more and you'll be fine.
Well, it was the same when I first came here.
After meeting and saying hello, they were acquainted. Clint took the initiative to say goodbye to the two of them.
I won't disturb you anymore. I'm going to see why Gretel hasn't come out yet. Go and do your work.
David took Hu Huishan to continue the visit, and Clint's appearance also brought a new topic to the two of them.
You invited that Clint from another world too? Yes. There are actually many people from his world in Winter City. What kind of world is that? A very vast world. About 20 years after your world. Not only has the Earth's technology developed by leaps and bounds because of a few geniuses, but there are also many more advanced countries in the entire universe.
After briefly describing the situation in the Marvel Universe, David smiled and asked Hu Huishan,
Do you know Spider-Man? Spider-Man? That anime character? Yes. I've heard of it. But I don't know much about it.
When it comes to Marvel's mini superheroes, anyone who was so popular that he didn't read comics before the birth of the movie universe knew it. And it was definitely Spider-Man. So David used this person as an example to facilitate Hu Huishan's better understanding.
The world that Spider-Man lives in is called the Marvel Universe. And Clint comes from that world.
Hu Huishan stopped. She was not sure if David's words were a joke. Still serious? Before today, she would have thought that David was a big boy with a childlike innocence. But now that she has experienced the magical teleportation and arrived in Winter City, she is not sure of her judgment anymore.
No kidding.
Having seen too many similar situations, David reached out and grabbed Hu Huishan's hand again, leading her to continue walking forward.
Superman and Batman are also in Winter City.
Hu Huishan's head was buzzing, and she calmed down for a while before asking David,
With Superman and Batman, does Winter City still need police? Of course. They only come here from time to time, and don't stay in Winter City all the time. You said that there are many people from other worlds in Winter City, as well as people from various races in this world.
When she visited Winter City before, Hu Huishan had already seen many magical races. At that time, she truly believed that she was on another planet.
So what? Do you think I, an ordinary person, can deal with such a criminal?
What's more, his physical fitness will continue to decline and his strength will become weaker and weaker. Maybe David just wants to become a civilian? But even as a civilian, she lacks the experience to solve crimes of this level. She has a serious lack of understanding of various races and mysterious abilities.
Oh, you are hesitating about this.
David took Hu Huishan around for a long time. But Hu Huishan never said yes. He thought that Hu Huishan was really not interested in Winter City. Was it because he was worried that he was not strong enough?
What's this big deal? Very easy to solve.
Winter City has extraordinary powers including holy light, arcana, elements, etc. You can learn them freely after coming to Winter City. What if I can't learn it?
Hu Huishan was originally very confident in her abilities, but when faced with a legendary mysterious power, her self-confidence was compromised. She was not sure that she would be able to learn those things. Maybe she would not even be able to learn them. You can't even get started.
You can definitely learn it. How can you be so sure?
David didn't answer, and instead said that even if he couldn't learn it, Winter City also had genetic adjustment technology that could make Hu Huishan's various stats increase dramatically. By then, even if she didn't learn extraordinary power, she would still become extremely powerful. Only then did Hu Huishan realize that for Winter City, becoming stronger was really easy, and it could even genetically change a person's life level.
Sounds magical. In fact, many advanced civilizations in the Marvel Universe have complete genetic adjustment technology. This is almost a necessary technology for all advanced civilizations. So, Winter City is also such an advanced civilization? Strictly speaking, not yet.
Winter City is rushing towards higher civilization. Give Winter Kingdom a few decades, and it should be able to successfully transform into a truly advanced civilized country.
So, now is the best time to get on the bus. Good timing.
A kingdom that is making great strides forward is now hungry for talents of all kinds. If you join at this time, you will naturally be reused. His Majesty King David will not be stingy with the investment of various resources. And those who join will also receive huge benefits. Once someone else's kingdom has developed to a certain level, there won't be that many benefits if you want to join.
The lifespan of people who have received enhancements has been greatly increased.
After David introduced the situation, he finally took out his trump card.
And for such long-lived advanced beings, their adolescence is very long.
Hu Huishan's eyelids twitched, and she already had a premonition of something.
Even if hundreds of years have passed, I still look like I am 25 years old. Or even younger.
Hu Huishan rolled her eyes, but she had to admit that she was very moved. After struggling for a few seconds, she finally made a decision.
Stop talking. I accept your invitation.
When one does not understand the situation in Winter City, it is normal to ignore David's invitation. But when they know the magic of Winter City, what the various technologies and magical abilities mastered here mean to an ordinary person, it is impossible for a normal person to refuse.
For you. What's this?
Hu Huishan was no longer surprised by David's ability to conjure things with his bare hands. She was curious about the color of the apple.
The apples growing in the backyard of Winter Castle are delicious.
Hu Huishan took the golden apple and took a bite. The sweet and crisp flesh entered her mouth. Hu Huishan chewed it and praised.
It's really delicious. This apple is a deposit.
Hu Huishan thought David was joking. How could he use an apple as a deposit? No matter how delicious this apple is. Does it have any special effects? Sure enough, David briefly introduced the functions of golden apples. After hearing that they could beautify the skin and improve physical fitness, Hu Huishan finally realized how valuable this golden apple was. This kind of thing is equivalent to the fairy fruit in myths and legends.
Right? This apple was brought by Helen, the Helen of Greece. You don't mean to tell me that this is the golden apple in Greek legend, do you?
Hu Huishan suddenly felt that the apple in her mouth became more delicious. She never thought that she would encounter such a magical thing and eat the legendary golden apple in her lifetime. As for what David whispered below the eyebrows, just pretend you didn't hear it.
I still have a lot of aftermath work to deal with. And the second batch of Overlord Flowers is about to join the team. I don't want to give up halfway at this time. It doesn't matter. You have enough time to deal with the matters at hand.
David told Hu Huishan that Winter City is currently in a stable development period, and many things are lined up to be processed. There is no rush to restructure the police department into the police department. For a while. But she can take advantage of this time to visit Winter City from time to time. Chat with some people in Winter City. Learn about Winter City. And think about the specific structure of the police department.
There is also this thing. Remember to take it with you.
Hu Huishan was startled when David suddenly took out a ring and handed it over.
This is a multifunctional tool, including storage and communication. Why are you blushing?
Seeing David's proud smile, Hu Huishan was sure that this kid definitely did it on purpose.
It's nothing.
After taking over the ring and putting it on, I was surprised to find that the originally loose ring fit very well. Then, under David's introduction, I learned how to use this convenient and magical tool. After answering questions, while figuring out the specific usage of the multifunctional tool, the two returned to Winter Castle. After dinner, Hu Huishan was shocked by an important question. It seems like you can't go home? Do you want to stay one night at David's place? Although Winterfort looks big and comfortable. Is this too sudden? She was not mentally prepared at all. And even the underwear she wore today was not a complete set. Chapter 570, It Only Takes One Day to Become Stronger. Hu Huishan struggled for a long time. But in the end David did not come to attack her. She was relieved but also a little disappointed. She wondered if David simply wanted to poach her from the beginning, and was not as greedy for her body as she thought. In fact, you have misunderstood? I fell asleep in my thoughts. And when I woke up it was already bright. Hu Huishan felt that her body had become very relaxed. As if she had returned to the state she was in when she was 20. She was full of energy, and had inexhaustible strength in her body. All the minor ailments accumulated through years of exercise seemed to have disappeared. Sitting up from the bed, Hu Huishan remembered what David had said to her yesterday, and immediately checked her condition. The results surprised her. Not only did her skin become firmer, more supple and elastic, it even became better. As for other detailed changes, Hu Huishan studied them while washing. Therefore, it took her a little longer to wash up. When she came out, she was surprised to find that the maid of Winter Castle had prepared new clothes for her, including those personal items. After changing her clothes, Hu Huishan was surprised to find that the size fit her perfectly. What she couldn't understand the most was the shoes. Why were these high heels as comfortable as wearing sneakers? Walking is just like wearing flat shoes. No need to worry about unstable footing? After walking back and forth several times, I guessed in my heart that the clothes and shoes on my body might not be ordinary goods, and might have some mysterious power attached to them that I couldn't understand.
It's weird, but it's really comfortable to wear.
After looking in the mirror for a while, there was a knock on the door.
Please come in.
The door opened and David walked in. He saw Hu Huishan looking in the mirror in the clothes she had asked him to prepare. He smiled and teased her.
Stop looking in the mirror. This is not a magic mirror. No matter how much I look in the mirror, I will never praise her.
You're...
Hu Huishan was a little embarrassed by what David said. She controlled her expression, pretended not to care, and asked David,
How do you know the size of my clothes and shoes? I can tell just by looking at it.
Although he knew that David was just describing his sharp vision, he still felt that this was not a serious ability. Then I asked what happened to the shoes. The heels look thin and high. So why do they look like flat shoes?
It has some little magic attached to it. Are all the clothes and shoes in Winter City filled with magic? Of course not. Only some high-end clothes. Shoes and socks will have enchanting effects.
Although similar products have begun to appear in large numbers in Winter City, the prices are not affordable for ordinary people. They are considered high-end products that are unique to Winter City. Of course, for His Majesty King David, there are as many of these things as there are. So preparing a set for Hu Huishan is nothing at all. Chung Lear also brought back a lot of similar shoes and socks last time he came here. But Chung Xusi didn't take it directly, but she can share a few pieces from her best friends. In addition to clothes, shoes and socks, there are also some jewelry with special functions. They have been packed for you. Remember to take them with you when you go back. Ah?
Before Hu Huishan could say anything, she saw the maid come in with a suitcase and put it on the table nearby. He wanted to refuse, but David blocked him with one sentence.
Don't you need to dress up for your mission in a while? It just comes in handy. Then I'm not welcome.
Hu Huishan thought that after she finished handling the matters there, she would come to work in Winter City and receive the benefits of her new job in advance. Thinking of employee benefits and the task she was about to perform, Hu Huishan looked at David and suddenly put on a risk-taking expression.
If I want to become stronger quickly, is there a way? Do you want to become stronger quickly? Yes.
Hu Huishan looked at David.
Do you have any idea? There are several ways, but I have to ask first. Which one do you want to use?
There are ways to spend time. Although to others, Hu Huishan was only away for a day, but she herself had to actually experience it for a long time. David made it clear directly that this method is to go to a world that has not yet established a connection with Winter City, and use the different time flow rates of the two times to quickly become stronger. There are also simple and crude strengthening potions that can greatly improve physical fitness in a short period of time. For a strong person like Hu Huishan, of course she chose the first option, especially when she learned that the second method would cause a sudden increase in power and would still take time to adapt to. She felt that the first option was better. If possible, she would like to try to see if she can master some mysterious power with her own study, whether it's holy light, arcane, or something else.
Let's do this. I'll see if I can find a suitable world first, and then I'll take you there alone.
Hu Huishan nodded and agreed with David's suggestion. After the two finished chatting about this matter, they went to a breakfast together, and then David took Hu Huishan to continue visiting Winter City. Now that she has agreed to work in Winter City, Hu Huishan's attitude towards various situations in Winter City is different from yesterday. Yesterday, she just casually looked around and asked what she was interested in. Today, she had many times more questions than yesterday, especially the various details in the city. David couldn't even answer some questions, so he could only talk in general terms. Perhaps, after wandering around for a day, Hu Huishan said that she had to go back. She hasn't quit her original job yet, and has to go back to work after 2 days of rest.
Call me when you find the right world. If you can't find it, you can try your luck by teleporting randomly.
Anyway, if you are unlucky and end up in an inappropriate world, you can just open the teleportation gate and come back. You can always bump into the right one after trying a few times. However, this method also has problems. Each time traveling takes at least 1 day. If the worlds traveled through several times in a row are not suitable, nothing will be accomplished and several days will be wasted. Of course, it doesn't matter to an idle person like David. Hu Huishan is not so idle for the time being. It is best to choose a world suitable for cultivation and wait for a while. When Hu Huishan has almost improved her strength, she can then open the portal to establish a connection and synchronize the time flow rate on both sides. David also realized that Hu Huishan's agreement to live with him in a certain world for a long time was already a clear statement. Therefore, the world David is looking for must not only be suitable for cultivation, but also suitable for daily life. He does not want to go to a backward and nothing world and live a primitive life.
It has to be modern. If not modern, the ancient world can be ignored.
After sending Hu Huishan back to Xiangjiang, David seriously thought about which world was more suitable. Start by sifting through worlds where you have positioning samples at hand. For example, Helen can help locate worlds such as National Treasure. Gwen can also locate Jurassic World. These are modern urban backgrounds, so there will be no inconvenience in life. There are dinosaurs in Jurassic World. Maybe Hu Huishan can practice with dinosaurs? In addition, there are many worlds that can be accurately positioned and traveled. There are many samples in Winter City. If you include the world behind these people, there are even more indirect samples available there. For example, in the Marvel Universe, there are many people who have not come to Winterfell. But David can also use the samples provided by these people to locate other worlds. Typical examples are Heimdall and Odin.
Odin. Let's rule it out.
David casually crossed Odin's name off the list he just made. He didn't want to take Hu Huishan through, only to see the famous gourmet in the world.
Bruce can also locate many worlds. It seems that Diana can only help me locate the family man.
While writing names, I listed the worlds I could think of. And before I knew it, I filled a whole piece of paper. Looking at the names and worlds listed above, David found that he could continue to write a lot more. There was no need for that. So David decided to choose one of these worlds. Looking at the list, David scratched it with a pen from time to time. The names on it were eliminated one by one. And soon there were only a few choices left. David originally wanted to delete it to the last one. But after thinking for a few seconds, he decided to leave a few more options and ask Hu Huishan's opinion on what kind of world she wanted to live in. Recording the remaining choices above into the multifunction tool, David's hand holding the list ignited a flame, burning the list cleanly in the blink of an eye, leaving not even a trace of ash. Then copy the relevant information about the remaining worlds from the computer hard drive, including the original film and official background settings, interviews and other content, into a multifunction tool, ready to give it to Hu Huishan to facilitate her selection and preparation in advance. This was not all the preparations. David walked out of Winterfort and went through the list one by one, asking for some samples to facilitate positioning. Because David did not use teleportation or flying abilities, but wandered back and forth in Winter City, he soon attracted the attention of Kara, who was paying attention to the situation in the city from time to time. Seeing His Majesty the King running around the city, Carla thought David was busy with something important. So she offered to help.
Sample? To travel to other worlds? Yes.
Kara did not continue to ask for details. But David still explained the situation. Hu Huishan, who is new to Winter City, is planning to find a world to practice. He has helped her select several suitable worlds, and is now preparing to go to these worlds. Positioning items.
Is this still possible?
Carla was stunned for a few seconds after hearing this. She suddenly realized that this was indeed a good idea. And she was also moved.
Can you add me?
Although Kara has been training very hard since coming to Winter City, she always feels that her strength has improved too slowly. She feels that the biggest reason is that she has spent 30 years less in the sun than her cousin Clark. Now, she sees an opportunity to close the gap. Chapter 571 View and adjust the project progress bar. David agreed and asked Kara what kind of world she wanted to live in. Kara didn't care about this. She even asked David if he could take her with him when he went out with Hu Huishan. Of course, she wouldn't disturb David. She could fly to the outside of the earth alone to bask in the sun until David was ready to return to Winter City. Looking at Carla's attitude, she wished that she would follow David every time he went to the new world. She was not going to be a light bulb, but was just making reasonable use of all the time she could get to bask in the sun. David agreed and said that he would call Carla when he set off. Carla happily asked David if there was anything else he needed help with. After hearing that there was no more, Kara flew away directly. When preparing to go back, she packed a change of clothes and other items in advance, so that she could set off immediately after receiving the message. David continued to run around, preparing the necessary positioning props. After working for a while, and even going around the Marvel Universe, David, who was finally ready, did not rush to find Hu Huishan, but called Elizabeth Swan, the current head of Winter City's police department. Said H. Lowe. Elizabeth had already been mentally prepared for the reorganization of the police department. The construction speed of Winter City is very fast, and she has gradually begun to feel that she is unable to do what she wants. After all, she is not a professional in this field. She was able to hold on for such a long time. First, the environment of Winter City was relatively simple in the early stages of construction. And second, she herself, he is extremely smart and can barely cope with various emergencies. Coupled with the fact that his father Weatherby, who was experienced in politics, could be consulted, the security situation in Winter City was barely maintained. Of course, the key is the support of His Majesty King David Glamorgan to Elizabeth, which allows her to do whatever she wants. But as the permanent population increases, and the complexity of the population structure continues to increase, Elizabeth has realized that sooner or later she will have to give up her position. Of course, David will not dismiss Elizabeth from her post. She has worked in this position for several years, and she has worked hard and made many contributions to the development and construction of Winter City. She must be rewarded according to her merits. When David revealed some information to Elizabeth, He made it clear that Elizabeth would serve as the director, or minister, of the newly reorganized police department for a period of time. But the specific work will gradually be handed over to the people below. And after a few years of smooth transition, she will be transferred to other positions. In this position, David will also respect Elizabeth's ideas and ask her if she has any positions that she is interested in.
What do you think about me being a captain? Captain? Yes. I used to yearn for those pirates who could freely adventure on the sea.
Elizabeth was not embarrassed. She had been in Winter City for several years. She knew the situation in the city clearly, and her people assuming that everyone probably knows it. There is no need to be embarrassed to say it.
Of course, I won't go out to be a pirate now. But if I can become a captain, it can be regarded as fulfilling a wish.
Moreover, commanding a battleship to fly through space is definitely more enjoyable than just hanging out in the Caribbean Sea.
Then you have to study the relevant knowledge carefully in the past few years. Of course, if my grades are not up to standard, I will not be ashamed to hold such an important position.
Considering that the first few battleships currently planned to be built in Winter City have already appointed captains, Elizabeth wants to wait until her own battleship. It will take several years. She could think about the name of her battleship in advance. Is it the Caribbean number? Or Royal Caribbean? This is a very important question. She needs to think about it carefully. After seeing Elizabeth off, David chatted with Weatherby Swan, Gareth Stanton, and Sylvanus respectively. At present, there are no major changes in the internal affairs of Winter City. It is still mainly absorbing civilians from the Matrix world smoothly, with civilians from other areas on the Brunia continent mixed in. The overall development plan still focuses on the northern plains. As for the territory of the former Holy Kingdom of Gaunt, it will be good if the situation can be stabilized for the time being. It will take time to completely transform these people of the Holy Kingdom of Gunter into subjects of the Kingdom of Winter. As long as it is ensured that the Holy Kingdom of Gunter and the Temple do not have repeated influence from the remaining forces, sooner or later these people will become real people. Winter people.
The military must expand.
Gareth Stanton, who has been promoted to general and no longer serves as the leader of the Winter Knights, said that the Winter Legion must recruit recruits steadily in the next few years and continuously expand the size of the army to meet the future needs of the Winter Kingdom. Not to mention His Majesty the King's decision to start sending troops to other worlds. Just to ensure the stability of the Winter Kingdom's current vast territory requires an astonishing amount of standing soldiers. In addition, the continuous recruitment of soldiers to expand the army also creates stable jobs for Winter City and ensures the stability of public security in Winter City. People are constantly migrating from the Matrix world, and there is no shortage of people who lack skills or who cannot integrate into the life of Winter City in a short period of time. These people are unstable factors. In addition to the continuous opening of new factories, the Winter Army is actually a very good choice. As long as they are willing to join the army, they may get a better future than ordinary jobs.
It is planned to increase the number of soldiers of the Winter Legion to approximately 30,000 in the next few years. Too conservative.
30,000 people may be a very scary number for people like Gareth, who were born and raised in Brunia. But for David and the future Winter City, this number of people is simply not enough.
First, work hard for 100,000 people.
As for whether Winter City can support an army of 100,000, David wasn't worried. The agricultural area of Winter City has been expanding. In fact, new land is being reclaimed into farmland in the entire northern plain every day. This is the result of Winter City deliberately controlling the speed. Otherwise, there would be even more farmland than there are now. The key is that the farmland output of Winter City has been increasing, and the output of various crops has not decreased, but has continued to grow. In addition, since David established Winter City, the Winter Kingdom has not suffered any natural disasters, ensuring a stable supply of all types of food. Not to mention, food can be imported from other worlds when necessary. Winter City has sufficient food and a wide variety of food. Coupled with official control, it ensures that ordinary people in Winter City do not have to worry about eating, creating a stable base limit, which is why David wants to expand his army by 100,000. Confidence. Even an army of 100,000 is just the beginning. After all, the Winter Kingdom will unify the world in the future. Even if an army of 100,000 spreads out to the entire planet, it will not be enough. In the future, the minimum standard will have to be 1 million. And if we want to develop into the vast universe, the number of soldiers will need to be even higher. By that time, Brunia alone may not be able to provide sufficient troops, and David may recruit soldiers from other worlds. After talking to Gareth, he mentioned the same thing to Floyd and Sylvanas. According to David's requirements, the Winter Knights need to steadily expand to 5,000 people in the next few years. The Tyrant Knights need to expand to at least 10,000 people. When the two first heard David's words, they had similar reactions, thinking that David had said the wrong number. After repeatedly confirming that His Majesty the King was not joking, he began to seriously think about how to achieve the targets set by His Majesty the King. Compared with the Winter Legion's goal of 100,000 people, the Winter Knights and Tylan Knights have high requirements for the quality of their members, so it takes more effort to complete this task. For example, Floyd began to seriously think about whether to initiate a relationship and asked Steve and Rumlow to return to his world to bring back a group of special talents. Sylvanas was also seriously thinking about whether she should return to AI. Zerath is recruiting new recruits? Also, should he convince his sister Varisa to join Winter City and help him? In this case, maybe Luo Ning can be tricked into staying? By the way, recruit some mages from Dalaran to form a mage group? As for the Spartan heavy infantry, they were recently brought back to the Kingdom of Greece by Helen and her two brothers, and are currently expanding their territories along the Mediterranean coast for the Kingdom of Greece. In other words, as he was building meritorious services for the Winter Kingdom, David considered allowing the Spartan heavy infantry to expand directly on the spot. As for the extent to which it could be expanded, it would depend on Helen and her two brothers Pollux and Castor. Alright. As for the Winter Air Force and the Winter Navy, at present, the Air Force has recruited many veteran pilots from immigrants from the Matrix world, and is undergoing various training and screening to see how many are left before deciding how many pilots to recruit in the second batch. As for the Navy, there is currently no choice. Basically, all those recruited will be able to board the ship in the future. The situation will be similar for a long time. Survival of the fittest and the like will probably not be implemented within 10 years. After meeting them all, the last ones summoned were Van Cleef, Natasha and Ethan. These three heads and deputies of the intelligence department should be the ones who will work the hardest in the next period of time. In addition to continuing to train intelligence personnel, they are responsible for investigating the intelligence of the Siduramar Empire, the New Ellen Federation, the Orcs, and the Evernight Empire. This laid the foundation for the Winter Kingdom to pacify the entire Brunia a few years later. Van Cleef and Black Widow Romanoff naturally had no objections, but Ethan was the only one who looked embarrassed. He was only a part-time employee in Winter City, but somehow he became one of the top executives of Winter City. It always felt weird. In addition, David did not hide his intention to attack other worlds. Ethan felt that he had unknowingly become the leader. Will his world become the target of Winter City sooner or later? David saw Ethan's thoughts and reassured him.
I will not do anything to the stable world.
The target of Winter City is mainly worlds that need to be saved like the Matrix and Red Alert, which makes Ethan secretly relieved. Chapter 572. Choose the dungeon you want to go to. If David doesn't want to betray his family and have most of his friends run away as soon as he wakes up, he must carefully choose the world he invades. Like the Matrix, Resident Evil, Red Alert, etc. He sent his army there to save the world. In a world like the DCU, if he sends troops to occupy it, he will become another Darkseid. Change to the Marvel Universe? That belongs to the war with Asgard, where Thor is. Therefore, the world where Ethan Hunt is located is actually very safe. David would not touch that world under normal circumstances. The benefits may not be better than other worlds, and it may also cause internal conflicts. In comparison, it would be better to compete with Palpatine for the position of Emperor of the Galactic Empire, which is the rule of almost the entire galaxy. Winning the rule of that world is equivalent to gaining countless Earths where Ethan lives. After finishing the business, David asked Belfast again and confirmed that everyone was busy with their own affairs. No one left Winter Castle and went to Xiangjiang World after returning to Winter Castle. When he returned to the apartment, several days had passed since he left Xiangjiang. Sophia took Sansa around for a few days, and after letting Sansa understand the lifestyle and environment here, she returned to Manon Tower to continue learning cooking skills. Sansa instead followed Chung Lear around for the past 2 days. After Chung Lear learned that David had returned to Winter Keep, he went to the company every day to hang out and dragged Juan Mei out to go shopping together. David briefly asked what everyone was busy with, and quickly received responses from several people. After knowing what everyone was doing, he went to the company to take a look. Wanchua has not welcomed any new customers in the past few days. After receiving several business orders during the opening period, Wanchua has entered a relatively quiet period. However, even if there are no new commissions in the next few years. The rewards earned from the first few orders alone are enough for many people to spend for a lifetime. It is used to maintain such a small company with only 3 people. It is naturally very wealthy. Especially Chung Lear, as a partner of the company, has set up an office in a building on his own property. He does not even have to pay rent, which saves a lot of expenses. The only remaining expenses are basic water, electricity, and one May's salary. And there are no other expenses. Being bored, David started walking around the building. His company is located here. But this is the first time he visited this office building. Looking from top to bottom, he found that it was no different from other office buildings. There are a lot of companies and various office cubicles, and countless young men and women are busy. From time to time, you can see 2 people quarreling. As for the content of the quarrel, it is completely unclear. Some were arguing about work content, while others were simply personal grudges. When encountering a personal feud, David would stop and watch the excitement for a while, then leave after seeing enough. After he wandered around for a long time, he barely managed to make it to lunchtime. After leaving the office building, David thought about whether to go find Chen Xiaosheng. After thinking about it, I gave up. At present, Hu Huishan has not yet completed her resignation, and the Winter City Police Department has not yet completed its structural reorganization. It is too early to talk to Chen Xiaosheng about this at this time. At least, wait until the new police department structure is released. Once the position is clear, go talk to the sharpshooter about changing jobs. After wandering aimlessly, I actually walked back to the apartment. David simply called Hu Huishan.
I have identified several worlds. As for which one to go to in the end, you can decide for yourself. Now, I'm just letting you know that we can talk about it after you get off work. Let's talk about it when I get home from get off work.
Hu Huishan said that she had something to deal with, and it was not convenient to leave now. So after David hung up the phone, he still had to think about how to kill the little time. And after much deliberation, he decided to go shopping with Chung Lear and Sansa. After calling to inquire about the location of the 2 women, David rushed over in a car. Chung Lear and Sansa were very happy for David's arrival, although they knew that a straight man like David accompanying them shopping was actually not much different from having a driver or bodyguard beside them. They just had an extra porter who could help carry things. With storage tools, movers are no longer so important. But after all, David was his man, and was willing to spend time with him instead of doing other things. Chung Lear was still very happy in his heart, seeing how David took the initiative to come to accompany him. He just let him go after just 2 hours of shopping. 4.5 hours later, Chung Lear and Sansa, who had a great time shopping, returned to Tiang Xiaoyi apartment with David. By coincidence, when they returned to the apartment building, Hu Huishan also happened to get home from get off work.
What a coincidence! Let's have dinner together.
David didn't ask and directly made the decision for Hu Huishan. Chung Lear didn't feel strange when she heard the conversation between the 2. While shopping just now, David told the 2 of them what he had done in the past few days. Chung Lear already knew that David was planning to attack Superintendent Hu. I had already done it when I was shopping in the afternoon. When I went to Winter City and knew how many women were around David, I was mentally prepared. There was nothing I couldn't accept. If he really couldn't accept it, he would have separated from David long ago. And he would not wait until now to express his dissatisfaction. As for David asking Chung Lear if he wanted to find a world alone and go on a honeymoon or something, Chung Lear said no. After getting along for a while, and having many private communications with Sophia, Chung Lear already knew how strong David was, and even had a Cybertronian body. Going to a certain world alone with David for their honeymoon was pure suicide behavior. It is precisely because of the personal demonstrations, and words, and deeds of Chung Lear and Sophia that Sansa no longer looks forward to traveling to a certain world alone with David. If she wants to lie in the bedroom for a day, she might as well stay in Winter Castle. However, you can go to other worlds together, and it will be easier when someone helps attract firepower. Sitting in the elevator, Hu Huishan was quite speechless as she said something a little out of tune. Although she had made a certain decision in her heart, she could not adapt to this outrageous family environment for the time being. She kept thinking about whether she had made a mistake in her decision. During the meal, after David began to introduce the circled worlds to her, her attention was shifted to the various novel worlds. For example, due to a virus, the entire world has become desolate and full of zombies. Due to climate change, various natural disasters have broken out, causing most of the earth to be frozen, due to unknown reasons. Various natural disasters have broken out all over the world. The whole world almost turns into an ocean world, etc. There is also a world that is about to be destroyed by a huge meteorite impact. A world where a group of racing gangs save the world.
Raiders saving the world? What kind of weird place is that?
David spread his hands. On the surface, that world was no different from the ordinary Earth. But there was a lot of black technology secretly, and it could even transform people into cyborgs. But that alone would not attract David's attention. He included this world in his selection. One of the key reasons was that the length of this world was guaranteed. Many worlds have a limited length. And some interesting things, plots, happen in a short period of time. Although Hu Huishan went to these places to practice, the plot had little to do with her, and it would have no impact if she did not participate in the plot. But David still wanted to take care of it, at least to ensure that when he wanted to have fun, he would have fun. For this reason, this world has entered David's final circle. With more than a dozen movies and a time span of 20 years, there is definitely enough fun for David to pass his time. It's a pity that Hu Huishan has no interest in this place at all. She doesn't think there is much fun in a world that relies on racing gangs to save it. As a police officer, it is impossible to have a favorable impression of criminals. If she really goes to that world, the first thing Hu Huishan wants to do is to bring these criminals to justice. And all the subsequent plots will not happen. David suddenly realized that this seemed interesting. As for what to do when the world encounters a crisis, he has nothing to do. So I can help him a little bit. Hu Huishan was not interested. She could wait until next time to go with others. David put a mark on this world in his heart and set it as a target to go to later. After finishing the meal, David had already given an overview of the world he had circled. And Hu Huishan began to ask about various details of several worlds that she was interested in. Finally, after picking and choosing, she chose the world invaded by monsters.
Why choose this world? I want to try to learn holy light or arcane magic. So? I feel that fighting powerful opponents can help me learn these mysterious powers better.
Hu Huishan explained her thoughts. She felt that fighting against strong enemies would help her practice. And in this world, she didn't have to worry about her own strength not being enough to fight against monsters. Because the way of fighting was to pilot a giant humanoid mecha. In addition to this reason, there is also the fact that the world David has chosen is mostly a modern setting. Either there were various natural disasters, or some crime movies. She thought that if she wanted to learn extraordinary powers such as holy light and arcane magic, it would be more appropriate to choose a place with a more outrageous world view. By the way, it is also to prepare for the future. Winter City will definitely provide police mechas to the police in the future to deal with Cybertronian criminals. The logic sounds sound. And David doesn't care why Hu Huishan chose this place. She chose this world anyway. And he will take her there with him.
By the way, there's something else I want to tell you.
David mentioned that Carla was also going to go with him. Hu Huishan didn't think it was a big deal to have more than one person going with him. Only Chung Lear and Sophia were standing by and lamented that Hu Huishan was so lucky that someone actually came to help her share the firepower. And it was Kara, a Kryptonian. With Kara's physical fitness, she should be able to withstand most of the firepower.
It's decided that this is the world. I'll set off in a few days when I have some rest.
Chapter 573 Broken Dome. Time flew by. And soon it was Hu Huishan's day to rest. Follow David back to Winter City and meet up with Kara. Hu Huishan looked at Kara. She only knew that Kara was Superman's cousin, the superhero known as Supergirl. But the Kara in front of her seemed very different from the one she saw in the comics. This is nothing. Just a trivial matter. After the two women greeted each other, they both looked at David, wanting to see what David was going to do.
Put your hands on my shoulders and think deep down. Follow me.
This time, to locate a specific world, you need to rely on David's golden finger to go there, rather than Winter City's travel equipment.
Let me explain in advance that this way of positioning and traveling is not 100% able to reach the chosen world.
Although the probability is not high, since there is a possibility of mistakes, David thinks it is better to say low in advance. Hu Huishan and Kara nodded indifferently. For Hu Huishan, this experience was already magical. Even if they ran into the wrong world, it would not have much impact. As long as she can live and practice normally, it's not impossible. Kara didn't even care, as long as there was sun in that world.
Set off!
Seeing that neither of them had any objections, David activated his time travel ability. In just the blink of an eye, the three of them had arrived in another world. Hu Huishan and Kara looked around. They were on the roof of a building in the city. They didn't know whether they succeeded or failed. After looking at the surroundings for a few times, they looked at David together.
I don't know if I have reached the target world accurately. I need to observe it.
There were many Chinese signs around, and he and Hu Huishan heard some familiar languages, and they were sure they were in Hong Kong. David switched to the Cybertron body, connected to the world's network, and began to search for useful information. A few seconds later, David nodded to Hu Huishan and Kara beside him.
We are not in the wrong place.
This is the world of the Pacific Rim, which is the target location chosen by Hu Huishan. They were currently in Xiangjiang, and they were not too far away from the Broken Dome in Xiangjiang. Broken Dome is the headquarters of the Pacific Rim Joint Defense Force established in this world to deal with the invasion of monsters. It is located in several cities on the Pacific coast. Xiangjiang is one of them, and it is also the first one to be completed and put into use.
It is now the end of 2015. The Broken Dome in Xiangjiang has just been completed and put into use. It is still 10 years before the plot begins.
David didn't expect to arrive so early. Hu Huishan said that he needed enough time to practice. This time, there was really enough time. Moreover, in the next 10 years, monsters will continue to emerge from the bottom of the Pacific Ocean. Hu Huishan does not have to worry. I can't find a sparring partner. Of course, the prerequisite for finding a monster as a training partner is to join the Pacific Rim Joint Military Defense Force and become a pilot of the Skua Mecha.
Is this Xiangjiang 25 years from now?
After getting the basic information from David, Hu Huishan looked at the street for a while and felt that Xiangjiang had not changed much over the years. It was just the appearance of the cars on the road that changed and the way pedestrians dressed. After coming down from the height and strolling around the street for a while, the three people began to discuss what to do next.
To the Shattered Dome.
This was something Hu Huishan had decided long ago, in order to ensure that they could successfully join the Pacific Rim Joint Military Defense Force. Several of them specially prepared a detailed identity document before coming. After arriving here, David was responsible for creating various traces on the internet to make this personal information as authentic as possible. In addition, the world of Pacific Rim is faced with monsters. At present, humans do not know that those monsters are biological weapons of intelligent life. They simply think that they are monster invasions, so they will not guard against their fellow humans. Therefore, the investigation of personal information will not be so in-depth, as long as it is about the same.
I don't have to go. Right.
Carla saw that David was also preparing to go to the Pacific Rim Joint Military Defense Force. She felt that she could act separately from David and Hu Huishan. After all, she was here to bask in the sun, and she didn't necessarily have to join that army. But David told her that they did not have this world's money or a place to live, so it would be better to find a place to stay first. And this would not prevent Kara from enjoying the sun.
Yes, let's go together. After all, you can't always float in the sky. Right.
In fact, Kara really had similar thoughts. As long as David and Hu Huishan had nothing to do with her, she would keep floating in the sky. She even considered whether to fly into space and bask in the sun at close range. She also studied comics, and her strength seemed to increase faster when she bathed in the sun. But David and Hu Huishan's suggestions also make some sense. She can't really float in space for 10 years. Right? In addition, she is also somewhat interested in driving giant robots. So it would be a good choice to go together.
That's it. Let's sign up together to be the pilots of the Jaeger Mecha.
At this time, the Broken Dome in Xiangjiang had just begun to be put into use. And at the same time, it began to recruit volunteers from the public. The initial members of the Pacific Rim Joint Military Defense Force were composed of soldiers drawn from the military, including the initial drivers, who were also active duty soldiers. But after the formation of the army was completed, the Shattered Dome base was built, and the Hunter Academy, which specialized in training Jaeger Mecha pilots, was opened, and all kinds of talents began to be recruited from the society. David and the others came to this world during such a period. When the three of them came to the specially open registration point outside the Broken Dome in Xiangjiang, many people had already gathered here. Technicians, engineers, cleaners, all kinds of positions in the base are recruiting people. Not to mention people who want to become Jaeger Mecha pilots. Countless young men and women are lining up, dreaming of becoming a pilot of a giant robots, heroes who destroy hateful monsters, defend their homes, and save the world.
So many people.
Hu Huishan looked at the long queue and wondered whether she could successfully register in the face of so many competitors. Kara was concerned about another thing.
I just thought, if I want to sign up to join this army, do I need to undergo a physical examination?
She is not from Earth, although her body structure and organs look no different from humans. The specific circumstances can be said to be worlds apart. Didn't the physical examination reveal the fact that he was an alien immediately?
This little thing is easy to solve.
David told the two not to worry. After Hu Huishan ate the golden apple, her physical fitness had returned to its peak and even got better. In this case, she would definitely pass the physical examination, coupled with the fact that she is good at fighting and has a smart mind. Hu Huishan has such excellent qualities that there is no reason for the United Military and Defense Forces to eliminate her. As for Kara, David motioned for Kara to reach out and hold his hand.
Relax. Don't resist.
Kara nodded and tried hard to relax her whole body. The next second she felt a strange energy entering her body along her arms, and then circled around her body, and finally stayed there, near the heart. It felt weird, and after the ball of energy turned around, Kara felt that the energy usually stored in the cells seemed to be gone. She felt weak, something she hadn't felt in a long time since leaving that damn research facility.
Okay, your current situation is that the energy stored in your body has been used up, which is enough to cope with this physical examination.
Kara watched David let go of his hand, and then she stared at the palm of her hand and clenched her fist. This feeling of having no strength was really unpleasant.
In this case, wouldn't I be eliminated? No. Your physical fitness is still stronger than ordinary people.
Even in a weak state, Kara's physical fitness is better than that of ordinary people. For the joint military and defense forces, he is an outstanding seedling, and it is impossible to eliminate him. As for David, he will carefully control his state, not only to ensure that no one will notice the problem, but also to control himself from going too far. Fortunately, Broken Dome only conducts some simple tests here to ensure that the body is healthy and without any hidden dangers, and then evaluates the physical fitness to ensure that those with excellent physical fitness are given priority for admission. Next, there will be a written test to test the educational level and intelligence of the applicants to ensure that the young people who sign up can learn how to correctly drive the most advanced mechas. By the time all this is over, more than 90 of the 100 people who signed up will have been eliminated, and the rest will all be the best. But this is just the beginning. These young people who have passed the initial screening will receive a period of simple training here in the Broken Dome. Only those who have completed the 3-month initial training can be sent to the Mecha Hunter Academy on Kodiak Island in Alaska next year to receive formal training.
I didn't expect it to be so troublesome.
The few people who successfully passed the test and assessment got together again. In the future, they can live in the Broken Dome base and receive basic training.
Being a Skua pilot is very attractive at this time.
Currently, the Skua pilot is a global idol, attracting the aspiration of countless young people. In a few years, as these idols died one after another, the situation would change a lot. Although pilots still have a huge reputation and will be admired by many people, the number of people who want to become pilots has plummeted. Everyone finally realized how dangerous it is to fight monsters in mechas. Therefore, in the battle in the plot, the pilots who can really be relied on are still the first batch of trained pilots. Not only do they have rich combat experience, but also because there are no outstanding newcomers who can take over. Chapter 574 Hunter Academy. In the original plot, after the protagonist Raleigh Beckett was brought back to the Broken Dome by Marshal Pentecost, many backup pilots were prepared for him to choose a partner. As a result, Raleigh didn't like anyone. The only driver who caught his eye was Asako Mori, also translated as Mako Mori. Let's not talk about whether Raleigh was greedy for Asako Mori's body. Let's just say that when the two competed, at least there was no winner on the scene. And when they later drove the Danger Wanderer to deal with the monsters, Asako Mori's performance also proved how correct Raleigh's choice was. The other reserve pilots were knocked down by Raleigh Beckett in various ways during the competition, and their performance was simply terrible. As for the arrival of David and the others, will this situation change? David doesn't think so at all. Because if everything goes well, David, Hu Huishan and Kara are very likely to become the first batch of graduates of the Hunter Academy, and the first batch of mecha pilots trained by the Academy. The subsequent batches of graduates were even more useless. After arriving at the Broken Dome, David, Hu Huishan, and Kara were arranged to live in the recruit dormitory area, where they received training together with other people who passed the preliminary physical examination. David originally thought that this kind of training was meaningless,
and he might as well send it directly to the Hunter Academy for screening. Only after starting did I realize the real purpose of these 3 months of training. To weed out those who are not mentally strong enough and think being a driver is cool, but cannot bear the hardship. In just 3 months of military life, most of them were eliminated. This shows how many of them came to join in the fun and successfully signed up because of their excellent physical fitness. If all these people were sent to Hunter College, it would be a headache just to send students who dropped out of school every day. It would be better to conduct a round of screening before formal enrollment. After receiving 3 months of basic training, the remaining people should be mentally prepared for the training and study life in the Hunter Academy. Of course, this refers to students other than the 3 Davids. During this period, David and others have become some of the best performers among the students recruited by Xiongjiang. If there is no accident, they will be the key training targets after going to Hunter Academy. This is exactly what David wants. He also wants to drive a big robot, instead of staying in the base and watching others steal the spotlight. Even if the person in the spotlight is Hu Huishan, he will still feel very uncomfortable. During this time, Kara learned a little skill from David to control energy. She could usually hide the power in her body and make herself in an ordinary state. At first, David needed some guidance, but he gradually mastered this technique and could disguise himself as an ordinary person at any time to cope with various tests. It just so happens that you will definitely need to have regular physical examinations after going to Hunter Academy. How about we compete and see who can be the first to become an official Skua pilot? Instead of thinking about that, think about who you can mentally connect with. David's words stunned Kara for a few seconds, and then she realized that if she wanted to become the pilot of the Skua Mecha, her partner could only choose between David and Hu Huishan. From Kara's point of view, neither seems to be a good choice. But she soon realized that her physical fitness was not comparable to that of ordinary Earthlings. With her nerve toughness, she could fully withstand the burden brought by the Skua Mecha. In other words, Kara can activate and pilot the Jaeger Mecha alone to fight monsters, and does not require a partner. Then have you figured out how to convince the top brass of the combined military defense forces to allow you to fly the Skua alone? Kara fell into deep thought. Things were a little troublesome. She couldn't tell others that she was an alien. Right? Why don't you just quit? After 3 months of basic training, those who remain will be sent to Kodiak Island in Alaska to become the first batch of students after the Hunter Academy is established. When David and others arrived at Kodiak Island, there were many freshmen just like them from all over the world. Countless people gathered in the square of the college, preparing to start a new adventure. When David was thinking this in his heart, the people standing next to him suddenly greeted him. Are you from the Xiongjiang base? I heard that the broken dome there has been officially put into use. How does it look? Isn't it spectacular? David looked at the familiar man next to him. He was still a familiar face. Hello. My name is Kai Tianong. David Glamorgan. David pointed to Hu Huishan and Kara standing beside him. These two are Hu Huishan. And this is Kara Kent, Kara's pseudonym. Hello. After greeting the two women, Kai Tianong looked at the next few people carefully, and finally looked at David with admiration. His intuition told him that the man in front of him was definitely a leader among our generation. Someone to look up to. When Kai Tianong looked at David with admiration, David glanced back and forth in the crowd. And sure enough he found the Beckett brothers, Yancey Beckett and Raleigh Beckett. He also wanted to try to see if he could find Chuck Hansen or Asako Mori. But unfortunately he couldn't. It's right to think about it. It's almost 10 years before the plot begins. At this time, Pentecost has not yet become the marshal. He is probably just the driver of Tango Wolf. Asako Mori is just a little girl. No matter what, it is not that big. He was sent to Hunter Academy since he was a child. Chatting with Kai Tianong without a word, everyone was quickly assigned to dormitories according to the instructions of the instructor of the college. By a very coincidence, David, Kai Tianong and the Beckett brothers were assigned together. They would be roommates in the same dormitory for at least a year in the future, provided that they could complete various training courses in the academy. Once something fails to meet the standards, it will be eliminated immediately. After the 4 people introduced each other's names, they chatted about why they came to Hunter Academy. To David's surprise, the Beckett brothers simply thought it would be cool to become a Skua pilot. So they signed up together and came to the Hunter Academy. Kai Tianong, this seemingly heartless guy, actually wanted revenge. Kai Tianong was born in China and is of mixed race. He moved to San Francisco with his family in his early years. San Francisco was the first city to suffer after the monsters invaded. His grandfather died in that disaster.
so he was extremely hostile to monsters. After learning that the Hunter Academy was recruiting students, he signed up.
I must become an excellent pilot and kill all these damn monsters. You can definitely do it.
Luoli patted Kai Tianton on the shoulder and cheered him up. Seeing that the atmosphere was a little bad, Yang Shi suggested throwing away the things at hand, going to the cafeteria to eat first, and then continuing to clean up when she came back.
If you go late, you will have to queue for a long time to get something to eat. Let me tell you, even though David is so quiet, he came to Hunter Academy with 2 girlfriends.
On the way to the canteen, Kai Tiantong's mentality had been adjusted. He had returned to his previous optimistic and cheerful appearance, and he casually popped a big melon to let his 2 new friends know. Yang Shi and Luoli took Kai Tiantong's words as a joke. After all, it was already very rare for someone to bring their girlfriend to the Hunter Academy. What kind of moron would bring 2 girlfriends to Hunter Academy at the same time? Do you feel that your life is too dull? So you want to give yourself some excitement? But when the 2 of them saw Hu Huishan and Carla coming to the cafeteria to prepare their meals and walking directly to their table to sit down, they still didn't believe the so-called 2 girlfriends and only regarded these 2 as David. Friend. However, these 2 have very good looks and figures. In the Hunter Academy, where female students are already rare, they are even more conspicuous. You can know this by looking at how many eyes around you are secretly looking this way. The Beckett brothers looked at each other and had fun watching the following days. There must be many people who wanted to cause trouble for David, who made him get close to the 2 beauties.
By the way, why did you join the Hunter Academy?
After a brief chat, Luoli was curious about Kara and Hu Huishan. Why did they want to become Skua pilots? At the same time, he also remembered that when he was in the dormitory just now, David didn't answer this question because of Kai Tianong.
I came with her.
David and Kara gave exactly the same answer and pointed at Hu Huishan. At this time, everyone turned their attention to Hu Huishan. Hu Huishan was no longer a girl in her teens or 20s. She had seen strong winds and waves, facing everyone's attention. She calmly replied,
"To fight monsters."
What a simple and straightforward answer. The Beckett brothers and Kai Tiantong realized one thing at the same time. This woman named Hu Huishan was probably not easy to mess with. The Beckett brothers looked at Carla and David, and then at Hu Huishan. They now understood why Kai Tiantong said that David had 2 girlfriends. The relationship between these 3 people seemed strange. Under the gazes of countless people with curiosity and hostility, David began his study life in the Hunter Academy. Fighting skills, the use of various weapons, Jaeger mecha operation courses, etc., take up almost all of the students' time. In addition, there are also various physical and strength trainings to strengthen physical fitness. People who originally wanted to find a reason to trouble David were all turned into wilted eggplants by the instructors. They were all exhausted every day and wanted to die. There is no extra energy to cause trouble. In this case, David and Carla are more conspicuous. No matter how difficult the training or the amount of training, these 2 people can complete it at a speed far exceeding that of other students. And it seems that these 2 people have not reached their limit yet. Compared with these 2 monsters, Hu Huishan's outstanding performance is not so impressive, and she can only be ranked in the 2nd echelon with the Beckett brothers. As for Kai Tiantong, he has been eliminated. Chapter 575, Very Angry. Although Kai Tiantong was eliminated, he did not leave Hunter Academy. His firm belief made him stay in the academy and refused to leave. The instructors didn't know how to deal with this shameless guy. Finally, Pentecost, who had just come to work, gave him a suggestion: go to the technical department. As a result, Kai Tiantong continued to stay in the academy, but switched to learning logistics support skills instead of taking driver's courses. Since they successfully stayed in the academy, brothers David and Beckett did not find a new roommate. They were both happy that Kai Tiantong could continue to stay. Kai Tiantong also found a new goal, which was to become a technician and support the Beckett brothers and David from the rear.
How do you know we'll be able to become Skua pilots? I'm not sure when you can become a Skua pilot, but I know that it won't be long before David can become an official pilot.
David's performance in the academy is very eye-catching. His physical fitness, reaction ability, various theoretical knowledge, and performance in simulated battles have always been the best in the academy. For such a strong student, it is almost inevitable to become a driver, because the entire world is currently frantically manufacturing new Skua mechas. And at the same time, pilots are beginning to die in battle, and bases that are being put into use in various continents are in urgent need of new pilots. It can be said that David has already locked in a Skua Mecha before he graduates.
The real question is who will partner with David.
Normally, when the training reaches this stage, the pilot should consider the issue of pairing, because the burden of the Skua Mecha in this world is too heavy for the pilot. And two pilots must be used to share the burden to ensure that the pilot there is no problem with your body. For example, the Beckett brothers, because they are two brothers, and both of them have excellent results. Then they will naturally become a regular partner.
Of course, Kara. These two monsters will definitely be arranged together.
Choosing a partner is very important. You must consider the tacit understanding and the ability gap between the two parties. If the difference in ability is too big, and you can't keep up with your partner's ideas, then you will just be a laggard. Considering that David is so strong, he can only find Kara, who performs similarly to him.
Hu Huishan can do it too.
Kai Tianong felt that Hu Huishan has made very rapid progress in the past few months, and has a vague tendency to leave the second echelon and move towards the first echelon. The most important point is that Kai Tianong saw Hu Huishan come to the dormitory to find David several times. Or David went to the girls' dormitory to find Hu Huishan. He felt that the relationship between the two people was definitely unusual. And besides brothers and sisters, lovers and husbands and wives were also an option to become partners. After Yang Shi, Luo Li and Kai Tianong chatted for a while. They all turned their attention to David.
How? Who are you going to partner with?
Luo Li felt that everyone was so familiar with each other. A good buddy in the dormitory. And it would be too shameful to hide such a thing.
You have to choose one. Right. Otherwise, in the next training, you and who fosters tacit understanding? Why do you have to choose?
David stretched out his hand and clenched his fist.
I want them all.
The three people thought David was joking. There can only be one partner. So why would David want them all?
You don't know? What do you know? New 3-person and 4-person operating systems are currently being developed. And the latest multi-person cockpit is already being manufactured.
David is really not talking nonsense. This information is not inferred based on the advantages of knowing the plot. But the instructor, after asking David, Kara, and Hu Huishan what they thought, a little information was revealed to a few people.
What? I didn't know about such a big thing.
Kai Tianong learned these things after he was transferred to the technical department. However, before his own technical department received the news, David actually knew about it first. From this, we can know how much the Academy's instructors care for and favor David. When they learned that he wanted them all, they immediately revealed this information to David. This is also related to the current situation. Humanity's opponents are a group of monsters. And it seems that there is no need to guard against intelligence leaks. Saying low to David in advance allows David, Carla, and Hu Huishan to put aside their distracting thoughts earlier and cultivate a tacit understanding with confidence. In fact, the instructor's initial thoughts were the same as Kai Tianong's, believing that only Kara and David as partners would be the most suitable choice. Whether it is physical fitness, reaction ability, fighting skills, or performance in simulation tests, only Kara's performance is close to David. Other colleges may have certain items that can be close to the two, but the overall difference is still relatively large. The instructors believe that the combination of David and Kara would definitely become the strongest combination. At that time, Hu Huishan was still in the second echelon and was not included in the consideration. Unexpectedly, in the following period, Hu Huishan's performance steadily improved, and she soon stood out from the second echelon, gradually approaching the two monsters in front. The real reason for such a situation is that David secretly helped Hu Huishan cheat. With the protection of David's holy light, Hu Huishan could safely and boldly carry out physical training. Even if she tired herself to death, she would go back to find David to warm up with the holy light for a while. And soon, she would be back to a state of full energy and physical strength. The physical fitness is close. And Hu Huishan is very smart and mature enough to be able to calm down and study various knowledge and skills seriously. It is reasonable for her performance to improve by leaps and bounds. It was precisely when they saw that Hu Huishan's progress was so obvious, and that there was a clear gap between the three of them and other students, that the instructors began to consider forming a special group of 3 people. After all, it seemed difficult to find a suitable group for each of them alone. Partner. More importantly, my own opinions must be considered when forming a partner. And the new 3-person driving technology was finally introduced. For David and the others, this is undoubtedly the best option besides allowing solo driving. There are too many things among them that they cannot tell outsiders. If they synesthetize with other people, they will reveal too many secrets, and it will not matter to their own people. in David's plan. If he couldn't form a team of 3, he planned to let Kara and Hu Huishan form a team. And he could just find someone to partner with him. With his strength, even if he communicates with others, it is impossible for an ordinary person to peek into his memory. After chatting with the Beckett brothers and Kai Tiantong for a while, David found Hu Huishan as usual. She is exercising here with Kara. Although she has made rapid progress during this period, she is still not satisfied with her current strength.
Although I knew that the holy light is not that easy to master, I have no clue now,
Hu Huishan asked David, who had just arrived. While exercising,
are you sure you can really master the holy light this way? If you always question me like this, it will be difficult to master the holy light.
If you want to truly learn the power of the holy light, it is very important not to doubt whether your path is correct. People who have doubts will find it difficult to be recognized by the holy light. Only those who are determined and able to persevere can be favored by the holy light. Hu Huishan understood the truth, but she had never had the opportunity to learn about this mysterious power before. When she really started to practice, she would inevitably have various questions. She had a premonition that it would not be easy for her to learn the holy light, and it might be difficult to get started within a few years. Things went as Hu Huishan expected, until several people successfully graduated from the Hunter Academy. Hu Huishan did not successfully learn the holy light. However, after spending so long, she was not in vain. With David's help, Hu Huishan's physical fitness has been significantly improved. Although Hu Huishan still looks like her original slender and toned figure, the actual strength contained in her body is very amazing. Her body is gradually approaching all aspects of fitness. Extreme data. You may cross that threshold one day. After graduation, the 3 people were assigned to the Xiangjiang base by the Academy. Their Jaeger mechas have also been determined, which is the 4th generation mecha Storm Red that will use a 3-person pilot system. This latest mecha is still under construction, and is expected to be completed and officially put into service in 2018. However, due to the use of many new technologies, many tests have already begun. The 3 people selected as pilots naturally have to be stationed near the mecha factory to facilitate various tests. The 3 of them got a lot of free time because of this, and the 3 of them spent time together day and night. Even more time alone than when they were studying in the academy. Coupled with regular synesthetic connections, certain things happen naturally. Originally, this was no big deal. Hu Huishan had already been mentally prepared for it. But she was a little surprised that it took so long. The one who was really shocked was Kara. She found that becoming a Skua pilot and partnering with David and Hu Huishan was a very wrong choice. Synesthesia can share memories. David can control his memory from being pried by outsiders. Hu Huishan does not have this ability. So Kara can update the resources every time she goes to test a new system. They are all the type with an overwhelming sense of presence. Kara, who was forced to constantly update her resources, became more and more angry in the days that followed. In the end, David reached out to help Kara calm down her anger.
I understand now why Carl asked me to be careful about you.
Unfortunately, I understood it too late, and I didn't react until I got involved. Kara seriously suspected that David had such a calculation from the beginning. However, she didn't think she was angry about it, and was even a little happy. Kara and Hu Huishan, who are completely open-minded, have a better and better understanding with David. Their synchronization rate is very high, which has proved the maturity of multi-person driving technology. What is missing now is just an actual battle. David firmly believed that there would be no problems with the results of actual combat. And that day was coming soon. Chapter 576 Eat, Sleep and Fight Monsters. It was at the end of 2015 when David and others came to this world. After receiving a short training in the Broken Dome base, he went to the Hunter Academy to receive training to become a Skua pilot, and then stayed at the Skua Mecha factory for a long time. Before we knew it, it was already 2018. The latest 4th generation Skua Mecha Storm Red has been officially completed and is being tested continuously during manufacturing. After the mecha is fully tested, it can be officially listed and join the Shattered Dome in Xiangjiang.
David, Kara, and Ashen, the Storm Red machine startup test is about to begin. Are you ready?
This is not the first time that the 3 people have started a startup test, but they have done partial functional tests before. This is the first time that a few people have started a complete Skua mecha.
Let's start!
Storm Red uses the newly developed 3-person cockpit, arranged in an inverted triangle with 2 in the front and 1 in the back, with David at the rear and Hu Huishan and Kara standing side by side in the front. The Crimson Storm with David participating in the test is very different from the Crimson Storm in the original plot. First of all, the 3 distinctive arms in the original plot were cancelled after David complained about it crazily. Storm Red no longer has the special shape of 3 arms. At the same time, the design of the hands that can transform into a chainsaw blade has also been modified into an electric drill. According to David, although the blade electric saw has a good cutting effect, the wound is too shallow to hurt the vital part of the monster. It is better to use an electric drill to penetrate the body, and then launch missiles or cryogenic fluid from the inside. No matter what, it is more powerful than the original so-called thundercloud formation. In addition, the plasma cannon, which was originally only installed on the left arm, has been changed to have both arms. In other words, the Storm Crimson in this world and the Storm Crimson in the original plot can be regarded as 2 different Skua mechas, just with the same name and color. David felt that it was a pity that according to his idea, there were still many places on Bao Feng Qihong's body that could be equipped with weapons. One of the advantages of 3-person driving was that one person's energy could be allocated to be responsible for the fire control system, making Bao Feng Qihong use various weapons better and faster in battle. That way the combat effectiveness would definitely be raised to another level. Unfortunately, some of his subsequent suggestions were not adopted.
Connection successfully established.
The 3 people's bodies shook slightly. This kind of you are me. And I am you. I know the state of your thoughts at any time. The 3 of them are already very familiar with it. At the same time, various feedbacks from the Jaeger mecha were also transmitted. For David and Kara, it was not much different from some of the previous tests. Only Hu Huishan felt an obvious feeling of heaviness, as if she had become heavier. Countless times. It takes more effort than usual to take action. But that's all. For Hu Huishan now, this burden will not make her feel uncomfortable. In fact, even Hu Huishan now has the qualifications to pilot a Skua mecha alone. At most, the burden and consumption on the body is relatively large. Unlike David and Kara, who will not have any side effects.
Storm Red was successfully activated and everything is normal.
After successfully completing several rounds of tests, the next 3 people's lives became more leisurely. There was no restriction on what they could do except stay in the base and be ready to attack at any time. Normally, you can freely arrange your time and activities. But in order to ensure your own condition, and to ensure that you are ready to attack at any time, the drivers will exercise spontaneously. Therefore, there are various exercise equipment and facilities in the Broken Dome, as well as a special venue for people to compete. Hu Huishan likes to come here and competes with David on fighting skills almost every day, as if this can help her learn the Holy Light better. Kara prefers to be in spacious, sunny areas. As for David, he didn't have a particular favorite place. He wandered around the base all day long. Everyone believed that there was no place in the entire Broken Dome that David had not been to. Also in this leisurely daily life, Storm Red finally ushered in his first official attack. The mission target was to go to Osaka with Chernow Alpha to deal with an invading monster. The Pacific Rim Joint Military Defense Force is very cautious about every monster invasion. Whenever conditions permit, idle mechas from several bases will fight together. Ensure that you can destroy monsters while preserving your own combat power to the maximum extent. Because the cost of each Jaeger mecha is very staggering, and it is time-consuming and labor-intensive to manufacture. If the damage is serious, repairs alone will take at least several months. If it suffers several serious losses in a row, the entire Pacific Rim defense line may collapse, forcing commanders to be careless. But soon, the commanders discovered that their caution was meaningless. Before Chernow Alpha arrived at the reserve battlefield, Storm Red, driven by David, Kara, and Hu Huishan, had successfully killed the monster that wanted to land in Osaka. The entire battle process fully demonstrated what it means to be fast, ruthless, and accurate. The flexibility of the new generation of mechas was fully demonstrated by the 3 new pilots. When the monster faced the Storm Red, it was not even said that it had no power to fight back. It was simply that the blaster was pressed unilaterally. What's even more amazing is that Bao Feng Qihong's flexible movement makes it completely impossible to tell that this is a giant robot with a height of 76 meters. Finally, Storm Red used his right arm that transformed into a drill to pierce the monster's body. At the same time, the coolant ejected from the inside not only killed the monster, but also ensured that the pollution of the earth by the monster's corpse was reduced to a minimum.
Finished. Call it a day.
The commanders who were paying attention to Storm Red's performance all the time immediately realized that they had found a treasure. The combination of David,
Kara and Hu Huishan is likely to become the strongest Skua pilot combination. They have gained a group of powerful ace pilots, which means that the safety of the Xiangjiang base will be guaranteed in the next few years. In addition, Storm Red's performance also proved that there is nothing wrong with the development route of the new generation of mechas. They are beginning to look forward to the world's first 5th generation mechas that have already begun construction. At this time, the three people who were the focus of the discussion complained in the cockpit that the monster was too weak. With this level, I can kill it with my bare hands. Carla felt that her heat rays could easily penetrate the monster's skin. Even without heat rays, she could beat the monster to death with just her fists and feet. When you have enough fun and want to go back, you can put on the Krypton suit and do this once. In addition to monsters and the development of various entertainment products related to monsters and Jaeger mechas, this world also has familiar comic works. If Kara puts on that very recognizable tights, I wonder how people in this world will react. Several of them were still in a synesthetic state, and Kara and Hu Huishan knew what David was thinking about. Hu Huishan rolled her eyes speechlessly, but Kara felt in her heart that it seemed interesting to do this, and maybe she could give it a try. Crimson Storm won the first battle and returned triumphantly. David, Kara, and Hu Huishan were warmly welcomed. With this outstanding performance, they were accepted from the bottom of their hearts by everyone. The most obvious thing is that when a few people are active in the base, everyone will say hello to them when they see them, and they have begun to truly integrate into the life of this world. Hu Huishan and David aside, Kara also found the joy of living here for a long time. She finally no longer lived alone as before. Even when he lived in Winter City, he only got close to a few people. Kara, who had made friends, secretly made up her mind to bring real security to the world. Monsters and the like should stop invading the world. Kara, who was still a little dawdling, suddenly found the direction of her efforts, and even Hu Huishan was pulled forward together. Storm Red achieved an astonishing record in the following years, killing 5 monsters in a row without suffering any serious damage. These monsters were killed without even touching the red paint of the storm. This was even when David was paddling the whole time without actually taking any action. During this period of time, Hu Huishan, who was led forward by Kara, suddenly realized something. She felt as if she had touched the threshold of the holy light, but she just didn't know how long it would take to open that door. On the contrary, Kara suddenly awakened to the holy light. In addition to the changes in the two women, something else has happened in the past few years. Stike Pentecost was promoted to Marshal of the Pacific Rim Combined Military Defense Forces, commanding all Skua mechas and several Shattered Dome bases. David's former roommate Kai Tianton became the Chief Technical Officer of the Anchorage base and was responsible for support work. The Beckett brothers became the pilots of the Danger Wanderer. In the recent battle with the monster, Yancey Beckett unfortunately died. David did not change the fact that Yancey died in the battle. Anyway, he made preparations in advance and could resurrect Yancey later. By the way, Luo Li and Asako Mori are recruited to Winter City. These are all excellent warriors and pilots. It would be a waste to stay here. It is better to go to Winter City and continue to shine. Including Stike Pentecost. After digging into Winter City, he was given heavy armor and a two-handed heavy sword. I wonder what Thor's reaction will be when he sees this. As for the various problems faced by these people, such as Pentecost's body being on the verge of collapse due to the effects of radiation, it was nothing to David. Winter City had enough means to cure his body. With these calculations in mind, as time passed day by day, David lived a life like Ultraman, eating, sleeping and fighting monsters. With such a regular life schedule, the day when the plot officially begins is gradually approaching. And those who are targeted by him also come to the Broken Dome base in Xiangjiang one after another. Chapter 577 Win-Win. As humans and monsters fight more and more times, the monsters become more and more powerful. The Jaeger mechas are constantly damaged, and the pilots are sacrificed one after another. Different voices began to appear within humans. They are unwilling to continue to spend a lot of financial, manpower, and material resources to fight against monsters. Instead, they want to build high walls and switch to a completely defensive posture. And they are also preparing to completely disband the Pacific Rim Joint Military Defense Force. Regarding this situation, Marshal Stike Pentecost had no choice but to concentrate all the remaining troops into the Broken Dome of Xiangjiang. This is also the last base that is still in operation, and several other bases will be closed one after another. At this time, there were only 3 normal Skua mechas left in the entire Pacific Rim Joint Military Defense Force, including the first-generation Skua mecha Cherno Alpha.
the 4th generation Skua mech Storm Red, and the remaining Skua mecha for the time being. Sydney, the 5th generation mecha Eureka Raider, who did not come to join us. There is also a 3rd generation Skua mecha, the Danger Wanderer, which is being repaired and upgraded, and is expected to regain its combat effectiveness soon. But the problem now is that there is no suitable driver.
Who do you think would be the driver of a dangerous rover?
Because all the personnel came to the Xiangjiang base. Kai Tianong, who was stationed in Anchorage, also followed and reunited with his old friends David, Kara, and Hu Huishan. Not long after the two sides met again, Kai Tianong saw through everything. Good guy. David really captured both of them. He is simply an idol for life. He was curious. How did David capture two women who knew each other at the same time without causing them to fight? Is the synesthetic connection so magical? Unfortunately, he couldn't get more useful information from David. So he chatted with David about other things. For example, the choice of driver for Dangerous Rover. Currently, all personnel of the Joint Military and Defense Forces are gathered in the Broken Dome. Not only frontline combatants, but also aircraft pilots, ground crews, maintenance technicians, etc. Naturally, this also includes a large number of backup pilots. And Kai Tiantong knows the situation of these people.
I think it's more likely that the Tang brothers are more likely to have it.
The Tang brothers are the pilots of Storm Red in the original plot, and they are triplets. Over the years, the Tang brothers have been stationed at the base as Storm Red's backup pilots. If David, Kara, and Hu Huishan are killed in battle, then the three brothers will become Storm Red's official pilots. Because they are triplets, they are similar in strength and have enough tacit understanding. So they are the most suitable candidates for the three-person driving system. On the contrary, David, Carla, and Hu Huishan, who seem to have no relationship and are
hardly pieced together,
can have such miraculous performance, which is the real outlier. But unfortunately, Storm Crimson has performed extremely well in the Xiangjiang base over the years. Every time he attacks, he returns intact. No matter how the monsters that fight against Storm Crimson upgrade and become stronger, they cannot last long in front of Storm Crimson. The tacit understanding and combat effectiveness of the three people deeply shocked everyone in the Joint Military Defense Force. David is responsible for assisting fire control and ensuring the stability and balance of various systems. Kara and Hu Huishan, as the main and co-pilots, are responsible for the wholehearted battle. The combination also makes everyone feel magical. Two women are responsible for output, and David is responsible for watching the excitement. In addition, Sasha, the main driver of Cherno Alpha, is also a woman, and her husband Alexis is the one who plays assist. Many people lament that a woman can become a Skua driver. As expected, each one is stronger than the other.
I don't think Marshal Pentecost will choose the Tang brothers.
It's too difficult to find triplet drivers, and the Marshal must leave a backup group for Storm Red. Except for the Tang brothers, the other backup drivers have similar abilities, and there are no particularly outstanding talents. Therefore, David believes that Marshal Pentecost will most likely get Raleigh Beckett back. Raleigh Beckett, an experienced veteran, will lead a novice to drive the Dangerous Wanderer to ensure that the Dangerous Wanderer can drive the Dangerous Wanderer to the maximum extent possible, to exert its due combat power to the maximum extent. He did not have time to wait for the rookie to grow up, and the funds obtained through personal connections could not support the long-term consumption of such a huge base and troops. So he could only choose to make a desperate move, integrate all the forces in his hands, and launch an attack on the crossing. Once and for all, eradicate the monster threat. Everyone here knows about this battle plan, so nothing David says now is considered a spoiler.
In this case, the Marshal will definitely give priority to experienced drivers. Experienced? Now the only experienced pilots in the base are the three of you, Sasha and Alexis. Should we separate the three of you? Each of you will bring a new person?
Kai Tiantong actually thought of another person, but that person had been missing for a long time, so he couldn't. Suddenly turning his head to look at Asako Mori, who was eating obediently next to him. Kai Tiantong believed that Asako Mori must know more inside information than him. After all, she was the adopted daughter of the Marshal.
Motzi, don't you know something?
Motzi dodges his eyes for a few moments, and finally feels that there is indeed nothing to hide about this matter.
The Marshal wants to bring Raleigh Beckett back when he goes out this time. Found him? Well, it took some time, but his location has been determined.
Asako Mori didn't say more, but David knew that Raleigh Beckett was a wall builder at this time. And then he saw on the live broadcast how the monsters easily built the high wall they spent a lot of time and effort on, torn apart like Lego blocks. If he hadn't seen with his own eyes that all the work he had done for several years was in vain, he wouldn't have been so happy to come back and fly the Jaeger mecha. Kai Tiantong was very happy to hear that his good friend was coming back and looked forward to their reunion. Before Raleigh Beckett returned to the unit, the Eureka Raiders and 2 pilots, Herc Hansen and Chuck Hansen, also came to Xiangjiang Broken Dome.
Finally, I met you in person.
Herc Hansen shook hands with David. He and David had teamed up to deal with monsters. But as the main aces of the station, there was no chance to really meet.
I look younger in person than on the video chat. Just think you are complimenting me.
David, Hui Shan and Carla have lived in this world for many years. Even if they claim to be only 20 years old when they first arrived, they are now close to 30. However, the appearance of the 3 of them has hardly changed much. Fortunately, the time has not been particularly long. If the 3 of them are still like this in more than 10 years, it will probably arouse suspicion. After greeting the Hansens, David waited for Raleigh Beckett to return. In other words, wait for the key plot to unfold. After waiting quietly for so many years, Hu Huishan's strength has improved tremendously. And not long ago she finally learned the holy light. It can be said that her purpose of coming to this world has been achieved. They did not leave directly. It was entirely to solve the monster problem. After living for so many years and making so many friends, the 2 women have developed some feelings for the world and are unwilling to leave directly and leave a mess behind. If you want to leave, you must solve all the problems before leaving. Not to mention, David also wants to catch all these people and drag them to Winter City.
What are you going to do?
Before the final plot, the 3 of them also held a small meeting in private. Hu Huishan and Carla knew that David wanted to poach people, but they were curious that he was going to persuade these people to leave the home they had to protect with their lives and go to Winter City to fight for David Works.
Tell the truth. Are you going to tell them that you are actually the king of Winter City? And are you going to invite them to work in your kingdom?
Hu Huishan felt that this routine was so familiar. Isn't that how David invited her in the first place?
Is this what you do to everyone you want to poach? Absolutely.
David didn't think there was anything wrong with this method. Everyone went straight to the point and explained the situation clearly. The choice was completely in the hands of the other party. Isn't that good? If you use deception to trick people into the past, what will happen if the future is not guaranteed? Which will be detrimental to the future. What's more, with the development of Winter City, the Kingdom of Winter is no longer the backward territory it was back then, with not much land, not much population, and even insufficient infrastructure. Today's Winter City not only has no difference in daily life from the modern Earth, but also has many more convenient things. During this period, the entertainment industry has also begun to develop. In the future, the residents of Winter City will not have to worry at all. During their days of rest, there is a lack of leisure activities to relieve boredom. Not to mention people like Pentecost, who are terminally ill and do not have long to live. If he could survive, Pentecost had no reason to refuse. He was not in his 70s or 80s and had looked away from everything. Stike Pentecost, who was in his prime, would definitely not be willing to give in.
If these people accepted your offer, what positions would you put them in? Deal with the Herald's forces. What's the meaning?
Seeing that both Hu Huishan and Carla were full of questions, David explained his thoughts a little. This world is not only the human civilization of the Earth, but also the pioneer civilization that sent monsters to invade the Earth. Those people have very powerful biotechnology and space technology. Of course, David will not let go of this good thing that comes to his door. Using Pentecost and others to deal with these so-called pioneers is in a way protecting their own world. And they will not refuse their invitation.
The Earth is safe. Not only did Winter City gain a group of outstanding warriors, but it also gained pioneer technology.
David clapped his hands cheerfully.
A win-win situation.
Hu Huishan and Carla were amazed by David's idea. Could it be that he had this kind of calculation in mind when he first chose to join the Pacific Rim Joint Military Defense Force? Make arrangements in advance to make friends with everyone to facilitate the subsequent showdown?
He is worthy of becoming a king.
Chapter 578, Who is not an alien? Xiangjiang Broken Dome. Tarmac. The weather was not very good today, and it was raining continuously. David held an umbrella in his hand and waited for the return of Marshal Pentecost with Asako Mori. By the way, he also came to pick up his former roommate Raleigh Beckett.
If Raleigh comes back, one driver's quota will be predetermined. As for another quota, Motzi, Don't you have any ideas? These matters are for the marshal to decide. Some things need to be fought for by yourself.
Although he knew that Asako Mori would become Raleigh Beckett's partner, David was not sure whether there would be any changes in the world he had influenced. A few words of appropriate advice can make Asako Mori more proactive. Asako Mori didn't reply, and she was hesitating in her heart. Deep down in her heart, she really hopes to become a Skua pilot and go to the battlefield to defeat those monsters herself. But she also understood that Marshal Pentecost did not allow her to be the driver because he was worried about her safety. So do you comply with your adoptive father's wishes and continue to be a logistics technician? Or follow your inner thoughts? Determined to become a Skua pilot? Just when she was hesitating, the helicopter that Pentecost was riding arrived at the broken dome and landed steadily on the apron.
They're here.
Opening the umbrella, Asako Mori and David walked onto the tarmac together, walked to the helicopter, and handed over the extra umbrella in his hand.
It's good to see you back. Raleigh, I have often heard your name over the years. Are Kara and Ashen okay? They are very nice. You can see them soon.
David felt that Raleigh was a lot more mature than when he was in school. The battle and Yance's sacrifice finally allowed this somewhat out-of-touch kid to grow up. After a few brief greetings, several people walked into the base together. While riding in the elevator, I met two scientists from the technical department, Newton Giselle and Hermann Gottlieb. According to the plot, Newton will soon try to communicate with the monster's brain. After learning that the monster is just a group of biological weapons, he will also leak all the information about the Skua mecha on the human side. Although the data leakage will not have any impact on David, he does not want to increase the difficulty of his game inexplicably. So he is prepared to stop Newton's behavior at the right time. There are many ways to prove that monsters are nothing more than a group of weapons and a group of intelligent beings called Forerunners. Even if synesthesia must be used, it cannot be done by Newton, a scientist who knows too much confidential information. He continued to accompany Raleigh to visit the broken dome, and also saw the only 4 remaining Skua mechas. After being repaired and upgraded, the dangerous wanderer he once drove has regained its combat effectiveness and has even become stronger than before. Raleigh looked at these Skua mechas with great emotion. It was also at this time that Raleigh realized why Pentecost wanted him to come back. Pentecost wanted to gather all the power in his hands to blow up the entrance where monsters kept popping up. For this purpose, in addition to mobilizing all available combat power, a 2,400-pound nuclear bomb was also prepared.
Haven't you tried it before? There's no way to actually drop a bomb in there. This time we must succeed.
Pentecost said it must succeed. Not that it will succeed. It can be seen that he is not very sure in his heart. For this reason, the scientists in the base are really racking their brains to study and understand more information and strive to improve the success rate of the plan. After letting Asako Mori continue to take Raleigh Beckett to visit the base, Pentecost was going to have a discussion with the scientists to see if the two geniuses had made any new discoveries. David realized that this was a suitable opportunity for a showdown. So he said goodbye to Raleigh and followed Pentecost directly. As a veteran, Herc Hansen has a high seniority and status in the base. He operates with Pentecost most of the time, and is also one of the formulators of various combat plans. When the two veterans were about to continue improving their plan, they saw David and followed them. As the pilot of Storm Red and the ace of the Xiangjiang base, David was certainly qualified to observe and participate in the formulation and modification of specific plans. So Pentecost did not stop David and allowed him to follow him to the experiment of the two scientists' room. At this time, Hermann Gottlieb had already written a blackboard calculation formula and concluded that the frequency of monster attacks will become faster and faster. And in the later stage, it will evolve into 2, 3, or even more appearing at the same time. Monster. It can be said that there is not much time left for mankind. If the crossing cannot be closed as soon as possible, the Earth will be attacked by endless monsters soon. In addition, Hermann believes that the crossing will gradually widen and stabilize over time, so more and more monsters can pass through. This should also be an opportunity for mankind. At this time, dropping a nuclear bomb inside should be able to destroy it. Newton also revealed his findings at this time. The latest monsters are genetically identical to the monsters from a few years ago. He believes that these monsters are not naturally occurring, but man-made weapons.
This is impossible!
Hermann firmly believed that Newton's judgment was too outrageous. And David, who had been fussing next to him for a long time, finally spoke.
Nothing is impossible!
David looked at the two samples in front of him.
Who would have believed that all kinds of monsters would emerge from the bottom of the sea 10 years ago?
Pentecost said nothing. He felt that David's performance today was a little different from usual. He wanted to see what David wanted to say.
A crossing point is located in a location that is difficult for humans to reach. Monsters are constantly coming out. Where do these monsters come from? Why do they insist on coming to the Earth? There are also various toxins contained in these monsters, and their decomposition after death. The speed is unreasonable. So many coincidences come together. Can it still be called a coincidence?
Pentecost's face, which was originally dark, turned even darker after hearing David's words.
You mean these monsters are actually a kind of biological weapon? This also explains Newton's findings very well.
Pentecost and Herc Hansen looked at each other. They felt that although what David said was unbelievable, it did make some sense. Scientist Herman said this is impossible, because this situation means the existence of another alien intelligent life.
Alien life has always existed. Otherwise, where did these monsters come from? Is it the legendary inner Earth world?
Since the monsters have proven the existence of extraterrestrial life, it is not so strange that there is intelligent alien life.
Something?
David's words silenced everyone. Pentecost found that the situation seemed more complicated than he expected. Can his plan really succeed in this case? Also, if the monster invasion is really an invasion war launched by another intelligent race against the Earth, then even if they destroy the crossing, they can build a new one. This also means that mankind will fall into endless wars in the future until it is completely destroyed. Counterattack? They don't even know where the other party's hometown is. How can they counterattack?
Are these your speculations? Actually, what I want to say is that these are facts.
Pentecost narrowed his eyes slightly. He had a premonition that something shocking was going to happen next, and David would immediately say something earth-shattering.
If it is true, I want to see more evidence.
David nodded. This request was reasonable, and his evidence was himself.
Reintroducing David Glamorgan. Brennian.
Marshal Pentecost. Hansen and the two scientists present all had expressions on their faces.
Where the H.L. is that place? And what does this sudden self-introduction mean? What does it have to do with what you said before?
Brenia is. Pentecost was the first to recover. He had already thought of a possibility, but instinctively felt that the guess was too outrageous to believe.
A planet very, very far away from Earth.
If David hadn't served in the army for many years and guarded the Xinjiang base for 7 years, and everyone was already very familiar with him, Pentecost would have thought that a lunatic had sneaked into the base.
Is he always so humorous?
Hansen had only been in contact with David for a short time, so he thought David was joking. In fact, everyone thought so. But the next second, they had to believe it. David, who was wearing ordinary clothes and without any special equipment, slowly floated into the air as several people watched.
Holy's mother messed with Hack.
Newton looked at the situation in front of him that was not Newtonian at all, and couldn't help but express the shock in his heart.
How did you do it? Biological force field. Biological force field?
The word sounded familiar, and Newton then thought, isn't this a superhuman ability?
Do you want to say that you are a Kryptonian? I'm not. But Kara is Kryptonian.
Pentecost has recovered from the shock and finally accepted the reality.
You, Kara, and Hu Huishan are all aliens.
This does explain why the physical fitness of these three people is so strong. But a few aliens travel thousands of miles to Earth to help Earthlings fight monsters. What kind of spirit is this? Why on earth would David do this? Questions kept popping up one after another, and Pentecost felt that he couldn't rest today. And he couldn't rest either. If he didn't ask clearly, he would have no intention of sleeping.
Don't worry. I will answer all the questions you want to ask.
However, David looked at the laboratory environment with disgust, especially Newton's work area where various monster organs were displayed.
But first, change to a clean and comfortable place. Environment of
Chapter 579 Submit application in place. David sipped his tea and looked at the sluggish people in front of him, waiting quietly for them to complete the shutdown and restart procedures. After chatting for most of the night, the four people asked all the questions they could think of, including who is David? Where are you from? Who is Kara? If not from the same place as David, where did she come from? Why come to Earth with David? Who is Hu Huishan? What is the purpose of these people coming to Earth? Why are you willing to help people on Earth deal with monsters? After asking these basic questions, the two scientists also mixed in a variety of weird questions, such as which galaxy is David's so-called Brenian planet located in? How far is it from the Earth? What kind of planet is it? David answered everything he could. As for how far Brenia is from the Earth, he couldn't answer. He could only say that he used similar space teleportation technology to come here. The specific distance and the layout from the perspective of the Earth, where Linnea was located, he could not answer. David's answer failed to satisfy everyone. And some words made Pentecost, the Marshal of the Pacific Rim Joint Military Defense Forces, feel embarrassed. Because David said that he was a king. He came to the Earth mainly to accompany Hui Shan and Kara to relax and vacation. As for fighting monsters, it was just an entertainment activity for them. When Pentecost and Hansen heard this, their faces were a little ugly. They couldn't imagine how they could relax in the face of such a monster.
It's certainly relaxing when you can round and flatten these big things with your bare hands.
The truth is often unpleasant and hurtful. Although Pentecost and Hansen were skeptical of David's rhetoric, the other party seemed not to be prepared to give them another answer. As for how David can prove that what he said is true, David has made it clear that he is willing to take everyone to visit Winter City. After hearing this, although they still had many questions, they were mostly convinced that David and the others were aliens. David showed many abilities that people on Earth could not have. In addition to flying, he also controlled objects and energy, holy light, arcana, etc. At the same time, he showed a little bit of his true physical fitness and casually smashed a hard man next to him. The metal product was rolled into a ball. These performances perfectly prove that he is not from Earth. Coupled with David's obvious kindness, Pentecost was not stupid enough to scream and kill when he heard that the other party was an alien. Now he has another headache. David had previously said that monsters are actually biological weapons, controlled by another group of alien intelligent life forms behind them. The crisis facing the Earth is far greater than humans thought. Under such circumstances, it would be even less likely for him to offend another alien force. Sighing, Pentecost felt that it was too difficult for him to be a marshal. What kind of things are he encountering now? This work is really not done by humans.
Anything else you want to ask?
Several people looked at each other. And finally Pentecost asked the last question he could think of.
Why do you suddenly tell us these things?
David, Carla, and Hui Shan had hidden it well before. If they didn't take the initiative to tell the matter, Pentecost would have no way of knowing their true situation. After a while, Pentecost will launch an attack on the crossing to completely end the threat of monsters. If successful, then there will be no need for the Pacific Rim Joint Military Defense Force to continue to exist. And there is a high probability that each will find a new way out. If he failed, it wouldn't be his turn to worry about what would happen next. David revealed his identity at this moment. Isn't he optimistic about his battle plan? Thinking of the race called the Pioneer that the other party briefly introduced before. This seems to be the reason. But Pentecost always felt there was something else.
Your body can't hold it anymore.
David drank the last sip of tea and put the water glass aside.
If it were any later, you might be dead.
Pentecost was silent. He did not expect to hear this answer.
Is it important that I live? You are an excellent commander and a talent. And my Winter Kingdom is in a period of rapid development and needs more talents.
Pentecost was dumbfounded. Even Hansen and the two scientists did not expect that this would be the reason for David to take the initiative to reveal his identity. What is this? Because he was so outstanding. His Majesty the King personally came to recruit him? In ancient times, this would be a good story. Right? No matter whether the other party is sincere or not. How much exaggeration is there? Pentecost felt a sense of pride in his heart. I have been busy for half my life. And even the alien leaders were attracted to me.
I'm honored to be appreciated by you. But like you said,
my body?
It's just nuclear radiation. This is not a difficult problem for Winter City to solve.
Pentecost's heart beat a few times unsatisfactorily. He was still in his prime. And it was the time to do something earth-shattering. Even if we don't talk about these things, living creatures themselves also have survival instincts. Without enough reasons, there will be no who is willing to take the initiative to give up his life. So does he. Moreover, as an old comrade in arms, Hansen also hopes that Pentecost can continue to live. So before Pentecost has spoken, Hansen is already worried for his old comrade in arms.
Are you still hesitating? Agree.
But Pentecost thought more. He was worried that he had joined another civilization force. Will he be asked to deal with his own planet in the future?
If you are worried that the Kingdom of Winter will take action against the Earth in the future, you can rest assured.
David actually didn't hide it specifically just now. But these people probably didn't pay attention.
Strictly speaking, Brinia has nothing to do with this Earth. In the same universe.
After space teleportation, parallel universes come again.
For Brinia, there are many unknown planets that can be developed. And there is no need to dwell on a planet that has been almost destroyed by human beings.
Again, the truth hurts sometimes. As an Earthling, it doesn't sound very comfortable to have someone dislike your hometown so much. These few people are still the kind of rational people. They know in their hearts that what the other party says is the truth. The Earth has indeed been harmed by humans. And they can't refute David's words at all. Seeing that the atmosphere was a little awkward, Pentecost said something to divert everyone's attention and ease the awkward atmosphere.
I need to think about it for a few days. And there are more important things to deal with right now. As you said, there is something behind the monster, called Harbinger's racial manipulation. That plan of mine. This does not affect the next battle plan. Blowing up the crossing will at least ensure that the Earth will not be attacked by monsters for some time in the future.
It will also take time for the pioneers to rebuild the crossing. And without internal help, it will definitely take several times more time than the original 10 years to reposition the Earth. As for the precious time bought by Pentecost and others, was it completely wasted? Or actively preparing for war? Then it depends on what the humans in this world do. David gave the people in front of them another option: join Winter City. And Winter City will provide technology, equipment, supplies, and even troops to help Earth deal with the pioneers. The Earth is safe and sound. Humanity does not need to be threatened. And a larger-scale interstellar war can even be avoided. No matter from every aspect, the humans on Earth in this world are winning. Only people like Pentecost will pay silently in places unknown to humans. Most people might think, why? But people like Pentecost happen to be heroes with a spirit of sacrifice. They feel that if they can use their lives and efforts to protect the Earth from alien monsters, it is a good choice.
What can Winter City and you gain? Pioneering biology and space technology, especially biotechnology.
Winter City can gain benefits and can better convince these people. The pioneers' biotechnology is indeed impressive. Once a huge monster is created, various elements can be added to it at will. All the toxins in the monster's body that are used to pollute the environment are all added during production. Not to mention weapons such as electromagnetic pulse and strong acid have been added in a targeted manner. When David mentioned these two technologies, the two scientists applied to join Winter City. Of course, David welcomes it. The more scientists, the better. We can't ignore the value of ordinary scientists just because we have idiots like Tony Stark and Bruce Wayne. What's more, these two are the most powerful in their respective fields in this world. Top talent. Hansen was then invited.
Huh? Do you still have my share? If possible, I hope to pack up the Pacific Rim Joint Military Defense Force and bring it back. But it is a bit difficult.
Pentecost still did not give an immediate answer, saying he would consider it. However, he was no longer worried about the next battle with the monsters and the crossing. David said that even without the Jaeger mecha, those monsters would not threaten him and Kara. As for the crossing at the bottom of the sea, he also had a way to close it. He could wait a few days to see what methods David would use before making a decision. As for whether my body can hold on until then, he felt that his health was not that bad. And since David had made it clear that he wanted to recruit him, he would not watch him die before he gave a reply. Right? It was indeed impossible for David to just watch the commander he was about to obtain die in such a daze. It could be said that Marshal Pentecost's judgment was very accurate. As for what means to use, after allowing Newton to undergo synesthesia without side effects, deliberately exposing the weaknesses of human mechas, and attracting two targeted monsters, the tail rat and the ridgeback turtle, David and Kara did not fly the Skua mecha, but instead put on your suit and fly out of the base, ready to fight the two monsters. Chapter 580, Packing up the Joint Military and Defense Forces. The staff in the Broken Dome were surprised to find today that not a single Skua mech was activated after the monster invasion alarm sounded. Everyone is confused. Has Marshal Pentecost given up resistance? Or are there other difficulties? Everyone was talking about it, but not including the people in the command room, including Marshal Pentecost. The pilots of several Jaeger mechas were also present, including Raleigh Beckett and Asako Mori, who had made mistakes during the launch test not long ago. Through the images transmitted back from the camera carried by the helicopter, everyone can clearly see David wearing strange armor, and Kara wearing blue and red tights and a red cloak, floating in front of the two huge monsters, with the two bodies. An extremely huge beast that made the two of them look even smaller faced each other.
If I hadn't been sure that these scenes were live footage shot from a helicopter, I would have thought it was some new movie.
Supergirl teaming up with knights from the fantasy world to fight monsters sounds like something Hollywood would come up with.
Even if you tell me this is a live broadcast, I still suspect it is fake.
Raleigh Beckett looked at David's familiar an unfamiliar face on the screen, and looked at Hu Huishan beside him in surprise.
This is a joke to relax our nerves before the war? Or some weird test?
It was not Hu Huishan who answered him, but Marshal Pentecost.
No. All of this is true.
No one knew how to evaluate this matter, including Herc Hansen, who knew the truth. Nor did he know what expression he should make. David did say that he and Kara could take down these monsters at will even if they didn't pilot the Jaeger mecha. At that time, he thought that what David said might be partially exaggerated, or that David said that there was no need for the Jaeger mecha, but that some advanced weapons from the Winter Kingdom could be used. I didn't expect it to be this way. It's no different from barehanded, right? Moreover, seeing a girl like Carla, who is so beautiful and delicate, compared to a monster, hit an 80-meter tall and several thousand-ton leatherback turtle directly into the air with an uppercut is quite a hacking thing. The leatherback turtle rose straight into the sky, and before it could fall, Kara's eyes fired another thick golden beam of light, directly sending the leatherback turtle in midair higher into the air, and then fell heavily into the sea in the distance, causing huge waves. I originally thought that David's statement that Kara was a Kryptonian was just a description. When Kara wore a tights with a big S printed on the chest and a red cape, more people thought that Kara liked to read comics. But no one thought that Kara was really a Kryptonian.
Is that a heat ray? Why is it yellow? Because of David.
Hu Huishan didn't want to answer Kai Tiantong's question, but she couldn't control it and complained about David casually. But it diverted everyone's thoughts to another direction, because the next second they saw David raise his hand, and a thick beam of light almost illuminated the dark Xiangjiang coast into daylight. Rising from the dark void, it blasted straight down, accurately hitting the back of the tailed rat. Golden flames exploded, and although everyone was watching the video in the commander's room, everyone seemed to smell the fragrant barbecue smell at that moment.
What's this?
Because he had just received the answer from Hu Huishan, and because Hu Huishan was with David and Carla, Kai Tiantong habitually asked Hu Huishan, and everyone else also looked at Hu Huishan immediately.
This is a power called Holy Light.
Some people find this name very familiar, but it must be a coincidence, right? Hu Huishan didn't pay attention to the weird looks on some people's faces. When David used the sacred fire, she could clearly feel how huge and hot the holy light was. This was just a casual act by David. Not to mention that he went all out. Not even remotely serious. If David really took it seriously, just a blast of sacred fire would be able to completely vaporize the monster without posing the slightest threat to the nearby Xiangjiang. Even though David was already very weak, this blast of sacred fire still seriously injured the tailed rat, and most of his body was burned to charcoal. Although he had not died yet, it was only a matter of time. As for why he didn't just kill it, because such a big target is difficult to find. David used the tailed rat to test his inexperienced arcane magic. Arcane missiles, arcane impact, arcane explosion. David then tried a few more energy-shaping spells, converting the arcane energy into extremely cold ice, completely freezing the tailed rat to death.
I didn't expect that I am so talented in Frost. Is it because of Elsa?
During that time, he spent time with Elsa every day, and he did have a deeper understanding of Frost. At that time, he never expected that he would have such additional gains. After looking at the body of the tailed rat, David used the sacred fire again. The coastal area turned into daylight again, and the sacred fire pillar falling from the sky directly dispersed the dark clouds in the sky, causing the heavy rain to suddenly stop. As for the tailed rat, it was as if it had never come to this world and disappeared without a trace. The battle on David's side is full of light and shadow special effects, which looks extremely gorgeous. And behind the gorgeous attacks is terrifying damage. The huge monster looked like a helpless little animal in front of David, who was killed casually by him. No one knew how to evaluate such a terrifying power. They could only keep rejoicing that David, an alien, was actually on the side of humans. Before David and Carla fought against the monster, Pentecost introduced the situation of David and others. Although what he said was not very detailed, and many of the content sounded very nonsense. After seeing the facts with their own eyes, no one doubted the authenticity of these words. Looking at Kara, the petite Kara is chasing the leatherback turtle and beating her up. She is flying so fast that the camera cannot capture it, and every time she accelerates, a sonic boom cloud appears. Everyone already believes that Kara is really a Kryptonian, and they also know in their hearts how outrageous and powerful the Kryptonians really are. But when everyone actually saw the Kryptonians fighting in front of their eyes, they still sighed from the bottom of their hearts.
It's so terrifying.
These are not everyone's original words, But this is what everyone wants to express. Finally, with a freezing breath blown by Kara and another ray of holy light, the leatherback turtle also left this world.
This trick is better than the heat ray, but it consumes a lot of money.
After Kara comprehended the holy light rays she used were very powerful and had various functions. In addition to being used for direct attack, they could also be used for treatment. And when the holy light ray is used as an attack method, it is equivalent to the holy fire emitted from the eyes. In addition to the holy light attribute, it also has the burning effect of the flame.
What? You want me to help you recharge?
Kara rolled her eyes. She was just talking to David about some of her feelings and insights about using the holy light. Unexpectedly, David directly turned the topic in a strange direction. Why didn't you realize that David was such a person before? If you think about it carefully, this makes sense. If he wasn't such a person, would there be so many women around him? I hadn't seen through this before. But when it comes to charging Kara, I think it's not impossible. Because of her innate qualities, Kara is currently the only woman who can challenge David in a duel. Something even RC can't do. It can be said that Hu Huishan is able to focus mainly on learning the holy light in this world. Thanks to Kara, the two of them flew all the way back to the broken dome. At this time, the big hole blasted through by David's sacred fire in the sky had not yet closed. A very strange scene appeared on the coast of Xiongjiang. Heavy rain continued all around, but there was a clear sky on the seaside. It's a pity that we are in the city and can't see many stars. Walking into the base, David waved his hand, and the light flashed across his body, and the gorgeous Lightbringer suit turned into casual wear. Seeing this scene, Kara also wanted to learn magic. You don't need to learn any advanced spells. You just need to learn a few tricks that you can use every day. Now that you have mastered the holy light, it's not too strange to learn a few tricks.
I will teach you when I return to Winter City.
Seeing through Kara's thoughts, David said that if he wanted to learn, he could learn. If he didn't want to learn, he could also use props to change clothes quickly in the future.
Winter City has such a prop? One of the upgraded features in the multi-tool program.
At that time, use the multi-function tool to select the clothing and equipment you want to change, and complete the replacement of clothing and equipment instantly, making it convenient for users to quickly switch between daily clothing and combat equipment. After all, not all combatants can learn magic, even just a few tricks that are not magic. While talking, the two came to the command room. Everyone is still gathered here. No one has left. They are all waiting for David and Carla. During this time, Pentecost answered some questions from everyone, and also told part of what David had told him before. The monsters were just weapons, and the real mastermind behind the scenes was a race called the Pioneers. David is a king from a planet called Brinia. He recruits everyone, including himself, to go to the Winter Kingdom to work together, and promises to provide everyone with various resources to deal with the Pioneers. Therefore, when David came back, everyone's eyes were focused on David, and Kara, who was wearing tights next to him, was ignored. Looking at this group of people, although they asked questions one after another as if they were going to last forever, David knew that his goal had basically been achieved, and all of this group of people would join Winter City. If they wanted to refuse, they wouldn't stay here waiting for them. Chapter 581 Heavy Armor Corps.
Welcome to Winter City.
Stike Pentecost, Herc Hansen, Chuck Hansen, Asako Mori, Raleigh Beckett, Kai Tian Ong, plus two scientists Newton and Herman. These people were the first people to visit Winter City. Looking at the huge white building in front of them, everyone was stunned for a few seconds. After hearing that this building was David's castle, they finally had a clear idea of the so-called His Majesty the King. After walking into Winter Castle, they took the elevator to the upper floors and came to the open-air balcony. Looking at the invisible Winter City, they asked the same questions as most people who came to Winter City for the first time.
It seems that Winter City is not very advanced and developed.
Personal preference. David pointed to the balcony, which was arranged like a small garden.
Although Winter City has been developing rapidly, it has never neglected the protection of the natural environment.
Considering that there are already elves and other races close to nature in the Winter Kingdom, and the number of shamans who ensure the balance of elements has begun to expand, environmental protection still needs to be taken seriously. Asako Mori took a deep breath and sighed that the air in Winter City was so fresh and sweet. After only being here for a short while, she felt that her lungs had been purified.
Then if you want to see the advanced technology in Winter City, where should you go?
Pentecost was not polite to David at all. He had already agreed to join Winter City. People like him would definitely join if they agreed to join. I won't do anything that goes back on my word. Therefore, he wanted to understand his future equipment situation as soon as possible so that he could get into work as soon as possible. As for the body, he wasn't worried. David had brought him to Winter City. If there were no accidents, he would arrange treatment for him.
Let me show them around.
Kara looked at everyone. She was familiar with these people. Taking them to visit and explaining the various situations of Winter City to these people would help them integrate into the winter faster. In the kingdom, Eva used to be responsible for this kind of work. But now that Eva has not returned from her hometown to detect the situation, Carla took the initiative to take over this task.
By the way, go to the alchemy workshop to pick up some basic props.
David signaled to Pentecost.
Stike stays and solves your physical problem first.
Pentecost stopped when he saw this. Although he was very curious about Winter City's technology, his physical problems did need to be solved early. He had had more and more nosebleeds recently, and the frequency was getting faster and faster. It was obvious that his body was about to give out. Seeing the others leaving with Kara, Hu Huishan also left with Kara. After all, these were also her comrades. There would always be things that so many people could not take care of just relying on Kara. So Hu Huishan went to help. Asako Mori originally wanted to stay, but was dragged away by Kara.
Don't worry. David can easily solve this small problem.
After everyone left, David poured himself a glass of juice.
What do you want to drink? Just water.
Stike Pentecost poured himself a glass of water. He would not let David pour him water. After all, the other party was His Majesty the King, and he would have to make a living under him in the future.
Leaving you alone is not just a matter of treatment.
David could do this kind of treatment with just one thought. And it didn't take him any time at all. He wanted to have a serious discussion with Stike Pentecost about the specific location of the Pacific Rim Joint Military Defense Force in Winter City. Assembling the entire army sounds very enjoyable. But there are also many problems. Especially in this situation where the system is complete from top to bottom. The commanders are all complete. And there is no room for placing your own people.
I know.
Stike Pentecost has been a commander for so many years. And of course he can realize this. He is sufficiently mentally prepared for the entire unit to be reorganized.
I am willing to accept any arrangement as long as it allows us to deal with the precursors and ensure that the Earth is not threatened. The entire unit will be incorporated into the Winter Legion. And its name will also need to be changed.
This unit is currently targeting the pioneers. But what will it be called? What equipment to use? It's not settled yet.
There are also weapons and equipment. Do you have any ideas?
When David asked, he did not forget the other reason for keeping Pentecost here. And he released a piece of holy light to restore Stike Pentecost's body to a healthy state. Pentecost was thinking seriously about the question raised by David when he suddenly saw a golden light covering his whole body. Then he felt light all over. That awkward feeling of always having something pressing on him and feeling uncomfortable everywhere disappeared instantly. He feels that his current condition is even better than when he first joined the army. After all, the various trainings he received after joining the army will inevitably leave some hidden injuries on his body, which will cause some discomfort. Phew! Uncontrollably letting out a sigh of relief. Pentecost didn't even notice the light dissipating from his body. Instead, he looked at himself curiously and touched several parts of his body with his hands, which were usually a bit uncomfortable. Now, all these discomforts are gone.
It's amazing! Is this the holy light? Yes, this is the holy light.
Pentecost already knew about the holy light and had seen the powerful power of the holy light. But he did not expect that the holy light would have such a powerful healing ability.
Not far from the main entrance of Winter Castle is the Cathedral of the Holy Light. If you feel any discomfort, you can go there and find the Holy Light priests in the church. They will help with treatment.
Even if you don't go to church, you can see the Holy Light priest in any corner of Winter City. The Holy Light priest's helpfulness is not just a slogan. It must be put into practice. So the Holy Light priest is often active everywhere. Whoever needs help will help. A few casual words were mixed in with the business. David and Pentecost chatted for several hours and basically decided on the name of the new unit as the Winter Heavy Armored Corps. The weapons and equipment were mainly heavy-duty mechas. After Pentecost determined that Winter City had enough technology to provide them with more advanced mechas, he finalized the main equipment of the troops on the spot. The core force of his unit is the mecha pilot, and most of the rest are engineers, technical workers, and other support personnel. If they don't use mechas as their main equipment, they actually have little combat effectiveness. If you want to unleash your full combat power, you must continue to use mechas as your main combat power. After the main equipment is determined, the name will naturally be finalized. At this point, most things have been finalized. As for how to explain it to his subordinates, that is all the job of the Legion commander. Stike Pentecost.
I need to spend some time to learn more about the Winter Kingdom, especially the military situation.
Therefore, the reorganization work of the Heavy Armored Corps will not start immediately. David said it was understandable, and he didn't expect this group of people to immediately form combat capabilities as soon as they arrived. That was unrealistic. As for that group of aliens called the Pioneers, after David went to the bottom of the sea to destroy the crossing, it was at least guaranteed that the Pioneers would not be able to reach Pentecost's Earth within 10 years. The group of people who joined the Winter Kingdom had enough time to prepare, and then at the right time launch a counterattack against the Harbinger. As for how to find the Pioneer position then, when David destroyed the crossing, he specifically checked the location on the opposite side and recorded the coordinates.
Anyway, welcome to the Winter Kingdom.
A small goal was achieved, and it was achieved smoothly. David felt that the world was not in vain. Not to mention that he would be able to reap additional benefits from the Pioneers' biotechnology in the future.
Maybe I can go outside more in the future.
It doesn't have to be a specific world. Random worlds are also fine. Anyway, if you see something good, just bring it back, and it won't affect anything. This time I have been in the Pacific Rim world for almost 10 years, and only one day has passed here. It is really painful. Next time I go to other worlds to do business, I must first synchronize the time on both sides. Although Huishan had this reason this time, David still felt too uncomfortable. This shouldn't happen next time. The question now is, where else can we go?
Star Wars?
Fighting with Palpatine for the Galactic Emperor?
Quick Rapids?
Send Boss Tang to prison?
Or take advantage of your free time now and go visit Urameshi Yusuke or the Hokage?
I wonder where the plot with Urameshi Yusuke is going. Have you started participating in the Dark Martial Arts Tournament? Has the plot on the Hokage side started again? Thinking of this, David left Winter Castle directly and drove to the gym in Huanhai. Although he has the ability to teleport, it is better to drive and see the changes in his territory. While David was thinking about the next target world, Kara took everyone to visit most places in Winter City, and also went to the alchemy workshop in Winter City to receive basic configurations. Finally, they came to the Winter Military Camp. Although there are various equipments in the alchemy workshop, the military camp can give everyone a more intuitive understanding of Winter City's current military strength. Although they had seen many strange things in the alchemy workshop, when people from the Pacific Rim world entered the Winter Military Camp, they truly felt that they had arrived in a more advanced civilized country. A variety of advanced powered armors, fighter planes, and extremely flexible robots dazzled everyone.
Those are not robots. They are Cybertronians. Cybertronian?
When hearing this title, almost everyone had the same expression. Kai Tiantong asked further,
Is it the Cybertronian we know? Yeah. The Cybertronians from Transformers. Kryptonians.
Cybertronians. Kai Tiantong had previously heard that Winter City was connected to many different universes. Only then did he understand how outrageous this so-called different universe was.
Are there any special forces in Winter City?
Jijo, and Spider-Man and Captain America?
Yes. Chapter 582 Time is like water. Time is like water, passing by in a hurry. David's Monarchy offline system became increasingly easy to use during this period. In order to pass the time, David often travels to various worlds. In addition to frequent trips back and forth to the Marvel Universe, DCU, Xiangjiang and other worlds, he also conducts random teleportations from time to connect Winter City with more worlds, such as the world of Van Helsing, which wanted to create a monster universe, but failed. The world of Dracula, which originally wanted to create a monster universe, but failed. And the New Mummy world, which wanted to create a monster universe, but failed. There is also the world of Special Forces, the Rise of Cobra, the movie version of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles world, the world of Clash of the Titans, and so on. I played around in various worlds, and even abducted many people back to Winter City. At present, the problem of the commander of the Winter Army has been alleviated to a certain extent. Not only did David kidnap many talents back, but also the soldiers of the original Winter Army have also gained their own abilities after various battles. Huge improvement. Basically everyone got a promotion. Even if they are new recruits, they will have the strength of several parties on the Brunia continent to train them. After several years of recruit training, the Sotorama Empire has been completely wiped out by the Kingdom of Winter, leaving only a few remaining forces hanging on. They didn't disappear. It wasn't that the Kingdom of Winter was undefeatable, but that the Winter Army was conducting a normal rotation, waiting for the next round of new recruits. As for the orcs, the green-skinned orcs, who were originally regarded as a huge threat by David, also lost their greatest support because David blocked the use of evil power after completely controlling Brunia. Before David could fight, the orcs themselves started to have civil strife. In this case, the green-skinned orcs are not much different from a group of wild monsters, and their threat is even worse than the Eternal Night Empire and the new Aelan Federation, which has mostly surrendered, as the power of the Winter Kingdom continues to expand, and it continues to demonstrate its powerful combat power that far exceeds the average military strength on the Brunia continent. The new Aelan Federation, which is an alliance, collapses faster than the Sotorama Empire. David wasn't even ready to attack them yet, and most of the Federation members had already sent envoys to Winter City. By this time, David realized that it didn't matter whether he waved his sword and ordered the army to dominate the Brunia continent. Everything in Winter City is on the right track, and the entire kingdom will continue to grow like a snowball. He just needs to watch from the side. Of course, the difference between David and some kings is that he has enough strength to control the growing snowball and never deviate from his preset direction, and even has the ability to break it when necessary. It will not be like some kings who, after reaching a certain level, can only passively follow the snowball forward and cannot get off the car. Therefore, Winter City is still developing according to David's ideas, and various facilities are being steadily updated and upgraded. The lives of the residents of Winter City have always been stable and guaranteed. This situation makes the residents of Winter City very complex. But almost everyone recognizes David as His Majesty the King. Even some people who think that the feudal monarchy is too barbaric and backward also admit that David is an outstanding person. Of rulers, coupled with the emergence of various emerging industries, there are more and more ways for civilians in Winter City to make money. Everyone is busy working hard to make their lives better, and gradually no one is bothered about whether the system of Winter Kingdom is lagging behind. It's over. The most important thing is that they have no ability to change the system used by the Winter Kingdom. It's not that no one wants to achieve great things, but the mysteriousness of the Winter Intelligence Department has nipped such things in the bud, making no waves at all. Natasha, Ethan and others have done a good job, and Van Cleef has faded out of the Intelligence Department in recent years and concentrated on his old business of construction. Vanessa stayed in the Intelligence Department and worked firmly on the front line, but her working place was changed from various places on the Brainian continent to other worlds, and she was often responsible for cooperating with the Winter Army, offensive to collect battlefield intelligence and carry out sabotage work. As for recently, she is active in the Star Wars universe. Palpatine's fleet is not easy to deal with. Anakin, Obi-Wan, and Tony were sitting at the conference table. They, David, and Sylvanas were the only ones in the huge and spacious conference room. There is also the Jedi Temple. Anakin got angry when he mentioned the Jedi Temple. If Winter City and him hadn't reminded him many times and helped him, the Jedi Temple would have been in ruins, and countless Jedi warriors would have been there, will die at the gunpoint of clone troopers, including many young apprentices, rather than like now, still assuming a superior attitude and gesticulating. Obi-Wan looked embarrassed. Every time this topic was brought up, he didn't know how to answer, so he could only sit aside and remain silent. Although he does not agree with the Winter Kingdom ruling the galaxy from the bottom of his heart, he feels that the most important thing right now is to deal with Palpatine and the Galactic Empire, rather than endless internal fighting like now. It's a pity that no one listens to what others say. What's even worse is that if this continues, Anakin will become more and more alienated from the Jedi Temple, especially David in Winter City, who helped Anakin save his mother in time and supported him in marrying Padme. Back. He has always believed in the judgment of his teacher Qui-Gon Jinn. Anakin is the legendary chosen one and the key to balancing the light and dark forces. But if the current situation continues, Anakin may be able to balance the light and darkness of the universe. But the Jedi Temple may not play a lovable role in this process, and the final ending will not be bright. He remained silent, and after Anakin complained for a while, Tony took over. You shouldn't have asked me to dismantle Temple 2. Although the Brainiac class has considerable advantages when facing Imperial-class Star Destroyers, but the number is still too small. There's no point in having one more ship. Right. No. At least the size of Temple 2 is there, and it can be equipped with more advanced weapons. The modification is much simpler and faster than building a new warship directly. More importantly, Temple 2 can be used as the base of the Winter Army.
One of the reasons why the Winter Army has no advantage in that world is the lack of a real base. After all, David's original intention was to use that world to train troops and let the Galactic Empire fleet help him train an interstellar fleet with considerable combat power. David spread his hands and dismantled everything. What's the use of talking about it now?
How about I ask Aisha to bring the sovereigns over to provide support?
In the past 2 years, David took the time to help Aisha solve the troublesome guy in the Supreme Evolution. After removing the trouble that the sovereign people were most worried about, the sovereign people, under the leadership of Aisha, the High Priest, asked David allegiance was given.
I can take the Tiran Knights there to support.
Sylvanas' ears twitched slightly, and after quietly moving her waist, she slowly rubbed her belly with her hand.
The Tiran Knights after a month of rest. It's time to get active. Don't you need to go to Eva's place? There are only some finishing touches left on Eva's side.
In the past few years, in addition to training troops from several other countries on the mainland, the Winter Kingdom's main attack direction has been the Red Alert world. After several years of war, the Empire of the Rising Sun has long been defeated. But it is not easy to completely digest a world with billions of people and countless forces. Not to mention the Red Alert world, the Matrix world, which has no resistance and has a population several times smaller, has not been completely digested until now. However, it has also entered the final stage. It seems that Optimus Prime has already withdrawn from Winter City and conducted another strengthening. And there are new tasks that can be handed over to Optimus Prime.
Optimus Prime's carriage has been upgraded and can be used as the base of the Tyrant Knights over there.
Optimus Prime's carriage has been upgraded and can be combined with Optimus Prime to form Super Optimus Prime. After conquering the world of Red Alert and acquiring the technology of that world, and integrating various technologies currently mastered by Winter City, Optimus Prime's carriage was upgraded again. Now it can not only merge with Optimus Prime, but also transform into Base Optimus. The column is now no longer an ordinary truck, but a base vehicle. However, doing so would be tantamount to launching a real war against the Star Wars world, and it would no longer be a simple military training exercise. David did not directly agree with Sylvanas' suggestion, but looked at the two people with tangled faces.
Let the military base of Winter City be set up in Naboo.
Anakin struggled for a short time. It can even be said that it only took a moment before he made a decision.
On behalf of Padme, I would like to express my gratitude to the Kingdom of Winter.
Submit a formal request for military assistance, hoping that the Kingdom of Winter can send troops to garrison Naboo to protect Naboo from the threat of the Galactic Empire.
Obi-Wan's expression changed greatly, and he wanted to say something, but finally gave up. He has tried hard, and has been to Winter City many times. Although Winter City also uses an Imperial system, the situation here is much more reliable than during the Galactic Republic. David is not like Palpatine, who only loves power and does no good things. Brutal ruler. Anakin and Obi-Wan left the conference room one after another. One was going to discuss the future of Naboo with his fiancée, and the other was going back to the Jedi Temple. Tony introduced what technologies he had collected from the Star Wars world, and said that he would go back to accompany Pepper for a while, and then go to the laboratory for retreat, and then left.
I'm going back too.
Sylvanas stood up slowly.
I'll come back to your majesty when necessary.
It felt a bit strange, but after thinking about it, David thought it was no big deal. As His Majesty the King, it is normal to reward generals who hold military power and have repeatedly made military exploits. By the way, you can also keep abreast of the physical fitness of your capable generals and see if they have steadily improved. Achieve multiple things with one stone. Chapter 583: The Glamorgan Family. The Winter Army entered Naboo, taking a key step into the world of Star Wars. From this moment on, the Kingdom of Winter officially joins the Galaxy's hegemony game. Like most of the time, David, the Winter King, does not need to personally pay attention to this battlefield at all. He has many politicians in the temple, the Galactic Empire, and the Galactic Republic, and the leaders of the Resistance forces who have failed but failed. Anakin Skywalker, dissatisfied, firmly stood on the side of the Kingdom of Winter and became the spokesperson of the Kingdom of Winter in the Star Wars universe. As the fiancé of Queen Padme Amidala, he has the full support of the Naboo people. As for the resistance from other members of the former Galactic Republic and the leaders of the Resistance, he ignored them all. A group of insects. He didn't pay attention to them at all. I don't know if it was the subsequent continuous battles that inspired his talent. Anakin soon showed his extraordinary quality and domineering, and gradually grew from a representative of Naboo and Winter City
to a representative of the Winter Kingdom and Naboo, Commander-in-Chief of the United Armed Forces. He led the increasingly powerful Winter Army, as well as the Naboo soldiers trained with the help of Winter City, and fought back and forth with the Imperial Army under Palpatine's rule. Even after a period of development, it gradually gained the upper hand, and its power gradually expanded outward from the star field where Naboo was located. At this time, the Winter Army no longer simply conducted combat training with the Imperial Army, but began to systematically occupy and rule the major life planets in the galaxy, requiring these planets to surrender allegiance to the Kingdom of Winter. Many forces in the galaxy finally realized at this time that the so-called Winter Army led by Anakin Skywalker, a former Jedi Knight who had been expelled from the temple, was not simply resisting the rule of the Empire, but also wanted to the evil forces that rule the galaxy.
I didn't commit massacres and didn't persecute ordinary people. So how can I be evil?
David heard that the Star Wars world was developing very fast, and there was nothing going on recently. After feeding everyone until they were full, David came over. Have a look. He was surprised to find that although it was his first time visiting the Star Wars universe, his name was already resounding throughout the galaxy. Although Anakin is the fiancé of the Queen of Naboo and the Commander-in-Chief of the Combined Forces of Winter and Naboo, he has not changed his title and status casually. The King of the Winter Kingdom has always been David Glamorgan. This cannot be changed. I don't know if it's because they fought too many times with the Imperial Army, but the soldiers of the Winter Army have also been infected with some bad habits. From time to time they like to shout,
"For His Majesty Glamorgan!"
Then they launched a charge without fear of death. Even if there was only one Winter soldier left, they dared to charge against thousands of Imperial stormtroopers and caused heavy casualties to the Imperial Army. This kind of fighting style and strong combat power that is not afraid of death, people in the Star Wars world still don't know that the Winter Soldier really can't die, left a deep impression on many people. Likewise, His Majesty Glamorgan's name spread throughout the galaxy, when the remaining politicians and rulers of the former Republic, as well as the resistance forces they supported, discovered that the Winter Legion was not from the same group as them. They would naturally carry out some smear campaigns. Rumors of brainwashing and control have also spread throughout the galaxy.
In addition to those wastes, Palpatine also contributed to the flames.
So, Anakin has now seen through it and doesn't think this is anything, especially the planet that the Winter Kingdom occupies and rules. As time goes by, these rumors have been gradually exposed. Not only are the people living on these planets not subject to any oppression, the Winter Army is even helping them improve their lives. It can be said that under the rule of the planet occupied by the Kingdom of Winter, living standards have skyrocketed, not to mention the period of Empire rule, even the period of Republic rule. The people have not lived so easy. Therefore, what the people want, the Resistance and the Empire did send spies to infiltrate, sabotage and spread rumors. Unfortunately, their skills in this regard were not very good, and they were easily picked out by the Winter intelligence agents.
Now, the only problem that restricts the Winter Kingdom's continued expansion is not that we cannot defeat the opponent, but that we do not have enough manpower to support the occupation of such a huge star field.
Anakin felt very sorry. He thought he could completely destroy the Empire and the Republic within 10 years, and clean up all those corrupt, useless politicians and villains who were not doing their jobs. Please ask the Winter Kingdom to send people to govern and train more officials, so that the entire galaxy can enter an era of true peace and happiness. However, the Milky Way is too big. With the current size of the Winter Kingdom, it is difficult to eat it in one bite.
Then eat slowly. Anyway, you have enough time to transform the galaxy into what you dream of.
As the war progresses, Winter City and Naboo have become closer and closer, and Queen Amidala has decided to give up the throne and allow Naboo to be officially merged into the Kingdom of Winter. At present, Naboo is not only an important commercial hub planet in the galaxy, but also the connection hub between Brinia and the world. Because of its special geographical location, Naboo will become an important city in the Kingdom of Winter. It will have huge development prospects in the future, and the residents of the entire planet will benefit from it. Padme feels that her decision is very correct. As for the Winter Kingdom being a dictatorship, the Galactic Empire, the Galactic Republic, and countless resistance armies, large and small, have proven with practical actions that it is not the system that determines everything, but the ruler himself. After seeing the situation in the Winter Kingdom, as well as in Red Alert, the Matrix and other worlds, Padme Amidala was very convinced of this. Moreover, after joining the Winter Kingdom, I unexpectedly gained a half-sister, which was a really novel experience. In fact, There have been more and more people who feel similar to Padme Amidala over the years. As Winter City develops and establishes connections with more and more worlds, situations such as twins and multiple births gradually become less unusual. Fortunately, there are still various differences between these people. People who are familiar with them can still tell who is who, but there will be no confusion. However, David still deliberately performed some controls to minimize the occurrence of multiple births, or reasonably used the humanoid positioning function to fuse these parallel universe homotopes into one person. Anyway, Winter City is now connected to enough worlds, and these worlds are enough for him to slowly conquer for a long time. What's more, continuing to connect more worlds will synchronize the time flow of countless worlds with that of Winter City. He will miss many things. When he wants to go see the fun and cause trouble in the future, he will find that there is no fun to watch. Then how depressing. So, keep some worlds in hand and connect them later when needed. At the moment, apart from competing with Palpatine for galaxy supremacy in the Star Wars universe, the most interesting thing David finds is cultivating the little brat Azeroth. Since he fully mastered Brinia's power and connected to many worlds, taking his power to another level, David has found that he can do more and more things. This includes waking up Azeroth in advance. This is a completely different way of awakening from the Titans in the world of Azeroth. It is closer to my own situation. Although at the beginning, it is similar to ordinary humans, or other races. It has great potential and rapid progress. The most important thing is that Azeroth doesn't have to be like now, sleeping in a daze and being bullied by all kinds of weird things. But he can't do anything about it. When David asked what Azeroth meant, Azeroth decisively agreed with David's suggestion, wake up directly. Thus, the elf girl named Azeroth and nicknamed Xiaoyai, Ai Jiang, and AC was born. Dad! As soon as AC was born successfully, her first words after opening her eyes gave David a critical blow. The relationship between the two was locked up from the perspective of rules, and even his appearance was made to look like the product of David and Sylvanas. David, who was inexplicably happy to be a father, took his precious eldest daughter and started his leveling routine from scratch. From Yonsong Forest to Elwyn Forest, from Silvermoon City to Stormwind City, from Mordarin to Iron Forge, from Azeroth to Yanila, and from Arendelle to Konoha Village. These places have left the footprints of father and daughter, as well as all the mothers. When Ace gradually grew up and her strength gradually reached the standard of a Titan, David, the father, raised his arms and called Ace mothers. Let's start cleaning up the remaining ancient gods, the Strike Titan Guardians, and other messy outsiders in the world of Azeroth. During this joyful cleaning process, David found time to develop a new form of reinforcement, contrary to his own and Azeroth's birth method. Combined with the Sarkhan Empire's artificial Protoss technology, he can transform those around him into Titans with the same life form as him.
In this way, we can all be together for a longer time.
Seeing no reaction from everyone, David continued to introduce the benefits of becoming a Titan, lifespan aside. Youth will last forever. At this time, everyone was a little tempted. After David introduced the benefits and explained the general method, they found that they only needed to find a suitable life planet to become a Titan, and it would not affect their current daily life. All agreed. For example, Eva, Helen, and Sansa have their own ready-made worlds, planets, so there is no need to spend extra time to find suitable planets. Chung, Lear, and Gwen were curious about another thing. After becoming a Titan, will they be on the same level as David in terms of physical fitness? And will they not be bullied by him in the future? When the time comes, will the one who can't bear it become David? David smiled and said nothing, and began to think in his heart whether he had made a wrong decision. Chapter 580 For the beginning is also the end. Zhang Shan stood on an unfamiliar street, his head filled with questions. He was stunned for only a few seconds and quickly realized what was going on.
Have I traveled through time again?
As a young man living in the new century, Zhang Shan is no stranger to time travel. Internet articles, TV series, movies, animations, and various works have helped him popularize science. What's more, he himself has experienced time travel, and his acceptance of this situation is much higher than others.
I wonder where you were at this time.
Looking at the surrounding buildings, this looks like Europe. After Zhang Shan looked around, he found that the pedestrians around him were of all races. Moreover, I don't know the characters used on street signs and shop signs. Fortunately, he saw the sign in Chinese.
Perhaps some small European country suitable for tourism?
Just as he was guessing, Zhang Shan saw a sign written in Chinese. New visitors from other worlds are asked to register according to the arrow directions and receive relevant documents. There are also English, Japanese and other words on it, and they all seem to write the same sentence. Looking at this sign, Zhang Shan had more question marks in his head. After standing here for a while, he decided to follow the arrows given on the sign. There was no way. He couldn't understand the words of the people around him, couldn't communicate, and couldn't get information even if he wanted to. It seemed that there was no other choice but to follow the signs. Following the signs, Zhang Shan kept looking around. At this time, a police car roared past with its siren blaring. Just when he was curious about what happened in front of him, a huge noise came. The next moment, the police car whizzing by suddenly turned into a huge robot and kicked the two robots that were fighting each other to the ground, still shouting something. Although I don't understand it. The tone, it shouldn't be a good word.
Ah! This transformer?
After Zhang Shan traveled through time for the first time, his physical fitness and eyesight were very good. He originally thought it was a robot, but he noticed that the police car actually had the Decepticon logo on it. I wanted to move closer to get a better view, but I found that several police cars were driving up one after another, and some police officers got out of their cars and told everyone to step back and stop getting closer. This was nothing special, mainly because the beautiful policewoman in front of him always seemed familiar to him. I don't know if her gaze attracted the other person's attention, but the beautiful policewoman noticed Zhang Shan and stayed on Zhang Shan's slightly unique clothes for a few seconds. Just when Zhang Shan was thinking about where he had seen this beautiful policewoman, the other party had already walked up to him and said a few words to him. Zhang Shan, who still didn't understand and could only reply with an awkward smile, was surprised to find that the other party had a look of confusion on his face, and then asked him in a language he was very familiar with.
New here? I mean, did you just come to Winter City? This is called Winter City? Yes, I just came here.
Zhang Shan was overjoyed to hear the familiar language and could finally communicate and ask about the specific situation.
Let's go. I'll take you to register first.
Although Zhang Shan had many questions to ask, he did not rush for a moment and followed the female police officer obediently out of the lively scene. However, he still glanced back and saw that two huge robots had been pinned to the ground. And at the same time, there were more robots out there.
What do you want to ask? Is that a transformer? Yes. Why are there transformers here?
It was a very ordinary question, but the female police officer replied with a bright smile.
Since you know transformers, you will see more surprising things in Winter City. Don't be too surprised. This is Winter City.
Zhang Shan wanted to continue asking, but he had already followed him to the new Alien World Visitor Registration Office. Looking at this straightforward house number, Zhang Shan didn't know how to describe it. He followed the policewoman and walked in, looking at the other person smiling and saying hello to another sweet-looking woman. Watching the two beautiful women communicating in a language he didn't understand. The sweet woman sitting behind the desk, who he was more familiar with, greeted him with a smile.
Hello. Welcome to Winter City. Hello, what do I need to do? Just answer me some questions. Please sit down.
Zhang Shan obediently sat down across from him, and then found that the other party began to introduce the city called Winter City to him in detail before asking him questions. Looking at the holographic image in front of him and cooperating with the other party's explanation, Zhang Shan finally realized what a magical place he had arrived. At the same time, he also knew that people like him, who suddenly came to Winter City, had the ability to come freely and return to the original world, which was a relatively rare existence in Winter City. After all, according to the introduction of the person in front of him, since the Winter Kingdom unified Brenia and was renamed the Winter Empire, no newcomer like him has appeared for a full 10 years. Listening to the introduction from the other party, and looking at the sweet face of the other party, who was once called the first wife in the world, Zhang Shan finally figured out what happened to him.
My golden finger finally appeared?
After learning that Winter City not only had many extraordinary powers that could be learned, but also various magical equipment and strengthening techniques, he realized that the problems that had troubled him during this period were no longer a problem.
Aren't you just going to get scriptures with Tang Monk? With such a powerful golden finger in Winter City, I will definitely not die on the road.
Then he realized something was wrong. He already had such a thick golden ham. What the I was he going to do? After returning home, he and Lao Li resign. Even if this bird guard doesn't work, while enjoying the bright future, he answered questions, quickly completed the basic registration work, and received the basic equipment issued by Winter City. It integrates a pair of glasses for learning Brenian and matching with a personal multifunction terminal. It is a personal multifunction terminal, ring type, that integrates many functions such as payment, storage of personal information, accounts, identity certificates, communications, and control of electronic equipment. It is said that there are many upgraded models of personal terminals. In addition to basic functions, upgraded models also have storage space, quick equipment change, and even combat functions such as energy blades and energy shields. However, if you want to get the upgraded version of the personal terminal, you need to purchase it separately, or join the Winter City Army, in which case you can also receive the allocated upgraded personal terminal.
In addition to joining the Winter Army or becoming a government official, you can also obtain official rewards from Winter City through other means. These rewards include better equipment.
For example, go to other worlds as a pioneer and help Winter City collect all useful resources. People like Zhang Shan have a greater advantage than others. They have a relatively familiar home world.
Understood.
It seems that the guard's work can continue, following Tang Sung all the way to the west. He should be able to get a lot of good things. After learning Brennian, Zhang Shan came out of the registration office and wandered around the bustling Winter City. The longer you wander, the more amazing things you see. He saw Superman, Batman, Iron Man, and Captain America sitting at a table playing cards. On the Winter River, there are many beautiful girls in ship uniforms gliding on the water. The high elf priests of the Cathedral of the Holy Light exude divine light. In the vast Winter Martial Arts Hall, you can learn various fighting techniques from Jihai, Chun-Li, Takashi, Sakazaki Ryo, Jinyuan Shai and others. You can also go to the Cybertron area to undergo mechanized transformation and even become a real Cybertronian. All kinds of miracles made him more amazed the more he looked at it. And the more he looked at it, the more he felt that his future was bright. In addition, the people in Winter City are very friendly. And he also met an enthusiastic person who explained various situations to him. After the other party understood his situation, he reminded him not to worry, that he was weak and had no time to grow slowly, and would die on the way to learn from the experience. Because Winter City not only provides various training places, but also provides suitable worlds for him to go and experience according to the situation. It even provides a resurrection service, as long as you register your name on the resurrection stone. Even if you die in another world, you can be resurrected with full health next to the stone tablet.
So cool!
However, Zhang Shan calmed down and glanced at the jealously handsome young man in front of him again.
If you want to register your name on the resurrection stone, there are conditions. Right. Yes.
The other party nodded.
But in your case, as long as you agree to help Winter City collect some special resources to ensure your safety, you can write your name down before going to work. Is there such a benefit?
Zhang Shan was overjoyed. He thought he had to work first before he would be rewarded. He didn't expect that Winter City would send such good benefits in advance. Such good treatment would definitely attract many people to join. No wonder Winter City can develop and grow into a city that spans several universes. A huge empire whose territory covers countless star fields.
We've been chatting for so long, and you still don't know what to call me. Just call me David. My name is Zhang Shan. You can call me Shan, Lao Shan, or Shanzi.
Zhang Shan was very grateful to David for his enthusiastic explanation, which helped him think about what he would do next.
Unfortunately, I am currently penniless. When I earn my reward, I'll treat you to a nice meal. You don't have to be so polite. In fact, I'm very curious about your world, and I'm going to learn the scriptures with you. Huh? This shouldn't be a problem. Then it's settled. When you want to set off with Tang Sung, come to Winter City and let me know. Okay. Leave your contact information. I'll call you then.
Zhang Shan asked for the number, and then remembered that he was using a personal terminal in Winter City. He had never used this thing to add contact information. It was only under David's guidance that I added the other party's number.
David Glamorgan? Where have you heard this name before?